Howdy, y'all. Good morning. Jesus, F122 coming in here hot with some anger today, I see. Hey, Lennon, how are you? Ah, crap, we got a lot of stuff to go over. We had a lot of stuff to go over last time that we didn't finish. Morning, Jen and Alex. What's up with you guys, by the way? What's new? Let me know while I just finish doing a couple little final touches before we actually get into stream. And remember, if you're watching on Twitch, please just hop onto YouTube and drop me a like as well. That would really help. Safe to say the Dems will never run a woman again. Not in our lifetime, for sure. Uh, they're so stupid, guys. This is the one thing this is what makes me more angry about Democrats than anything else. It's not that they make a mistake. It's not that they're even stupid. It's just that they don't learn from the mistakes that they make. Very, very rarely do they actually do. Um, we'll jump to that in a bit, but speaking of a mistake that a Democrat, specifically Biden, was making that I'm kind of glad that he fixed is we are allowing Ukraine to use long-range missiles to hit deeper inside of Russia. And I'm so for that. Yeah, no, they genuinely, but that's like the average American, Lennon. It's not even just the Dems. No brain power or memory. That's America. Um, while you guys are here, quick question. Do you prefer chat like this, the way that it is? Or should I just like make this a permanent fixture about like here and then get rid of chat entirely? Because I could just have this, and this is just Twitch chat. We won't have YouTube chat come up, but like we don't get very many YouTube chatters. So what's your preference? I'll put up a poll and you guys can vote one or two. Don't like the see-through. Yeah, you see, that's what I thought. I tried to make it less transparent, but it just wasn't working for me. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make that the permanent fixture, like this, and then we can cope whenever YouTube chat wants to say something and they can't. There we go. And then that's better, right? And then we make it about that big. Looks about right. I mean, God knows how long I'm going to be able to have YouTube chat up. And sorry, not YouTube chat up, like chat up anyway, considering if they pass a bunch of new censorship laws for the internet, considering they do have Project 2025 on the docket. And just today, actually, Trump chose the head of the FCC, who was also inside of the Project 2025 document and was one of the people who wrote the FCC section. So that's not looking great for us anyway, but we'll see. But on good news first, I am very, very happy about this. Hey back guys, I'm doing good today. It turned out that quitting vaping, similarly to quitting smoking, makes you cough up a whole bunch of phlegm and makes your nose quite runny and is just generally bleh. I'm all past the like nicotine withdrawals. I'm good with that. I do still kind of get them. I have a nicotine patch here in case I get a bit too worked up on stream and I need to like throw one on, but I'm good with that. It's now the after effects of like coughing up all the gross shit that's in your lungs and then occasionally getting frustrated and reaching for a vape and not having one there. But aside from that, I'm doing good. I didn't stream yesterday because I had a pounding headache from the moment that I woke up and a bunch of things just like cascadingly went wrong and I just when something like that happens, it's perfectly okay for you to just say, you know what, fuck today, we'll give it again, we'll give it a go again tomorrow and go back to bed. If you just start your day in a way that you know is just gonna suck, don't push yourself to do things. Not to say that it would suck, but you know, generally the mindset that you wake up to will affect the rest of your day. Just take straight cocaine, you'll never be bothered by nicotine withdrawals again. Doesn't like cocaine make you want to smoke and drink more? Like just out of curiosity, for a normal person, I guess. Like even my ADHD meds would have. Yeah, the body getting rid of all the crap is not nice. I found when I quit, I gained weight, but luckily having my own gym helped me stay on top of it. I am definitely eating more right now, but I don't mind if I gain a little bit of weight just because, like I have room to gain weight. In fact, I would think I'm a little underweight by looking at myself in the mirror, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of a gain from quitting vaping. Although this is like day 5 now, so I'm essentially like done. It's 21 days to break the habit, but the actual like quitting part is done. I just need to not buy another vape, which is fine because they're expensive. Which is actually really surprising to me. I tried to quit 3 other times in the last year, and I had such a hard time each one. One big bonus of quitting is you can actually taste the food again. Well, that was true with smoking. With vaping, that wasn't necessarily a problem. But yeah, smoking cigarettes, which I did for 11 years, that was wild. After about like 6 months of not smoking, I could smell things again. Well, I would enter rooms that I'd been in and recognize like, oh shit, there is a distinct smell here. Um, eh. Besides that, what other benefits? Well, it's actually breathing as well. That's another thing I'll add. I knew that vapes are still bad for you. It's not as bad as smoking cigarettes. And I knew that it was still like affecting my lungs in a way, but just from like 4 to 5 days of not vaping, my lung capacity is already better. Um, it's hot. It's summer here, and so well, not today. It's not really necessarily hot, but the other day it was like 34 Celsius, which is in the 90s, I think, for you Americans. And usually when it's that hot, I have trouble breathing. Especially if I'm like walking around them doing things, and I wasn't feeling that. And that alone is huge. Losing a weight program is so bad for me. I haven't eaten a proper meal since I ate Subway for lunch yesterday. Comrade Lennon, Subway isn't a proper meal. You know their bread qualifies as cake in Ireland legally. Also now, I'm not sure if this is the same with everybody, but I was told that a few months after I quit, I stopped snoring. That is a thing that cigarettes can do. They can absolutely make you snore more, and quitting does affect that. There's a whole list of there we go. I'll pull it up for you. Benefits of quitting smoking timeline. There is a timetable based on how long you have gone without smoking and like the effects that you get over time. There we go. So within 20 minutes, your heart rate and blood pressure drop to normal. Within 12 hours, the carbon monoxide in your blood is back to normal. 2 to 3 weeks, your circulation improves and your lung function increases. Your risk of heart attack starts to decrease. Coughing and shortness of breath decrease around 1 to 9 months. This is around the time where you would notice a snoring effect. It's because when you snore, it is an effect of you trying to breathe, yes? And so less of a difficulty in breathing will lead to you snoring less. F1 2022, smoking is not capitalism evil. Smoking existed well before capitalism is. Smoking just became very prevalent because of capitalism, but we actually like cracked down on that, you know, back in the day when we gave a shit. I've never smoked a day in my life, but my snoring is loud AF. You might have sleep apnea, Lennon. That is another thing that can cause snoring. Also a deviated septum, which is just like your septum bone, like right in the middle of your nose, might be slightly to the side, and that stops airflow from coming in properly. So you have to breathe with your mouth and not just your nose, and that could result in some snoring. If you do have a deviated septum, it's a really easy surgery to fix. Profiteering off everything is evil, F1 2022. Like that's kind of the whole theme that I have here is decommodify everything and that profiteering is bad. However, now I'm suffering with a mouth infection, which is quite painful and makes it difficult to eat. I was on medication and cleaned it up after 2 days. After completing the medication, it's back. Well, it depends on like the kind of infection it is. You know, if it's like a fungal infection, which if it came back after doing the medication, it might actually be something fungal. It might be something like thrush. It depends on if you... Is thrush fungal? Thrush is fungal, isn't it? It just depends on how long you were on the Yeah, it is fungal. Fungal. how long you're on the medication for. You might just need like another round of it is all. Yes, we did. They have a entire government. They have everything. But I'm really curious whether this applies with vaping as well, because a lot of the downsides of like a lot of these, like carbon monoxide rate in your blood, your heart rate and your blood pressure. Well, actually your heart rate, the nicotine, but the blood pressure is definitely the rest of the stuff in the cigarette. This is affected by both. This is affected by both. This, I think, is more cigarette than vape. We have no idea what your risk of cancer is from vaping because it's so new. I'm just wondering how much of this timeline still applies to someone who quit smoking for like 3 years and then vaped for a year of it. It's similar to thrush, makes it hard to drink hot drinks and eat hot food. I've never suffered with it in my whole life. It's very annoying. You might just need an antifungal medication. In the meantime, if you have like Listerine, wash your mouth out with that. Especially because Listerine does have specific ones for specific causes. I think they definitely have one that is an antibacterial. But I think they have an all-around one anyway that's supposed to help with some sort of fungal infection. It's really difficult to take care of your teeth, especially if you live in America, considering like we really, even in Europe, in Australia, dental like care is expensive. It's often not covered by insurances. It's definitely not covered by like public health care, not here and not in America if you can access it. So it's important to take care of your teeth, especially when a problem arises, because it's just going to get more expensive later on to deal with. And you can die from having tooth problems. I mean, not to say that you're going to, but like they can get pretty serious. Lennon, so like I've heard that, and honestly, that's probably the best chance the Dems have. I would also vote for Jon Stewart. Would he win? It depends. I still think we will lose unless we run on economic populism. Look, I need you guys to understand something. Jon Stewart is the host, is a host of The Daily Show. He was a comedian. Damn, you must be young. He is like the funniest late night comedian that existed. He used to run on Comedy Central way back in the day. He hosted the show every day, back when The Daily Show existed side by side with the Colbert Report. And The Daily Show was satire news for Democrats, and the Colbert Report was satire news for Republicans. Although, like, both of the comedians, neither of them were, like, you know, Republican leaning. Colbert maybe a little bit more of a centrist, but either way, they were quite famous, quite funny. And then Jon Stewart came back, and he hosts The Daily Show on Mondays now. Go. I would show you, but it's like I can't show you The Daily Show, but you should YouTube it. I always thought thrush was something babies got, so why do I have it in my 50s? Thrush is something that babies get, but you can also get it as an adult. You can get it from, like, it's actually quite common in prisons. I know someone who's a nurse at a women's prison, and often the women get thrush and then spread it amongst each other by banging. You know, because you know if you can spread it through your mouth. And yes, he would destroy JD Vance, Lennon, but that's the thing. Look, this is America. So on average, as of 2024, 79% of US adults are literate, right? We can read. 21% of adults in the US are literate in 2024. So I don't understand how this works, right? 79 of US adults nationwide are literate. 21% of adults in the US are illiterate in 2024. Now I get it. That's what I read wrong. So 21 of us are illiterate. 54% of adults have a literacy below a 6th grade level. 20% below a 5th grade level. This is why I say that American voters are fucking stupid. Because even the 79% of us that are literate, only 54% of them can even read up to a 6th grade level. As in, like, the people in my chat right now, you are the, like, upper crust of literacy. in the United States. The fact that you can even understand half the words that I say shows that you are well above the average literacy rate in the United States. 20% of Americans are below a 5th grade level. No, this is not BS because this comes from the National Literacy Institute. And there's also, I looked up multiple different fucking studies for this. I mean, look, hold on, US literacy rate 2023. Let's look at the year before as well. Hold on, World Population Review. I have that one as well by country, and then let's take it by 2023. Okay, 2022 even. 79, still same amount literate, 21% illiterate. Within the 2 years, we've had no change there. And worldwide, our literacy rate is actually quite high, right? Compared to the rest of the world, whether we have the ability to read or not. But find me the United States. And you have no other fucking data, of course not. Look, this is a trustworthy website. Did get this data from, I believe this. With facts and logic, Jon Stewart would destroy the opposition, putting a comedian in the White House. No, look, honestly, if anyone can do it, it's Jon Stewart. Because like I've been saying, the only way to really get the message across is to give them facts the way that they present misinformation. It has to sound like, it has to feel like misinformation propaganda, but it has to not be misinformation. The only reason they lie is because they have to. We have the truth. So if we can get someone like a comedian to hit them with the truth over and over and over and over again, then maybe. I am in Britain. When it came to taking a test for literacy, I couldn't read the test, so not sure if I'm literate or not. Very bad joke. Will get my coat. Well, here's a test for you, Batgaz. Can you read this bit? Can you just read that? Because this right here is above a 5th grade level. This I would consider like a 6th grade level. So if you can read this, you're at the very least as literate as half of America. We are so unserious of a nation. Yet we are. We really are an unserious nation. And you know that it's not like gonna get any better. They're getting rid of the Department of Education. They don't want you to be literate. Being literate allows you to, know things and criticize them for, I don't know, the shit that they do. It's pretty bad, you know? Look, 34% of adults lacking literacy proficiency were born outside the US. So out of the, actually 54 plus 21, I would consider all of this illiterate. So 75% of the country is entirely illiterate. Whereas like this says 79% is literate, sure. I would consider anything below a 6th grade level or a 6th grade level for an adult as an illiterate adult. So that means 3/4 of the country, by my definition of literacy, which is everyone can read above a 6th grade level, is illiterate. Okay, well, Batgaz, then you are better off than 3/4 of the country, it seems. Well, actually, yeah, without my glasses, I can't read shit either. Definitely. Massachusetts has the highest literacy rate, which is nice. Good to know that the East Coast is still the place to be, even though it's on literal fire right now. By the way, do you know how insane it is that there are 11 wildfires on the East Coast right now, in New Jersey, in New York? I tried reading once, but got a headache. Chat doesn't count. That's okay, Bulletproof Brain. Everyone knows that chat doesn't count. Speaking of some reading, and don't worry, I won't make you do it. I have a video that will explain it to you a bit afterward, but I really just do want to talk about this. I've been saying for goddamn months that we need to allow Ukraine to hit Russia with these long-range missiles, that Russia isn't going to do anything about it, that every time we threaten them with literally anything, they come back with, oh, we'll nuke you, and then they never do, and to stop being a bitch. Well, Biden finally, I don't know why, considering he doesn't care about anything, it seems, uh, approved this. Thank you, Bulletproof. Bulletproof Bullet. I really like your name, by the way. They're taking away our reading abilities as a villainous dictatorship level shit. Oh, well, they're doing way more than that, Comrade Lennon. Hey, you and me, welcome. Well, so it's not, this is not escalating, Lennon. Here's the thing. This is not an escalation. Russia has been escalating. When Trump comes into office, the war is over. The war is literally done when Trump comes into office. The deal will be that Russia gets to keep all of the gains that it's made. They will put a demilitarized zone. Ukraine can't join NATO. Russia will wait a couple years. They'll rebuild their military and then they'll do it again. They will not nuke us. They will not nuke Ukraine. They will not nuke anybody in the region. It is not beneficial to them. And if we're going by escalation, they're the ones that dragged a foreign country into this war. North Korea is now in Ukraine, and we consider that an escalation. And as a proper response for this escalation, allowing Ukraine to hit targets inside of Russia, which, by the way, they're not hitting like Moscow or anything. These targets are hitting military bases that are housing aircraft, artillery, and other weapons. In fact, Russia has already had to move its craft further and further away so they don't get hit by this. I don't think Putin has that many years left to do this again. He's getting up there in age. It's not about Putin, you and me. It's the same way that it's not about Trump here. It's about the bourgeoisie. It's about the capital class, the oligarchs. Nuking anyone is insane, yes, and specifically like Israel could get away with dropping a nuke right now. If Israel nuked Iran, they would get away with it. However, if Russia dropped a nuke on Ukraine, in Kursk, let's say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it was even considered necessary or not. Even countries like China, they only have like 3 allies. They have BRICS, but a lot of BRICS are more US allies than they are Russian allies. China has already said, knock it off with the nuclear threats. They don't want Russia to use a nuclear weapon. Their only other ally is Kim Jong-un, like in North Korea, who's also ramping up like nuclear fear-mongering rhetoric, but also can't do shit. And then there's Iran, who's not in any way giving a fuck about the Russians at the moment. So our government here in Britain has now, speaking of, that was the next thing I was going to add in, Batgaz, that if Trump refuses to aid Ukraine, that the UK will send troops into Ukraine. And I think that that's based, by the way. Let me pull that up, by the way. Play a video about that. I think that that is an excellent answer. I think it might also prevent America from pulling out in some cases. Like, I'm not sure how much of a difference it may be, but if the, like, I don't know. It's like Trump doesn't make the decisions, right? If the people in charge decide that, oh, okay, well, fuck, if the British actually go into Ukraine, then this would start like an actual war with NATO. And if we don't want that to happen, then we need to stay in NATO. Could be a possibility. I really don't think there's anything either Trump or Putin leaves, like whatever comes after, there won't be a continuation. Trump, kind of, when Trump dies, I think the cult dies with him, but there's a lot of mini cults inside of that cult, and they will vie for power, and one will gain a supremacy from it. My hypothesis that I've been saying is if the Democrats change nothing, and if we continue on this path, in 4 years, it'll be Elon Musk running for president, even though he's not a US-born citizen. I've clarified this. It will be him. He's the only one that will get the base, like, energized enough. They don't like any of the other ones. The sea and BRICS is conducting medieval warfare against each other in the Himalayas. Look, the world's fucked, guys. But again, I do like the idea of England saying, hey, we'll send soldiers into Ukraine if America fucks off. But so essentially, we are allowing Ukrainians to use long-range missiles known as the Army Tactical Missile System, or ATACMS. ATACMS, that's what that was. President Zelensky of Ukraine did not confirm. Today, many in the media are talking about the fact that we have received permission to take appropriate actions, Mr. Zelensky said, but the blows are not inflicted with words. Such things are not announced. The rockets will speak for themselves. To help Ukraine defend Kharkiv, Biden allowed them to use HIMARS, which have a range of 50 miles. I think these have a range of about 220. Oh yeah, by the way, there's 50,000 soldiers in Kursk right now. I think about 10K of those are North Koreans that are still just like having a wank instead of fighting. So that's great for us. But Britain always supports the underdogs. We did this. Well, so I was actually afraid that Britain wouldn't do anything this time, considering the way that your government has gone lately. But I am liking Starmer more than I expected to, at least. Now, how do I make this full screen and still keep this chat? I guess we're going to have transparent chat like this whenever we play a video.
Joe Biden reversing a long-standing U.S.
There's manpower in Ukraine, bulletproof bullets, but Russia has like 600,000 casualties right now. And they have like infinite people, sure, but we're winning.
Involving the war in Ukraine. Biden now going to allow Ukrainian forces to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia for the very first time. CNN's Kevin Liptak is traveling with the president in Brazil. Kevin, what more are you learning?
Yeah, this is a major change in American policy, and it comes at a critical point in the war in Ukraine as Russian forces mass in the city and around the city of Kursk as they prepare for an offensive there, and as North Korea has sent thousands of its troops to fight alongside Russia in that conflict. President Biden making this decision to allow—
should have made this decision like a long time ago. I've been saying this for months now, guys. We should have been, like, Ukraine has been begging for the permission to do this for months. It took them 2 years to give Ukraine, like, F-16s, which they could have, like, this war could have been so over already if we supported Ukraine in the way that we support Israel. Are you kidding? Wasn't that only cleared for Kursk? No, it wasn't. We gave them the planes. We sent them technicians to use them. We taught them how to use them. It takes a while to learn how to fly an F-16, by the way. I actually think Britain going into Ukraine will be a great idea. I honestly do too. In fact, the idea of, hear me out on this, because this sounds a little wild to me, and I'm not sure how I feel about it just yet. I'm just, the thought has been coming up more and more, and I'm considering scenarios in which something like this happens. If America was to pull out of NATO entirely, like Trump is like, we're out of NATO, that means NATO consists of every country that still already is in it, minus the US. I feel like if America backed out and NATO said, fuck it, we're gonna enter the war, like England went into Ukraine and one English person got killed, like one UK soldier got killed, and suddenly all of NATO enters a war with Russia, I think that might not end in like the end of the world. I don't think that might, like World War III might not be the outcome there. Especially if America backs out, then that doesn't give China a reason to pop in. Iran is already busy with its own regional stuff. Like there's nobody in the area that would join that war on Russia's side if America isn't involved. Because if, let's say if China helped Russia and we left NATO and said we don't care about Europe, that leaves their Pacific flank open for us to take advantage of. No, I don't think China should own NATO, but I think we need to normalize relations with China quite a lot more. Look, at this point, I think, like, to be clear, China's government is authoritarian. They're not great. I would not want to live there. But stability-wise, I feel like they might, like, I feel like the Trump administration might end up being worse than living in a country like China. From Britain, the Royal Marines and SAS would be first in. Russia loses. He hasn't got a prayer. I've long said that we could take out the Russian government with like 6 guys in special forces if done properly and committed to. But That's a whole other thing.
Allow Ukraine to fire the American ATACMS missiles inside Russia for the first time. And this had been the subject of a long-running debate inside the American government about the wisdom of allowing Ukraine this new capability. There were officials who were concerned about the risk of escalation in this war. That's something that President Biden has been concerned about throughout the conflict. You also heard officials worry about the stockpiles of ATACMS. These are not resources in endless supply. At the end of the day, the addition of the North Korean troops to this conflict certainly has created a new sense of concern in Washington about where this war
Look, I mean, the North Koreans haven't been particularly useful. I mean, we make jokes about them. I'm sure, like, Russia got them to stop masturbating and actually start fighting again. But how useful can they possibly be at this point? There's 10,000 of them, right? And, oopsie, that's not... I just wanted chat to be there. God damn it. There's 10,000 of them. They are, North Korean soldiers. Not exactly, trained, not exactly ready to, fight in a war that has been going on for 3 years against not only American armed, but like hardened Ukrainian soldiers. I mean, the long-range missiles ATACMS in the last 2 days. Yeah, well, we're going to see a couple of those hitting. The issue is that the U.S. provides a lot of heavy lift and logistic capability. It would be more painful. Well, yes, it would be more painful, but I that is a scenario that is possible, and I do think that considering it in the context of every other possible scenario, it might not be the worst. It's pretty much just a mob running Russia. Nobody wants the trouble of installing a new government. Well, and that's another thing, because most of the Russian people wouldn't really care. It's not like when you see videos of Ukrainian soldiers in Russia, like when they made it into Kursk, the Russians weren't like fighting back. They were like, oh yeah, the Ukrainians are nice to us. So, damn, been for a few weeks, been down for a few weeks. What's been down? 10,000 guys that have barely used a cell phone, now they're in a drone war. Exactly. If Europe and Britain show a fraction of their strength, factions in Russia would force Putin to resign his presidency. I don't believe that. I believe if NATO actually made a push to not invade Russian territory, but like every NATO country sends troops to Ukraine and has them reinforce the front lines and send the Ukrainians out to take back territory while the NATO troops hold the line. That is a functional strategy that could not escalate and win. It would be useful in that case. And yes, the EU is arming up. In fact, we've seen a lot of reports of different countries around like Europe saying, hey, we need to like pay attention, like Trump might back out. We need to arm up. We need to build our own industries. Trash Panda, I've been down depressed this election. Look, I know how you're feeling, Trash Panda. We've all been a bit down and depressed, but there is still things that we can do. There is still hope. And right now is the time that you need to try the hardest. You cannot, like, tuning out right now is the worst possible time for you to. Feeling hopeless and depressed and not like paying attention, not gathering information, and not doing action. Again, if you want to do something that, I don't know, helps the community, that you can phone bank with Progressive Victory. We're like still today in a democracy up until Trump takes over and turns our democracy into whatever the hell it becomes. Currently, we still can advocate for better things. We still can fight for good, and we still can try and protect the people that are in the most danger. Right now, I think the goal should be protect those in the most direct danger, and then we can work from there. ATACMS will spread the battlefield at much faster reaction times. Well, yes, we'll see this in a second.
Headed It's a subject of conversation that President Biden has had throughout his trip this week in South America. He discussed it earlier in Lima, Peru, with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. He also discussed it yesterday with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, trying to apply pressure on Beijing, to apply pressure on its largest, or on North Korea, which is China's largest trading partner, to try and
try misspeaking more on the news, eh?
Kim Jong-un that this was a mistake at North Korea, that it sends...
Okay, so again, our justification here is that the North Koreans are the reason we can do this without it being escalatory. I want to see some like actual military people talk about what this could mean.
Military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, great to see you. So first off, explain what these missiles are all about, this Army Tactical Missile System, or sometimes referred to as ATACMS. Talk to me about what they are, their capability, and why this is a potential turning point.
Yeah, Frederica, the MGM-140 ATACMS, as you mentioned, the Army Tactical Missile System, has a range of around 180 to 190 miles. And what it can do is...
So 180 to 190 miles is like, that's enough to reach Moscow from where we would launch them. Not that, you know, they would, but also, like, Ukraine's been hitting Moscow with drones and shit anyway. What are you saying? The North Korean line is strange to me. I feel like a huge attack on energy infrastructure should have been the escalation, that and Trump winning. The North Korean thing is, honestly, I feel like should be embarrassing to Russia to have to ask, like, to have North Korean soldiers who no one even thinks about North Korea unless they're making like another bomb threat every now and again, come into your war that's been going on for 3 years, that was supposed to last like 5 days, and help you is pretty pathetic. 300K or so is the unclassified range. Well, makes sense. These things are useful. If it's actually 300 or so, then they actually might... No, surely. Because the Russians moved their main planes back about 280 since, from what I saw, kilometers. So we'll find out in this, actually, I'm sure.
Logistical centers.
I'm sure we'll find out.
All of those kinds of things that could resupply a front line. So what the purpose of this is, from the Biden administration standpoint... With
these missiles? Because they've hit Moscow with drones.
For the Ukrainians to prevent the Russians and the North Koreans from attacking the Ukrainian concentrations in Kursk, which is the territory of Russia that Ukraine has occupied since August. So these missiles are designed to go in and to take out those kinds of things, like those logistics installations that I described.
Well, yeah, that was the point. It's to hit the forward bases. It's to stop Russia from being able to keep shelling inside of Ukraine as much as they do. It's all defensive bombing, which is what Ukraine is doing. I would still rather them push for the offensive. I know America just approved a whole bunch of money for them before, you know, Biden leaves, because they're not getting any more. Ukraine can win this war before Trump takes office if we just, as the West, allow them to. Yeah, basically, you move up to 10 to 20K behind the float, and so they can reach 280K from where they control. Exactly. How did the new US base in Poland opening affect this? I don't think it did at all. And the drones are long distance gliders. Yeah, well, they're also like even just like farming propeller planes and whatnot. So I guess that could make more sense. A US base opening in Poland, I'm not sure affected this at all, but I know that a lot of Nordic countries right now are all jumping onto the anti-immigration propaganda that Russia spews, which, by the way, is where it came from in the US, all this anti-immigrant border invasion shit that we were saying before the election that has mostly disappeared now is all Russian. And now all of the countries that are bordering Russia, Norway, Sweden, even Poland, Hungary, all the Balkans, they're all getting hit with a flood of this specific propaganda. Poland specifically is getting hit with Russians are illegally like immigrating to Poland as a way of like stirring up the internal hatred there. That's the thing. Russia's military is increasingly weak, but the one way that they've managed to maintain success in the way that they engage with superpowers and attack superpowers, it's how they defeated the United States and now own us, is through misinformation through the internet and by influencing public opinion, creating a inability to come to consensus and a polarization of the environment, of the media environment, so that they can take advantage of politicians and politics. They've done this in Georgia, the country, not the state, but also like in the state with the bomb threats. They've done this all over the US. They are doing this everywhere, all the time. This is how they win, because their military is dog shit. It's just, you know, the Russian trolls that sit there on their computer, or the bot networks that influence public opinion that actually manage to get them a win. Now, the first thing to achieve is air superiority, which the RAF can easily achieve over Russia. Well, that's the thing. Again, we could win this war. Ukraine could win in the next month or two before Trump takes office. All we would need to do is allow them, like other countries to help. If NATO came in and helped, it'd be fine. Honestly, at this point, like, I wish we would back out of NATO so that we could do this. If America was in NATO, obviously this would end very differently. Imagine going into a coma in 2012 and waking up in 24. Oh, we're at war with Russia? Well, I bet the Republicans are happy to send in the military. Actually, yeah.
Do this in a very efficient, very lethal manner. And
right. Give me to the map. Give me the map.
Probably say is that you can only attack those installations that are supplying the war effort against you in Ukraine or in Kursk.
See, again, why put all of these restrictions? Obviously, there are rules of war that they have to engage with. Why are you adding extra restrictions onto Ukraine? Oh, you can't hit this and you can't hit that. It's not like they're aiming at residential buildings. Ukraine isn't the one that's doing, like, Russia's shit, Israel's shit. You don't have to keep restricting them even when you finally allow them to actually use the weapons that you give them.
This particular instance. So the idea
it's mind-boggling,
Frederica, that they would go in and they would give them a list of targets that they can hit. The Ukrainians would perhaps provide a list of targets that they would like to hit, and then they would say, yes, you can use these weapons to hit those targets, or no, you can't.
Actually,
hit those targets.
True.
One thing that we
what the last war the U.S. actually won that didn't involve, like, other countries allying and helping us was the Civil War. That was it. That was the only other, and in fact, even the Civil War, I'm pretty sure we got some help from other countries in the financial, like, side of it. Iraq War, okay, but we had several other countries, a coalition of them, in fact, to help us win the Iraq War. And Afghanistan, I can't really say we won. The Spanish-American War, like the Alamo, right? Was that after the Civil War? I thought that was before the Civil War. Hold on. Yeah, that's 1898, and then the Civil. Not Cuba doesn't count. You're right, though. I would say the Spanish-American War would probably be the last war that we've actually won without any assistance. But let me see. Let me see who was fighting in this war. Let's have a look. Well, okay, sure. We won this war. This one's fine. Cuba, not necessarily a war, I wouldn't say. Not in the sense of, like, a full-scale military, like, conflict and a case of extended military conflict. Not, like, a couple days, you know? Cuba was in that war, exactly. I mean, like, I thought you were referring to, like, after that. The JFK stuff, the shit with, like, the Cold War era Cuba problems that we were having. The Cold War. Spain used to own it. Yes, I know. The coup shit as well doesn't count into, like, actual war. I'm talking this you were correct, by the way. I was wrong that it was the Civil War. It would have been the Spanish-American War was the last war that we actually won. But everything after that has been either a subversion of another country's like independence through a coup, whether it's a military coup or a diplomatic coup or a government coup, or it's been a clusterfuck where we get fucked over, or it's been a clusterfuck that we win, like Iraq and like the Gulf War, but with the help of a lot of people around us, a lot of allies. Aside from that, pretty bad at war.
Definitely be off the list would be nuclear installations or anything that would affect the strategic warfighting capability of Russia. That would most likely be off the list at this point in time.
And then how much of this is
Can you really count Grenada, though? Like, you can send 3 guys to do that.
To North Korean troops being in Russia and potentially assisting in this war in Ukraine?
A lot of it has to do with the fact that the North Koreans are in Russia.
I will say, you guys got to get used to the North Koreans and start being a bit nicer to them, because they will be the only Koreans before long. I genuinely believe that North Korea will outlive South Korea at this point.
Doing this and providing support to the Russians and probably joining them in a military sense. So what the Biden administration is signaling is that that kind of addition to the Russian war machine is unacceptable to us. We don't want foreign troops coming into Russia, supporting the Russian war effort. And the North Koreans are the first ones to do this overtly, at least. And the signal to the North Koreans, as well as the Chinese, is not to support the Russian war effort, at least not that overtly.
What are the potential?
God damn, we are dumb. And Jesus Christ, bulletproof bullet. We really are that dumb. Wow. Like, what general has that idea and thinks, oh yeah, that's a good idea?
Repercussions if North Korean troops are also taken out along with Russian troops, even though the targets, as you said, would be logistical targets.
Dublin Marley, I kind of agree and I kind of disagree. It's not a lack of Korean women having sex. It's also not just economics. It is Korean men viscerally hate women, and it's economically difficult to have children. It is the same issue that exists pretty much everywhere in the world. Incel misogyny is taking off. It's been pretty bad in South Korea and in Japan for a while now, but like everywhere in the world, essentially, it's just visceral misogyny and hatred for women among the male populations. And the economic factors. I don't think if you just solved the economic factor that South Korea's population would increase. I don't think so. Not after this point, Dublin Marley. It is definitely, though, not a single issue. Like, it's not, there's no single cause to the issue. I'm often of the belief that there is almost never a single cause to any particular issue. Everything is multifaceted, and it's always useful to analyze every bit of it, but fuck, I mean, like, this is a global issue now. We don't even need to just point at any one country.
Consequently, there might be also personnel might be involved or taken out. What would be the potential consequences here?
The potential consequences could be somewhat far-reaching. It's possible that the North Koreans could react against South Korea, for example.
Who knows what's going to happen, because Donald Trump is going to replace essentially every general that we have in government. So we shall see. Trump transition team compiling a list of current and former U.S. military officials for possible court-martials. Essentially exactly what you think this is. This is the Night of Long Knives. They're going to find every single official that ever spoke out about Donald Trump, including people like Mark Milley and John Kelly, and they're going to kill them. They're going to kill them. And so whoever gets put in their place, we'll see. They are being, like, Trump has said that they should be charged with treason. And under the current law, it doesn't matter. Like, obviously, the current law no longer matters. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's like looking into the Spanish Civil War 2.0. I'm in Germany, and the AfD is all about appeasement and turning the gas back on. Well, yes, that's the thing with the Nazis. They'll also do that here, where they are appeasatory of other dictatorial powers, and then they'll work together to fuck you over. The AfD wants the gas turned back on because the Russians support the AfD. Oh yeah, he's after everyone who assisted Milley, who plotted with Pompeo to stop the coup. Literally, like, every single one of them are going to get killed. They're doing Soviet-style purges. Yeah, this is like the Stalin purges. It really is. They don't know shit, Comrade Lenin. You think that they're smart? And by the way, just to, like, some extra add-on to the fact that, like, they really are Russian agents. Mike Flynn, by the way, has been a Russian agent from the very beginning. Mike Flynn also, you know, did get charged with working for a foreign country. I think it was actually Turkey at the time, and not admitting it. Also, like, this person, Jim Stewardson, who, like, a lot of his posts come off to me like Blue and On, but also when you read them, they're like, they make sense. Like here, for example,
as late as the late 19th, early 20th century, there was a movement called Cosmism in the sort of around the time of the Soviet Revolution, 1920s Soviet Union, and it claimed that for the revolution to succeed, you had to physically resurrect all the dead people using science, and it was workers of the world.
By the way,
unite
this is one of the people that own the country now. This is the guy that owns JD Vance.
Their slogan was "Dead of the World, Unite." And then, of course, they didn't make much progress.
He really does look like he's a ghoul, like from Fallout, that had plastic surgery to try and look like he has normal human skin.
And then at some point, by the time you get to Stalin and the show trials, and
yeah, so like that's my point here. Is like, I don't really I don't know this person very well. Their posts are often correct though. Journalists, his like record is fine, but like at this point on the internet, you can barely tell. But on this shit, he's been dead on. So from Mike Flynn, instead of fighting for peace in this regional conflict, the neo-hawks in the WDC, both parties, I don't even know this like QAnon language, are creating conditions for global war 2 months before the United States is a new leader. Biden is deathly afraid that Trump will end the war in Ukraine, so afraid he's willing to start a nuclear war to save his life. Russian agents, obviously. Jim Caviezel to the CIA, you'll have to kill me before I stop exposing your pedophile ring. According to Caviezel, since he's been publicly claimed that the CIA operates the world's biggest pedophile ring, has been, well, I mean, to be fair, I do probably believe that. I just believe that these people are involved with it. Lenin never said this, nor did Stalin do this. Weren't the purges kind of Stalinite? I don't know what the future holds for Carrie Lake, but after me, I would assign her the task of running the USG Commission to strengthen up our elections. Like, this shit is insane. Mike Flynn is a traitor. He was convicted of being a foreign agent, and also is QAnon. There is like a decent amount of evidence that this guy is QAnon. In fact, I seem to have actually just opened it. Trotsky, is it? For those on the left are afraid of their own shadows, but this MSM clip is a reminder to all with the lengths they go to stay in control. There's no such thing as disinformation or misinformation. There is only information you accept and information you do not accept. You were not born with a requirement to believe everything you're told. So essentially, indoctrination, cool. Rather, you were born with a God-given brain that allows you to process the information you receive and make independent choices. I do agree with this. It's just, you know, your independent choices being made by these people, being the fillers of the empty space in your head, probably not a good idea. But Mike Flynn is Q, by the way. I don't know how much you guys know about QAnon. It is a bit of a hyperfixation of mine because I was dating a guy right when QAnon kicked off in 2016. on 4chan before it moved. It was the very, very early beginning of QAnon. And I had a lot of fun at the time, like breaking down what he would tell me, like, oh, this is what Q is predicting. And I would say, oh, that's not going to work. That's not going to happen. And then I'd be right. And then they would always move the goalposts. And this was like very, very early days. I knew it was cultish, but like I didn't know it was going to get as bad as it did. So I've always been really interested in it. And yeah, it was the greatest 4chan troll of all time, but it was actually Mike Flynn. Now, did he get right into it? Not necessarily. So what happened was Flynn engineered Snowden's breach of the DIA servers. This is when they released the WikiLeaks stuff to the John Podesta emails to WikiLeaks. They had Russian hackers hack the DIA with the help of Flynn. This is all, by the way, evidence that was proven in court, I believe. Let me see, Mike Flynn prosecution. I can't remember if it was the Russian one. The U.S. versus Michael Flynn. It was contact with the Russian ambassador, public statements about these. Flynn's history with Russian ambassador Sergei Kislyak, dated 2013. Reported that Obama administration was preparing implement retaliatory measures for the invasion of Crimea. At the time, Flynn was holding holidaying in the Dominican Republic, according to the Mueller report. After talking to McFarlane, Flynn proceeded to call Kislyak. Flynn told Kislyak, what I would ask you guys to do, make sure that you convey this. Do not allow this Obama administration to box us in right now, okay? Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, like, guy was working with the Russians. Very, very clear. Beyond this, so they made MAGA 3X. This was before me paying attention, but like MAGA 3X was essentially all of the high-ranking like militia members. It's like their like little group chat, right? Peter Thiel now got involved here. Pizzagate was essentially the prototype of QAnon. Obviously, Pizzagate was not real. Pizzagate was a made-up conspiracy theory that resulted in a guy actually going into a pizzeria with a gun looking for like kidnapped children. However, after Pizzagate, Flynn and Eric Prince engineered Comey reopening the emails for Hillary Clinton, which cost her the election. MAGA 3X created Q for Mike Flynn. Q is a Kremlin-backed psyop run by an American traitor to build Fifth Column in the United States. Mike Flynn filed his defense fund. This is not the one that actually... This guy actually has a whole thing on... Here we go. This is the one that explains why he's Q. I saw this not all that long ago. Pizzagate was so fucking ridiculous. It was almost as bad as Gamergate. I read this not all that long ago on your page, man. How often do you post? Oh, that's your new defense secretary. Ah, come on. This isn't even on the docket for today, but I'm just so interested on the QAnon stuff that I need to know. I need to know. I'm gonna keep accidentally opening things. Whoopsie. Oh, fuck it. It's too late. Gamergate will never die. Please don't let that start up again. I don't want to deal with that. That was before my time, and I like that being before my time. Now, the real irony for me is that World War II, we allied with the Russians against Germany. Now there's a strong possibility that we'll be allied with Germany against the Russians. How times change. There's a decent possibility that the Germans and the Russians and America might ally together against the West. That's how times are changing. So many people have the story of their SO going off the deep end, and I was worried that that would get dark. No. I'm smart enough that I got the fuck away from the QAnon like crazy person well before it got like bad. I've definitely seen people go off the deep end though, and I've tried to prevent it. It doesn't necessarily always work, unfortunately. I did accidentally close the document that I actually wanted to show you here. Give me. Look, Mike Flynn being involved in the current administration after us like knowing for a fact that the man was a Russian agent and worked with the Russian government is literally insane. Cambridge Analytica was also part of that equation, yes, but Cambridge Analytica, in the same fucking way as Elon Musk buying Twitter was part of the equation. In fact, I have a graph for that too. And yes, QAnon is like brain rot certified garbage, but I'm telling you that the person who was posting as QAnon was Michael Flynn. Or it was, you know, it was either Michael Flynn or somebody meant to appear as Michael Flynn. Now hold on, where is the here we go, public discourse. So you think Cambridge Analytica was bad, and it was, by the way, but this is Elon Musk's. What's up, Popchevsky Conscience? This is Elon Musk's election interference. And yes, it was the general that was the traitor and worked for the Russians, certified garbage. Oof, the ads got you. Might have to drop me a sub. Thank you, Bulletproof Bullet. So, like, again, Cambridge Analytica definitely swayed the election back in 2016. But on July 13th, when Elon endorsed Trump, by the way, you could tell this happened on Twitter. If you were on Twitter regularly, from this point, you could see a lot more right-wing accounts being boosted. I was seeing, like, Tucker Carlson showing up on my For You page. It was insane. By the way, it's still kind of like that. They have the right-wing accounts significantly boosted. And Elon Musk, being the insecure, like, loser that he is, has himself boosted in the algorithm about 1,000%, so he always comes up. Russians are everywhere, sabotaging, fake shit, literally everywhere. Well, yeah, that's kind of the theme here, which is why I'm super, super okay with us hitting them with long-range missiles, and I'm very much okay with if America backs out of funding Ukraine for the UK and the rest of the EU entering the war. Now, and China, yes, but China is the better option here. Again, China's the one that's kind of just sitting here waiting to see what happens. Like, obviously, I don't trust them, and obviously they are working in their own best interest, but they can't be as bad as the Russians at this point, right? Yeah, China's smart. China just wants, like, better economy. Now, wow, we're actually done with the first hour already. I was gonna do the UFO hearings in the second hour, but I still have a couple things I want to get to. So let's start with this. Please shut up. I didn't ask you to autoplay. Speaking of not smart people, this sounds like a horrible idea. Cruise company offers Americans a 4-year escape from Trump's presidency. Yeah, well, you guys voted that you wanted to watch the UFO hearings, and so we're going to watch the full 2 hours. Imagine, first off, your best case scenario. You go on a cruise ship, and you come back in 4 years, and either the country is just broken apart and trashed, or you come off the ship to, like, Nazis with guns just ready to arrest you at the gate. But the idea of, like, spending 4 years on a cruise ship is insane. I've never been on a cruise ship ever in my life, but everyone that I know who has said that it is essentially like numbing to your brain. It feels like a train station. What's the word for this? It's not a transient zone. It's a there's a word for it. Like in between reality and not. Jon Stewart welcomes you with open arms. Look, I'd happily vote for Jon Stewart. Long-range missiles that will hit Russian military targets. Don't know why people are butthurt. Popchevsky Conscious, people are butthurt because they think that letting, like, Ukraine use long-range missiles means that Russia will fucking nuke somebody, which is just... They've been fed into the narrative that you can't ever, like... use equivalent or escalate the amount of force you use against Russia, because at that point you're trying to start World War III. Fuck you. If I'm spending 4 years on a cruise ship, I'm getting a monocle and a top hat. Well, to be fair, that's the only way you could ever enjoy it. Cruise ships are only fun when you're rich enough to spend an ungodly amount of money every day. And yes, you would be an immigrant at that point if you haven't lived in the country for 4 years. And they wouldn't like that. Even if you were white, they'd probably, like, give you the side eye. Cruise ships now are so huge and well equipped, they're literally floating cities. They're also one of the worst contributors to climate change, considering a lot of cruise ships still burn like whale fat, like whale oil. You know, those big plumes of smoke that come off of like cruise ships? That's what that is. There's a reason they don't have the main rudders on when they're anywhere near like a main city, because it's just plumes of smog. But let's have a look.
If you're looking for an
how
escape,
insane this is.
escape either for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 1 year, there's no better place than on a ship, right? Where you can wake up every day to a new backyard and
Yeah,
get
something like that.
everything you need taken care of. Whether that's food or laundry or getting you around the world. It's very reasonable and
Look, being on a cruise ship for 4 years just kind of sounds like the Earth is dying and we went on like a space colony voyage, like Wall-E. It feels like Wall-E. That's what this feels like. You're trying to like go on a little ship, have fun for a couple years, and come back when everything is fixed. They're literally trying to do Wall-E. No, not Noah's Ark. I like Wall-E better. Wall-E. That was an adorable movie. God bless America. God bless our ships. Whale, baby, whale. I'm kind of dumb, but if I vote which country would use a nuke, North Korea or Iran, the only two countries in the world that are crazy enough to use a nuke right now are Israel and North Korea. Iran has a nuke. They will not use it unless they get nuked first. Period. Iran is the only rational country left in the region of like the Middle East. And I get both the right and the left argue with me on this, but well, yeah, Israel has a nuke and they're the only ones crazy enough to really use it right now. North Korea will keep threatening using a nuke, but they won't, because if North Korea nukes something, it'll piss China off. China doesn't want anyone using nukes. I don't think North Korea would actually do it. Like, if they were going to nuke anything, it would be the United States, which would barely get, like, they could nuke our main, like, ports in Los Angeles, sure. But that wouldn't help them. And the only instance where North Korea would nuke us is if they were trying to start a war with South Korea. They wouldn't nuke South Korea because they want that land, obviously. It's the same reason why, like, it's the same reason why Israel would never nuke Gaza or the West Bank, but they would nuke Lebanon or Iran. They want the land. We have a track record, yes. North Korea threatens to nuke someone just so they can get 10,000 tons of rice aid. Essentially, I mean, look, it works for Russia. It seems to be that whenever you threaten to nuke somebody, everyone just listens to you, whether you have any credibility to the claim or not. Israel isn't the God's land. I doubt they will use a nuke. Mad. Like I said, if they do, it'll be against Iran. And Israel thinks they can... Like, Israel right now could nuke the United States. And the United States would pretend that there was a good reason for it. Like, Israel could nuke the White House, and we would have Joe Biden doing a press conference saying there was Hamas infrastructure in the White House or something. It's ridiculous, but they're the only ones. No one else is going to use a nuke. It benefits nobody. It would turn the entire world against you, including like countries like Russia. No one wants them to nuke anybody. No one would be happy with them. They won't nuke Gaza. Exactly. They can't colonize the, well, I mean, they annex the land, rather. Yes, they are literally shooting at UN peacekeepers, harassing anyone that dares to stop them. You're not wrong, in fact. And, well, actually, we were going to talk about this in a minute, but here. According to the UN, Israel's war conducted in Gaza consistent with the characteristics of genocide. Finally, by the way, we have the UN saying, oh yeah, this is absolutely fucking genocidal. You know, like, you guys don't understand that there's gonna be no Palestinians left in like a very short time. No, don't be sorry. You never have to be sorry for ranting. Hold on. There we go. You can check out the Unifil news page. They detail every incident. Yes, I do. It's bad, you know, like, listen, this is what Gaza, like, this is just the bombing of Gaza since the beginning of the war. So October 7th, they did all of these bombs right here. And then as time went on, very, very quickly, you'll see the numbers rise. That's the amount of, yeah. There is no Palestinians right now. Anything above here, like this entire region, from where I'm drawing my mouse up, no food, no water, no medicine, no electricity. They're all starving to death. This is an open military combat zone, so they will just shoot to kill anybody here. Then once this is cleared, this is next. Then finally this. At the same time, they're currently annexing the West Bank. They've announced it. There you go. Eyeing Trump's support, Israeli minister pushes for West Bank settlement annexation. There's a whole lot of different like articles and videos on this. There are none left. Sorry guys, but they're done. They're done. There's Palestinians are done. Everyone who thought, you know, oh, like Kamala Harris, genocide supporter, she won't help the Palestinians. Well, there you go. This is what you get.
Way to live a lifestyle.
Lebanon's probably next.
So you have the 1 year escape from reality. You have the 2 year midterm selection.
Okay, here's my question, right? The 1 year escape from reality, that I can understand. That's pretty rational if you're a wealthy person and you had like a rough year and you want to just take a year off on a cruise ship. Sure. The midterm one, what do you think is like, what good is leaving the country for 2 years and coming back for the midterms? Like, is it to like vote? Times the left was being to the left, we kind of hurt her chances. Well, yes, but that's not our problem. They like, if she ran a better campaign, then she would have won. If she ran economic populism, us like yelling at her about the genocide wouldn't have stopped her from winning. It's just economic populism. How much to found rapture at the bottom of the ocean? Who knows?
You have the 3 year anywhere but home, and you have the 4 year.
This is stupid. This is so stupid.
And so, regardless of who had won, we had this in the works. So, it's not a really a political campaign at all. It's just the timing is with the election, and it just happened that Trump won, and there's more.
So they were going to do this anyway. Cool. So I made a decision, since we're already in the second hour, I'm just going to wait until the third hour before we start the UFO stuff. And in the meantime, we'll cover some of
developing this morning, reports that new first best friend Elon Musk is
news that has happened. We had another Nazi rally. Notice how this is like number 4 since Trump won in America alone, not counting the 2 we've had in Australia, the multiple that have happened in the UK, in France, in Italy, in Germany. Imagine taking a cruise. I've never been on a cruise ship and I never want to. That's kind of a thing. By the way, they're like cesspools. Imagine being on a cruise ship during COVID. But look, these guys are getting much more comfortable doing this. At least in Australia, we arrest them. It's illegal to do this.
Masks and carrying Nazi flags marched through Columbus. In response, Mike DeWine said, "We will not tolerate hate in Ohio."
You mean the AFD are taking interest, are flattered by Americans taking interest in their culture?
Dramatic increase in similar incidents nationwide. Here's ABC's Rena Roy.
Tonight, an Ohio community on edge after this group, masked and dressed in black, marched through the streets of Columbus Saturday, carrying firearms and flags with swastikas.
There's legitimate Nazis. Can you lock the door?
Black community leaders organizing a countermarch for unity this afternoon, walking the same path just north of downtown. Ohio's Republican Governor Mike DeWine condemning the masked group.
Lennon, the last Nazi rally they had that I covered last stream was when they did it in front of the Anne Frank show and they were shouting Heil Hitler and Heil Trump. And of course they're cowards. They're Nazi stickers for cookers. All Nazis are cowards. All Nazis are insecure losers. All of them are, like, we've talked about this at length. The foundation of what a Nazi is comes from insecurity, both sexual insecurity and physical self-worth insecurity, as well as just being an overall loser with an inability to do any kind of critical thinking, introspection, emotional regulation skills, and the inability to take the consequences of their actions onto themselves and not blame somebody else for it. All of these things together, and generally also pedophilia, creates Nazi. Also, yes, Tulsi is DNI. We're going to talk about that more later, but I've covered it already. Tulsi's just there for the Russians. They're losers, retarded, idiot, virgin incels. Essentially, yes. And some of them are not idiots. Some of them are not virgins, but they become this anyway. Because, as we've said, content that is geared towards men specifically online, whether it's gaming, whether it's news, whether it's sports, whether it's food, whatever it is, all has this kind of messaging built into it. I mean, look, last stream we covered a couple Nazis trying to groom an Antifa kid, and obviously they failed, thankfully, but the tactics that they use, you see literally all the time, everywhere. And Bernie doesn't like Tulsi. Bernie's just not going to start a fight with the Trump administration. Bernie is going to try and use the Trump administration as much as he can because Republicans like Bernie. If he ran, he would have won. Maybe not this time around, but 2020 and 2016, yes, he absolutely would have won because they like him. So he wants to stay on their good side so that, maybe he can make some change. Young men are so easy to manipulate. Do better men. I honestly, I don't put it on the men themselves, stickers for cookers. Everyone is easy to manipulate. We all need to do better. All of you should do critical analysis on the media that you consume. Never believe anybody who just tells you anything. Don't even believe me. When I make a claim, either read the article that I have put up on screen, or ask me for a source, or look for a link, or do your own research and do some critical thinking. The issue is a lot of these young men are manipulated because it's funny and it becomes a social thing rather than them learning online. It's now from their friends. Shuan had a great video on this. It's not just about men having all these it's not just men having these in all their spaces. It's feelings of abandonment by liberalism. Well, yes, and I agree with that as well. And I've watched that video, but the problem here is it's a cycle, right? Men feel abandoned because other people don't want to be around the men because they're being bad, leading to them feeling lonely and abandoned. Now, the only way to break through this isn't to separate the cycle and fix one or the other. It's to fix the entire thing at once. It is a societal change. It is a societal discourse on the mainstream news. We need to be having conversations about this for the average idiot American voter, the one that's illiterate, to understand. And it's a generational factor. We need to teach this shit in schools. Too bad we're not going to have schools. We really don't know about politics. TV only gives us 20%. I read today that most Americans get about 25% of their news from online influencers. So TV makes almost no difference. Even if you looked at the elections exit polls, TV made very little difference. It was mostly just the anti-trans ads, and that's because we didn't fire back against those. I'll just believe you because you're news mommy. I am news mommy, but you should still definitely look up the claims that I make. I mean, I put the sources on the screen, and I do have full source documents. They're just not organized into one because it's really, really hard to do that. So, and I'm working on it. One day you will have a master document of mine to be able to read. That is propaganda. Millennials heard the same BS 20 years ago. Stickers for cookers. Propaganda is not a good or a bad term. Propaganda is a neutral tool. It's just about how it's used. And right now, propaganda is being used badly. We need to use propaganda for good. That's my thing, is if we want our message to get across, we need to use propaganda and message in the way that the right does. Not lie to them. We don't need to misinform them because we have actual evidence, and not mean for no reason, but you need to word your messaging in a way that it doesn't instantly get flagged as, oh, this is like woke leftist Marxism, throw that away. You have to kind of sound like a right-winger, which is why, like, I talked about this last stream and we got into a bit of an argument in you should be able to slur these people occasionally. Obviously don't say like certain things. Like, I'm not saying call the right-wing troll the N-word. I mean, unless you're black and you want to. But like, and it's not necessarily even just about slurs that you're allowed to use. Slur them in the way that is most embarrassing to them and the least harmful to others. Like me, as an autistic, calling someone a retard is not necessarily harmful to anybody. First of all, most autistic people that I know are not offended by being, like, by seeing the word retard. Now, would I call someone retarded for being autistic? No. Would I derogatorily call Elon Musk a retard, even though he's autistic? Absolutely. It is about making these people seem cringe. It is about making them feel weak, emasculated. When you call them, like, when you talk about them how they really are, it makes them feel strong. They like being scary. They like being evil. Didn't Vosh get banned from Twitch for calling someone a cracker? I haven't watched TV since I modded my Xbox in 2005. Jesus Christ. Same Xbox from 2005. Have you not gotten the red rings bulletproof bullet? I wish I could stream my Xbox games onto my PC because I would play Baldur's Gate 3 with you guys otherwise. I'm 28. Jeez, you're 37. Goddamn. You can't say the R word anymore. You have to call them highly regarded. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Highly regarded. Wait, Hassan got banned for calling someone a cracker, not Bosch? Twitter is a bunch of liberals, Democrats, and the left. It's hard to find other stuff. Actually, most of the, like, liberals, like the Democrat liberals, are moving off of Twitter onto Blue Sky. Which, by the way, like, Blue Sky is nice. I am probably going to get banned for saying these words. It's fine, whatever. If I get banned, I get banned. I speak the truth. I only just made a Blue Sky. I don't really necessarily tend to use it. I like Twitter more because I like the contention, but a lot of the news media has moved onto here. Like Aaron Rupar, Mehdi Hassan, etc. They're all on Blue Sky now. That's where the libs have gone. So if you're looking for Twitter with less Nazis, that's where you should go. 12% of my high school class males joined the military. I grew up in a middle class neighborhood in Colorado. Shit, goddamn. I lived in Denver for a bit. Colorado's beautiful. I really, really love Colorado. I miss being able to look at the mountains. But 12% of your high school class joining the military is crazy. I know part of the new, like, education system, once they shut down the Department of Education and make it to the states, is going to require every school to have military recruiters present. So Xbox had red rings. I'm talking about the original Xbox. Jeez, you had the old school Xbox. Like, you stream videos from your PC to your Xbox. The second my dad saw it, he canceled the cable, but this was pre-HDMI. That's wild. Bizarre, I'm coming in with a loaded question. Shoot. Because I'm not fussed about if we get to what today. I'm happy to just chat. No, I don't believe in God. My parents do. I grew up Muslim, but I was in first grade when I told my parents I don't believe in God. I was very smart about it, actually, and how I did that. So in kindergarten, or reception for my Aussies, we had something called Dr. Seuss Day to celebrate, you know, the death of Dr. Seuss. And they made green eggs and ham at school. And I ate some. And then I went home and I told my parents that, you know, like, oh, cool, look, I had green eggs and ham today. And obviously, my parents are Muslim. So they got very upset that I ate ham. And I asked them to explain to me why. And I don't, like, I vaguely, obviously I read the Quran later in my life. I've read the Bible and the Torah as well. But at the time, my dad explaining to me as like a 6-year-old, I guess, why I'm not supposed to eat pork made no sense to me. And then within a year, I remember, yes, my family's from Turkey. I was born in Turkey. But within a year, I remember being at a restaurant with my parents and deciding I wanted a pepperoni pizza. And in public, my 7-year-old ass decided to say, oh yeah, guys, I don't believe in God, and I'm ordering, like, pepperoni. At least I was smart enough to do it in a space in which the reaction would be ideal for me. Get in less trouble. I left Blue Sky 2 months ago, right before it exploded. Guess it was a good move. Well, like, it depends on whether or not you like being around libs or not. I'm on Blue Sky as well, just because I'm trying to grow on both platforms, but Twitter is where I do spend most of my time. Project 2025 states every male in public school joins the military. Oh, does it make you automatically sign the Selective Service Act? That would make sense. You already have to do that if you're going to get, like, financial assistance for university, but I don't know who your wife or husband is, or I'm jealous. Is that to me? Because I don't have one, and don't simp. Simping is not cool. I love Colorado. Might move to Denver one day. Well, if you live in a red state, now might be the time to move to Colorado. Agnosticism is fence sitting. It's saying, I'm not sure whether God is real or God is not. Look, would you count it as agnosticism for someone to say, like me, I don't think that there is a God. However, I accept the possibility that we are in a computer simulation in this big, like, Makoshka brain in space, super, like, advanced, like, alien construct, or that we're just a tiny piece of a larger, like, if you think of the universe as like a sheet, then there's like sheets on top of sheets on top of sheets, and we're just one little simple, like, piece. I subscribe more to there is an infinite amount of universes everywhere that are all somewhat connected, but no one creates anything. It's all chaos. I believe in a lack of order, and order coming from said lack of order. A balance between there is no rules, there is only chaos and anything can happen, but there are still some structural, like, physical rules of the universe. Like the way that we have the rules of, like, thermodynamics, we have physical, like, physics law, but then you go down to, like, the quantum level, and things can interact, like, light years apart instantaneously. There's the double split experiment. It is, again, a nuance of, yes, everything is chaotic, but yes, there is also some order. It's just not anything being controlled by any certain being. I bet the Nazis will infiltrate it and make it unusable. What was that about? Can't remember what we were talking about there. I will always simp for the atheist politically aware girl. No, that's fine. If we're doing simping for Reddit atheism, but which, by the way, is going to grow immensely over the coming years, considering they're going to force people to learn religion in school while making them do labor. So I believe in a god, but not a dude chilling in the sky, kind of autistic. Sorry, not autistic, agnostic. Well, probably autistic too. Look, the only people that believe in, like, a guy in a white robe and a beard sitting in the sky are the, like, most insane of the evangelical Christians. The ones who think that, like, Israel is going to cause the rapture. Those are the only ones that actually think of it that way. If there was a God, like, think about this for a second. If there was a being that is in charge of everything, a higher creator being, why would it be a man when women are the ones that, like, give birth? Why? Why would it be a man? Now, much more likely, like, if we're talking about higher powers, there would be more than one. But if there was, hypothetically, a single God, why would it have gender or sex? Or if it did have sex, why would it be a man when that's not how life, like, is created if we're made in that, like, creature's image? It makes no sense. That's what I mean. They're massive block lists. Everyone is happy to escape the nonsense that X became. Yes, that's the nice thing about Blue Sky is, like, it is culturally not only acceptable on Blue Sky to block, but it's encouraged. Well, yeah, exactly, Lennon. Like, that would be the most likely. But again, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in Allah. I don't believe in, if I was going to believe in any, like, higher power, I'd more likely be a pagan than like a monotheist. I'd rather be a polytheist. there was a God, why would he give you a book and not an iPad or a goldenrod, or download the contents of the Bible into your mind and give you an orgasm? The only real possible explanation of there is a God and why is all the bad shit in existence is because it's a test simulation. That's really the only real version of this that makes sense, is that there's a higher being sitting somewhere in a computer typing shit out, changing the simulation to find like the best course of action and the best outcome. If there is a God, that's probably the most likely thing that's closest to one. But again, not that it matters. We're never going to know. And look, I don't know. Most people who say they've met God say they met God on DMT, and I've done DMT, and I didn't meet God when I did DMT. I met Cthulhu. I got eaten by Cthulhu, so maybe that's God. Who knows? It might have been Cthulhu. I was playing a lot of Baldur's Gate at the time, and I remember it just being like a giant illithid-looking creature. Imagine if everything was some nerd's science fair homework. That would be based, actually. I really do think that would be better. Anyway.
Saying in a statement, there is no place in this state for hate, bigotry, anti-Semitism, or violence, and we must denounce it wherever we see it. The Anti-Defamation League reporting a dramatic increase in anti-Semitic incidents nationwide.
All right, hold on. You brought up like math and shrooms, and I do want to touch on this for a second. That's interesting that you saw math on the wall on shrooms. I've never had that happen. The only time I really did shrooms, I did not enjoy it. I sat on the ground giggling for about 45 minutes, and then I felt like I couldn't stand up again. And then when I could, I just kind of left and I wandered around New York City by myself at night, just like walking, like, hey, I feel like I should turn left at this street. And then I would turn left on that street. And then, hey, I feel like I should turn right now. Turn right now. I probably looked like a crackhead because nobody bothered me that night. That was, I was 19. It was like my first year dorming in college. But colors, not much with shrooms. Acid gave me colors. But the thing about acid, I didn't like doing anywhere that had anything electrical, because I feel like I could feel the static. Like if there was a light on, I could feel it touching my skin, and it would like, it was spiky. Yeah, like all the lights need to be off. There needs to be no electricity running. That's acid for me. I don't really like those things anyway. By the way, you should not do psychedelic drugs if you're depressed. If you're depressed, maybe microdose some shrooms, because we know that one works for like cancer patients. But first of all, not a doctor and not medical advice. Ketamine is the world's fastest acting antidepressant. But again, not a doctor, not medical advice. I'm not Elon Musk gonna go tell you to go do ketamine. But I have been told by medical professionals that in an emergency situation, like, 72-hour like lockdown in the psych ward situation for somebody, ketamine can make that go away for a couple of days and buy some time. Not to say that I have any, not to say that you should buy any, you shouldn't, but if you do have some, having it as like an emergency in case one of your friends needs to take a trip to the Grippy Sock Factory might not be the worst idea in the world. I just don't microdose shrooms because I microdose beers. I don't microdose shrooms because I don't like shrooms, and I don't drink alcohol, so I don't drink beers. Beer is the worst too. If I'm ever gonna drink alcohol, it'll probably be like a Moscato, because it tastes like candy, or it'll be like a tequila shot because that's probably the only alcohol I can actually withstand the taste of. The one thing that stopped my depression was Adderall. Certified garbage. The same happened to me with Vyvanse. You know why? Because having ADHD increases your likelihood of depression and anxiety. Your brain neurons ain't firing correctly. So when you got on Adderall and your brain started to work properly, it started to work properly and reduced your depression. It also reduced some of my chronic pain when I went on Vyvanse, because like I have fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia isn't a physical condition based off of like body pain. It is the neurons in my body telling my brain I'm in pain when I'm not, and my brain thinking that I am. So getting on Vyvanse helped fix some of the error codes in my brain, and that happens less now than it did before. Not to say that it doesn't. Do you ever get the brain zaps? No, I don't, personally. The same kind of nonsense as microdosing shrooms. Oh, I feel better now. Yeah, it's called being high. Screw it. I have tried it. It's nonsense. This is true. Bulletproof bullet. The only way, like, again, microdosing shrooms is helpful for, like, cancer patients is accepting the fact that they're about to die. Aside from that, I've never actually heard of it being useful much for, like, off-label depression, like, treatment. But a lot of these, like, illicit drugs do have medical uses. I remember when I was like growing up, when I was in college, we were learning about how MDMA is going to be used for family therapy in the future. Because if you get like, I don't know, a kid with their parents who don't have any communication skills and you give them both some MDMA in a therapist's office for 4 or 5 hours, they'll work some shit out. It would have been great, you know, with my family when I was a kid. Would have loved that. Vyvanse is okay. I hear L-tyrosine is very good with Vyvanse. I've never had L-tyrosine. I know Vyvanse is the only ADHD medication that works for me. I've been on Ritalin. I've been on Concerta. I've been on Adderall. Adderall works all right, but like Vyvanse just lasts longer and is much more effective. I don't know. Adderall still gives me that little like inner jitter effect. Almost like I need a cigarette. The feeling of like nicotine addiction that just appeared when I thought about it again. That's what Adderall feels like. Ritalin and Concerta to me just make me sweaty and my brain slower. Vyvanse, I'm just normal. The bees are gone, the fog is cleared, back to like reality. And yeah, MDMA is very, very strong. It's also like very difficult to get your hands on actual MDMA. If anyone on the street is trying to sell you MDMA, I promise you it's not. I've helped people before with this because you can just buy test kits that test these things at like head shops, for example. And I've tested some pingers that a friend of mine bought once before, and generally there's like no MDMA in it. In Australia, more than 70% of the cocaine has no cocaine in it. Do you know how insane that is? It's like statistically on the news. Hold on, actually, I want to pull that up. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I said 70. It's not 70. It's 40. But zero cocaine in it. The 70 is a different number. Just over 65% of MDMA samples contained MD8 in it. Majority of ketamine contained the substance. Researchers found that all cocaine tested had purity levels below 27%, with 40% containing no cocaine, one sample without any cocaine, including the cutting agent dimethyl sulfone. Another was entirely sugar. I thought they used like Novocaine, but like, yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs are bad. Only do drugs that a doctor prescribes to you because your brain needs them. My experience with MDMA therapy is railing in with the rave girls at 3 a.m. Well, yes, that is definitely a form of therapy, and it's a good one. I haven't done that since I was in high school either. Electric Zoo was probably the last time I went to a rave, and I'm literally just admitting to doing MD. Whatever, who cares about my reputation anymore? If you try and get off Vyvanse, you'll just be tired and groggy earlier in the day for a week or two. Occasionally I won't take one on like the days that I'm not streaming or I don't have much to do. And yeah, it just makes me groggy and tired. I like to try and not take one every now and again because I like having extras. Australia's insane in that I can't fill my script until the day I run out of my script. And sometimes there's a shortage. Sometimes I have to wait 2 or 3 days for it to come in. So I try and not take some on days that I don't need them. And then I save them for days that I might. I'm on 70 milligrams, Popchevsky Conscience. I was on 30 back in college. Same with Canada. Most of it's like 2%. 30% of coke and 70% random stuff, 100% random chemicals. True. Yeah, don't do drugs. Drugs are harmful to health. Yes, GNN Alex. L-tyrosine is awesome with Vyvanse. I'll have to look up what L-tyrosine is. It's just a vitamin, isn't it? My girlfriend bought a dozen Vyvanse to study with, ate them all that day, and then she was convinced I was sleeping. Well, that's because she did a bunch of meth that day. Bulletproof, bullet. Are you kidding? Like, if she bought a dozen Vyvanse, even if they were the lowest possible dosage, which is, I think, 10, that's almost double my daily dose. It's insane. Like, 120 milligrams minimum is essentially she just smoked meth out of a pipe. Make drugs pure again. Make drugs legal. That's the thing. Drugs are harmful because they're illegal. When we regulate them and we sell them in like a pharmacy, for example, they're not as dangerous. There are European countries that are literally like making MDMA legal, and you just have to go to the pharmacy to buy it. Yeah, that is like, I'm really glad that your girlfriend is fine, by the way. That could lead to like full-on permanent psychosis even. Yes, the punishment for prescriptions. I love it when they think they can stop your medication that you need. Yeah, yep, they've done that to me a few times. Pre-breakfast banana. It's been a problem when I was on painkillers. It's always a problem with my Vyvanse, which is why I have to make sure that I have some like ready beforehand. I was not happy with her. It's funny because she was incredibly quiet and shy. Man, like people that are on drugs and don't know how to be on drugs frustrate me. The one time I like trip sat a girl on acid and she ended up thinking that I was the devil, that I had to call my friend, and he came pulled up with his Toyota Prius. A Toyota Prius, which, well, if you guys don't know what a Toyota Prius is, this girl thought that this was a chariot meant to bring her to the depths of hell because I was Lucifer. It was a blue one of this. This is why I don't like being around people who do drugs. Now, if you take some stuff out because you go clubbing instead of like drinking, that's fine. If you smoke some pot at night to relax or you have a glass of wine, that's fine. If you have to take Adderall in the morning to like function, that's fine. But when you're doing like ridiculous amounts of drugs or doing stupid things with drugs and you can't handle the consequences, it's just really annoying. I did not let her buy any more because she couldn't be responsible. Good on you. You're a responsible like partner, Bulletproof Bullet. I support that. I take 2 Adderall sometimes. Psychosis is very bad. Certified garbage. Occasionally, I will need to take 2 Vyvanse throughout the day as well. Sometimes I'll take one in the morning and I'll have a lot of stuff to do, and I'll take a second one at night, which makes it so I can't sleep, and it's weird. It kind of that's not a good thing to do, but sometimes it's necessary. Getting out of hell in style and low emissions. Exactly. People do dumb things. I watch Rivers do GHP, drink, and again, yo, the last time I was at a club, a girl came up to me and said, I think somebody drugged me, and then disappeared into the crowd. And then I found her again to go like make sure she was okay. And she was doing another bump of GHB. Like she did get drugged. And then she went and found the guy that drugged her and asked for more. You got to be disciplined and be a better person in these trying times. I take one thing first in the morning. Look, again, safety first. If you're going to do drugs, go research them. There are like resources everywhere that can help you like learn. In fact, here's a good one. Anytime a friend of mine like comes to me for advice on either medications in general, or if they want to do like a substance, I point them to this website, which is just kind of Wikipedia for a substance. Let's say Vyvanse. Let's have a look at my medication. So it'll break it down. Oops, come back here. It works, but you should buy the L-Tires. I'm definitely gonna look into it after stream. So like again, it'll have all of the like Wikipedia style information. It'll have different dosages, what you should take, what you should expect, subjective effects. Anytime anyone I know wants to do something that they've never done, I point them to this website. And also, Yes, interactions are very important. Be careful. Like, for example, wow, opioids and cannabis are both, and alcohol are all like red interactions. Now, I'm prescribed codeine occasionally for when my pain gets really bad. And this also for when my pain gets really bad, although I try not to smoke all that much because it makes me stupid and slow, and I don't drink alcohol. But again, like, pay attention, guys. If you're gonna do drugs, be smart about it, don't die. But also, alternatively, just don't do drugs. Just don't do drugs. Be responsible, learn about the stuff, try and keep a sober friend around you. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, if you're under 25, don't touch drugs at all. Your brain is still growing if you're under 25. Your brain has not finished putting itself together. Don't drink too much, it's a disaster. The reason I don't like drinking alcohol is because my parents taught me a lesson real easy. When I was 15, I went to my first high school party, and I got absolutely wasted because, you know, I was 15 and I was bullied. So people just kept giving me shot after shot after shot after shot. And then I vomited, called my dad. Dad came pick me up with his friends. And I don't remember any of this ride, but they like took photos of me and videos of me and then showed them to me after the fact. And then I was like, oh, fuck, I'm never going to drink that much again. And then I like rarely will ever have a drink now. I don't enjoy it, and I don't like the taste, and I don't like the feeling. It's just not fun for me. I stopped doing anything because everything was getting cut with fentanyl in Canada. Also true, that's pretty dangerous on your side of the world. Growing up in New Jersey, I lost a lot of friends to opioids like fentanyl and heroin. A lot of them. And I know from what I read in the news that a lot of like uppers get cut with fentanyl now as well too. So that's really dangerous, and you really should like be like buy test kits at the very least if you're going to do them. My thing is like, listen, I will never tell you how to live your life. I'm a libertarian socialist. I don't think anyone should tell you how to live your life as long as you're not harming other people. I don't care what you're doing with your life. But I will try and make you have the safest possibility of doing so and the highest chance of survival, the highest chance of a good experience. Vyvanse better than Adderall XR. It depends on your body, certified garbage. The reason I like Vyvanse better is just because my body's more accustomed to it. When I was in college, I had health insurance for a little couple months, and they did this like mouth swab test on me where it came back with several pages of different classes of medications, and there was like red, yellow, green. And for ADHD medications, Vyvanse was the only one in the green section for me, so it works. The taste of alcohol is also nasty. Yeah, it's true. Again, Moscato I'll drink because it tastes like candy, and tequila because I'm weird. I like the taste of that. There are many harmful people. We have to be very strong and healthy to be able to fight against. Actually, it's a really good point, Jan and Alex. Really, you definitely should not be doing drugs now because you're not going to have healthcare very soon, guys. RFK is in charge of health. You're going to lose Obamacare. If you have a pre-existing condition, you're fucked. All of you need to start eating healthy, exercising, stop smoking, stop drinking, because you're not getting any government assistance. That's some friends you got there. Well, I mean, like, I grew up in Jersey. I'm so happy that camera phones weren't really a thing until I was 17 or 18. They were a thing when I was like 14. You're on autopilot, and they're like, this is fun, not cool. True. An ex-alcoholic, not a fan. Well, I'm glad you're an ex-alcoholic. Not currently one. Yeah, congratulations. That's like really impressive. Yes, that's also bad, Lennon. Geez, hold on. Sorry, I have a lot of chat to get through today. Eh? I can't believe I'm depressed even though I'm making large gains in my financial life. Your depression doesn't come from just your finances. It's the material conditions in which you exist, yes, but also how you engage with them. Engaging more with the community will lessen your depression. Popchevsky conscience. Come hang out with us more. Come join the Discord. Talk to people. Make friends. Community will make you happier. One of the largest reasons why we have like all this issues of loneliness and depression and just all the negative feelings that we have as a society come from a lack of community. And even if you have online community, it's not the same as in person. How do you stay awake if you're a programmer or a truck driver? Well, you do drugs. That's kind of how they do it. Even the US military gives like pilots drugs. Modafinil is what they give. I actually have that source pulled up for when we talk about the UFO sightings in a minute, once we move on to that case. Happy to be in Germany. Healthcare, unlimited paid sick days, 24 days mandatory minimum vacation. Yeah, sure, until the AFD come in. No high fructose corn syrup anymore, boys. Lucky for me that I live in Australia, because we actually use sugar. But yeah, high fructose corn syrup is going to fuck you guys up. Really try and pay attention. It's in everything. What's up, Cheeseburger Merv? Stop smoking weed is going to be good. Look, if you need to smoke weed for like whatever medical condition you have, I'm not going to tell you to stop smoking it. But if you're just smoking it to smoke, I highly recommend you stop. If you're drinking because you need to cope, stop. Don't do drugs to do these things. You're not going to have the money. The economy is going to crash in a couple months, and you're not going to have health care. So try and be healthy. If I drink again, I would sip wine with a friend. Adderall does much better for me than anything from beer. Certified garbage, another common condition of like associated condition with ADHD that's unmedicated is addiction. So medicated ADHD does reduce the chances of being addicted. Touch some grass, get off the internet. True. Did you see the new banned word on Twitch? I did. It's the Z word, isn't it? It's the I can't criticize Israel anymore word. Is that the word? The more community around me, the more I want to get away from it. Merton Esper, yeah, that mentality is what's going to make you suffer the most in these trying times. We live in a world where things are hard. And that's like community is how we as a species became the dominant species on Earth. We worked together. We're social creatures. We're also introverted and extroverted at the same time. Obviously, there's no one or the other. But having no community just makes you an incel and a Nazi. Disposable income is a whole thing, yes, but like, again, having community helps with a lack of disposable income. Long live the fraternal struggle to overthrow capitalism. Well, it will live on. I'm telling you, even under fascism, the like fight for socialism to overthrow capitalism is only going to get like bigger. You know that, right? It's going to, I mean, at some point, I'll probably get banned from Twitch. I'll probably have to have chat off screen, but this is the conditions in which this ideology grows. The AFD will at most be able to form a coalition government. Okay, so you guys are at least better off than we are. Did you say once you have OCD? No, I did not say I have OCD. I have ADHD and autism. And I mean, at some point I had CPTSD. I don't really think I have the symptoms for it anymore. Obviously, all of these are only considered conditions as long as they negatively impact your ability to live your life on a regular basis. So when they stop negatively impacting, or rather just impacting your life on a daily basis, they stop really being a condition. They got to take credit for the good economy for a year before it crashes. They're already doing it. They're literally already taking credit for the economy, Ethoslav. They're saying it's Trump. It's just Trump. Yeah, interpersonal relationships. Work on that, guys. Go talk to your neighbors. Make friends. Go knock on your neighbor's door and make friends with them. And do so enough that, like, forget all the Trumpy stuff. You want to be able to, if there's a tornado, a fire, a hurricane, an earthquake, to be able to go, like, have your neighbor's phone number, knock on their door to ask for help, and to know that somebody will be there and you don't have to do this alone. You should do that. And most people will not be weirded out by, like, you knocking on their door and be like, hey, I'm your neighbor, and, like, I just want to, like, introduce myself and be, like, I'm trying to be more community focused, and so I just wanted to say hi, etc., etc. Like, strike up a conversation, bring them, like, a gift, a food, a cake, something. Take a cue from, like, Middle Eastern cultures. When you knock on their door, give them a gift. Take the national out of national socialism and make it socialism. Well, yeah, it's just socialism. Busy, since I was born in the Soviet Union, my first trip was to the Kremlin to see Vladimir Lenin's cadaver. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. You were born in the Soviet Union. How old were you? What year were you born again? Sorry, I know you said it earlier, but I wasn't looking. CPTSD isn't permanent, PP Jackson. It's more permanent than, like, PTSD. CPTSD just means that it is a recurring trauma that happened over and over again and caused like lifelong changes and symptoms. So I probably do still definitely have some symptoms of CPTSD. I just don't think that it is enough of a direct impact on my life that I could consider it a condition, but it definitely is permanent. But so are other, like, let's say, for example, a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder is also a permanent diagnosis. That is a access to personality disorder. However, if you go to therapy enough and you stop exhibiting the symptoms and having the issues related to borderline personality disorder, you might still have the disorder. You might still be more easily influenced into those thought processes, but you don't technically have the disorder while it's not a negative impact on your life. Pre-breakfast banana, fascism is capitalism in decline. In a capitalist society that is struggling to maintain power, where the social classes are being increasingly louder, where class consciousness is spreading, where there is disagreement between those in power and those that are not, fascism is usually the way that this problem is addressed by those in power. I'm doing that at my job. Good for you, Popchevsky. I'm in California, but the most conservative part, my neighbors got American flags on their trucks. Go make friends with them, Ethoslav. You want to make friends with the ones that seem like the most MAGA. I promise you that, like, as long as you personally are not unfortunately to say this, a trans person that doesn't pass, I promise you the crazy militia like MAGAs don't hate you as much as you think they do. If you're a trans person that doesn't pass, I'd stay away from them. But like Hispanic, a woman, black, go talk to the like Confederate flag, like gun nut ones. They'll be friendly to you. Most of these people don't actually think that they're racist. Most of them, well, some of them do, but a lot of them are just racist innately. They don't, like, not innately, but subconsciously. They're not actively thinking about it, and they're perfectly capable of being friendly to people that they are normally racist against, which is why you want to make friends with these people, because let's say the jackboots start walking through, the military is coming and looking for dissidents. Maybe if you made friends with a couple of the right-wing militia guys, they might protect you. You might Anne Frank yourself. I love LARPing as a revolutionary and getting off the idea of hitting the pigs at their own game. Well, are you really LARPing? Because this is kind of the plan now, guys. We have to stay alive. We have to stay managing the messaging in a way that's consistent. We need to grow the movement, and we do need a revolution. I still disagree that we need a violent revolution. I don't think that we're there yet, but I think we definitely need a revolution. And I've talked about how to do this before. I've talked about how we can still make change, even under an authoritarian government. It's not like they're getting rid of voting on day one. Go run for government. Go run for like a state legislature seat. Go run for a school board. Go run for Congress. In 2026, we have midterms. Go run for a seat. I don't care if you run Republican and start trying to bring them to the left. I don't care if you run Democrat and start trying to bring the Dems to the left. Both parties are fucked, and the only way to make lasting positive change is from the bottom up. Positive change does not come from the top down. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. Why would trickle-down politics work? The rich, the capital class, the ones in power, work for themselves. They want to maintain their power, and they want to maintain control over you. If we get to have an election again, run for fucking office, because the people that we have are feckless cowards. The Democratic Party will never win an election again unless we change it from the inside. Economic populism. I would prefer squids. I'm more used to the ability to understand the idea of illithids. All right, let's have a look at this UFO stuff. I was going to talk about some other things, but damn, we're really we're 2 hours in, so let's open the UFOs, eh? second. So first, we'll get a little bit of a rundown on this. There we go. Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone here. Anubis, what are you talking about? None of us are freaking out. All of us are working and are like maintaining calm and collected like mindsets and talking about how to continue moving forward. What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody here is freaked out. There was one person who was somewhat depressive, and that was it. This is what you right-wingers like confuse me with, is you don't exist in the same, you're arguing with a like an imagined version of the discourse in your mind. Yeah, the libs are hysterical. Sure, but we're not libs. This is not a liberal. Like, I accept liberals into this community. I'm perfectly fine with them, but they're not libs. You're saying the military will be in the... Motherfucker, Donald Trump said that today. Donald Trump literally said today. Pay attention to the news, man. Here, hold on, let me find the link. I had it in here. And we've covered it at length, by the way. Like, genuinely, you're either just plain ignoring everything, or you're a troll. You're like those people that message me saying, oh, you guys are freaking out, nothing's gonna happen, whereas like the other half of the right is telling me I'm gonna be in a death camp like in 2 days. This is just from this morning, like literally like 4 a.m. Okay, so reports are incoming, blah, 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 true. Reports are incoming that the administration has declared to prepare a national emergency and will use the military assets to reverse the Biden invasion through a mass deportation program. True, 4 a.m. today posted this. And then we have actual like mainstream media on the subject. Really taking me off of going to talk about. You know what? Actually, this is enough. Go fucking look it up. I'm not Google. We're doing something else. We're talking about like UFOs right now. I'm not doing that. And by the way, you think it's not happening? That's fine. You can pretend it's not happening. We'll see what happens in like a month when there's literally fucking like National Guard walking around and crashing the economy. I don't care. Oh, no, it's not about me. It's not for me. Anubis, I worry about the people who aren't. By the way, they're taking away people's citizenship, denaturalizing people to deport them. Are you insane? Like, the fact that, oh, well, you're a citizen, why are you worrying? What about the people whose, like, kids are citizens because they were born in America, but they weren't, their parents weren't, that are all getting deported together according to the literal borders are? That, well, yeah, what, okay, fuck the illegals. Fuck you then. There's no such thing as an illegal person, and immigration is good for this country. Assholes. Oh, thanks, Lennon. You beat me to it. Also, same amount of time. Oh, yeah. Do you have a story when people were walking in line and suddenly someone stopped walking and all the people bumped into each other? Yes, that's happened to me before. Pampooch. I don't know where that comes from, but sure. All right.
Whether the government is covering up evidence of UFOs.
I had an experience.
A congressional hearing straight out of a science fiction movie.
All to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos.
Lawmakers calling for more transparency around UAP.
This is the old
unidentified
Tic Tac video.
Anomalous phenomenon. That's the term the government now uses instead of UFO.
What do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
An intelligence officer last year claimed the
insane
Pentagon
that this
has
is
been
what we're
hiding
talking about.
knowledge of alien activity for decades.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
No, I don't remember any story
Non-human,
like
and
that.
that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to.
Luis Elizondo, who headed a Pentagon program investigating UAPs, now doubling down on his claims.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
Were they designed?
There is no first of all, I'm just going to tell you straight up. There are no aliens on the planet. I promise you. But there is a benefit to watching this.
To identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
Elizondo saying the alleged extraterrestrial presence poses a national security threat.
Anubis is an Egyptian god. I don't know if it's a Nazi dog whistle. Okay, so that's the little rundown. I just want to talk about the last time we did this, by the way, because we had a hearing about UFOs in July of 2023. And I believe that one of the main people that are going to be in this hearing is also the same guy from the last one. Retired Major David Grush was the whistleblower who began the first hearings. He's just he's looking for a book deal. There's no evidence for any of this. It's all just anecdotal, but I mean, Congress thought 2 hours was a worthy amount of time to spend on this, so we'll find out, I suppose. All the aliens are down at the Home Depot waiting to mow your lawn. Unfortunately, they're not anymore. And more so, even less of them will be. Okay. Yeah, so Grush is a fucking, a grifter. Have you seen that skit where there's a briefing on the moon base and the moon base? Nope, I have not. How long is this opening? All right. Give me a second. I'm going to go pee, and then we can watch this. Actually, in the meantime, I'll play that video. That was the rundown for you again, because we got distracted.
Now to Washington, a new question.
Watch this while I go pee and make me a coffee real quick, and we'll be back.
About whether the government is covering up evidence of UFOs.
I had an experience.
A congressional hearing straight out of a science fiction movie.
All to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos.
Lawmakers calling for more transparency around UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomenon. That's the term the government now uses instead of UFO.
What do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
An intelligence officer last year claimed the Pentagon has been hiding knowledge of alien activity for decades.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to.
Luis Elizondo, who headed a Pentagon program investigating UAPs, now doubling down on his claims.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
Were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
Elizondo saying the alleged extraterrestrial presence poses a national security threat.
Let me be clear. UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe.
And saying he believes many classified materials should be shared with Congress and the public.
If this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth. And I also believe the world deserves the truth.
The hearing lacked any direct evidence, with witnesses who have said they'll only speak about certain subjects behind closed doors. So, the result of yesterday's hearing? Well, one congresswoman says it could open the door to more hearings. President-elect Trump has said he might be willing to release more video.
All right, News Mommy is back. Which, by the way, whoever said that to me, I'm still laughing at that, so thank you. This is going to be a bit of a long one. What did you send me, pre-breakfast banana? Oh, is that the thing you were talking about? Let's have a look. I guess I'll have to read chat first before we jump in. Let's have a look at that video. Landscaping industry gonna have a power vacuum. Fuck the landscaping industry. Talk about what's agriculture. We're gonna have no food, guys. We're gonna have no food. David, trust me, bro, Brush. Lou, we tortured some folks. Yeah, literally, these are the least trustworthy people. It's the Moon Bears, kind of loud though. Sorry about that. Here, actually, can we watch this? Is this content ID? Whitest kids you know. I think we could get away with this, right? Thoughts? No, it's okay. I thought it was very funny. It was probably the funniest thing I've ever been called. Cool. Thank you. 80% of undocumented immigrants work in the agriculture industry.
Waiting, the president has asked me to come out and make a brief statement about the wire that just went out a couple minutes ago. To make things short, I will just confirm that yes, we do have a moon base, and yes, we are currently experiencing some bear problems. Now, I will open it up if there are any questions.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary.
Bruh, touch some grass.
New York Times.
Yes. I have a 11-part question.
I'm sorry.
It's 80% agriculture, 10% construction, and then the rest is a mix of manufacturing and service work, I believe, from the stats I last saw.
For two.
All right, let me get this straight. So the United States government is admitting that we do have a moon base and that there is a bear problem on said moon base.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, follow-up question. Are you fucking with us?
That's a really good question.
No, we are not, and I would like to remind everyone to keep the language civilized. This is the White House.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, Bob Daniels, Newsweek.
Mr. Daniels.
How long have we had the moon base? And are these bears Earth bears, or are they from the moon?
That's a good question.
I'm not at liberty to disclose how long we have had this moon base at this time. We do believe these to be Earth bears. We have no reason to believe these to be lunar bears or even...
Pre-breakfast banana? What the fuck are we watching right now? Also, Merton Esper, the funniest thing about the fact that a lot of the undocumented immigrants that they're going to deport work in construction is that part of their plan is they want to build freedom cities. They want to build 15-minute cities, the cities that they freaked the fuck out over when we had the idea. They want to build freedom cities on government land. They want to build a bunch of them, but they're going to get rid of all of the people that can build shit. Which, by the way, they couldn't do anyway because they're not going to have the money for it with everything else they want to do. As well as the land that exists that is like government land is kind of shitty. Oopsie. This has to be something. This is a kind of skit. This is a skit. So.
Planets. There's Saturn bears?
I am also not at liberty to go into the various types of woodland life forms on Saturn or any of the other 12 planets.
9 planets.
Right.
There are 8. Is Pluto a planet again?
I've said too much already. What I can show you is the images that have been beamed down to us from the Odyssey satellite system just a couple hours ago. This is the view out of the front door of the United States secret moon base. This was taken yesterday before we discovered the bear problem. And this one was taken just a couple hours ago. So, as you can see, bears everywhere.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, those bears appear to have guns and motorcycles.
We believe they may be involved in some sort of intergalactic drug cartel, perhaps affiliated with one of the...
Wait, now I'm remembering this pre-breakfast banana. Now that you said that, and then and then all this, this is a memory that is slowly forming in my brain. And Pluto is a planet to me too. Like, technically it is not. I do accept the science that Pluto is not a planet, but I will always look at it as if it's a planet.
Stellar wizard alliances.
Wizard alliances?
Yes, next question.
Just a thought, more of a shot in the dark, but we wouldn't happen to be invading Iran today, would we?
You got me.
Yeah, no, okay. Point understood. That is kind of the point of this. What they're distracting from, of course, is the fact that our new Attorney General is a pedophile, our new Secretary of Defense is a Nazi, and our new Director of National Intelligence is a Russian agent. So that's what this is for. It's to distract. But let's be distracted. Welcome back. Perfect timing, Certified Garbage.
Good morning. This join here.
Wait, hold on. We just got our Transportation Secretary picked. It is Sean Duffy. I'll look up who that is while we watch this.
Of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation, and the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs will come to order. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Tulsi is literally a Russian agent. I've said this before, Hillary Clinton has never been more vindicated.
Now. Good morning and welcome to today's historic hearing, which I'm co-chairing with Mr. Grothman, whose subcommittee held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna.
Like Tulsi Gabbard, the flip-flopper? Well, yeah, she's a flip-flopper because she doesn't believe anything. Like, there are reports going back to, like, 2019 saying that she was working with the Russians.
Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Garcia, for their relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs.
See, look, again, what is the, just right off the bat at the beginning, what is the basis of their evidence that they're presenting? Well, let's hear that one more time.
I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna, Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Garcia, for their relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and
So, sightings reported by pilots, people that are on drugs going very, very fast.
Armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs.
This is going to be the same as the last one.
Surrounding
Okay.
this issue.
Let's
and
go.
many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose.
I need to get better at learning these people's
National
names.
Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that—
Oh no,
non-human
bulletproof
intelligence exists,
bullet. Don't
non-human—
worry. Once we get to some evidence, I'm gonna go off because, like, I watched the last one that they did, and I expect this to be very similar. And it's always so fucking stupid that none of these people, like, either none of them believe what they're saying, or some of them are grifting. It's one or the other. It's retard, grifter, or liar. You have to ask yourself, when politicians repeat Putin's talking points, what are they smoking? Well, they're smoking Putin's dick is what they're smoking.
Human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared—
I want this to sit in a way that it's almost full screen, but it's not doing it for me. You like it better like this? Or would you rather it be full screen and I throw this up and have to, like, bring it back up? You guys pick.
What might be disclosed. But we stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from—
That's
pursuing
because
the
it's all
subject to
lies,
ground,
bulletproof.
come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military, in civilian government, in science, and in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them deliver today does not reflect well on influential individuals and agencies within the U.S. federal government and perhaps some of our contractors. It's never easy to present such information publicly.
I'm sorry, guys, but certified garbage just said something, and I just really need to, Former CIA officer about Tulsi Gabbard. Not only is she ill-prepared and unqualified, but she traffics in conspiracy theories, closes up to Assad and Putin. Member of the House Intelligence Committee and deeply concerned about what this nomination pretends for national security. Then we have, from 2022, Tulsi Gabbard labeled as Russian asset for pushing U.S. biolabs in Ukraine claim. She was talking about how Russia was trying to say that America is the reason that the Ukraine war happened because we were developing dangerous pathogens and biolabs in Ukraine, which was not true, but Tulsi Gabbard spread that anyway. What else do I have about Tulsi Gabbard? She has this enemies list of people that she's going to prosecute. Look who's number one. It's Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, look. It's pretty bad. Here's John Bolton, real quick. I know we're supposed to do UFOs,
President-elect Donald Trump.
But I have to.
to the United Nations. Thanks so much, Ambassador. Tulsi Gabbard, what are your thoughts this morning?
Well, I thought it was the worst cabinet level appointment in history until they then heard about the Matt Gaetz appointment. Really, my reaction was that this is like the legend of Caligula, the Roman emperor, who wanted to nominate his horse as a Roman consul. You had to be a Roman senator at the time to be a consul, and it was intended
Is this
to show
on
how
Discord?
demeaned and
No, but I can post my source documents on the Discord. They're just all out of order. If you guys want to put them in order for me, I'll put them all on the Discord. Bernie is trying to play nice with the Nazis right now, so that the only remotely socialist person left in the country doesn't also get sent to the death camp. And the Republicans like Bernie Sanders. He wants to keep at least some idea of Dems are not all evil in place. We know Russia likes to take down enemies from within. Look, again, they did this with Georgia, the country. They're doing this with America now. I've covered at length why Russia is literally invading our country right now. They called in like 60 bomb threats during the election alone. Yeah, certified garbage. I promise I will post my source documents, and I'll specifically pull out the Tulsi ones after stream, and I'll post them in Discord. Or actually, maybe I might just do it now while we watch this.
Voluntarily agreeing to being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know.
Like I said,
facts.
Bulletproof, they
Taxpayers
suck
deserve
at
to know how
military.
much
That's
has
the only
been
tactic they
invested, How
have.
much has been spent? They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded
It kinda is
budgets,
critical.
the transparency of the Defense Department
Like,
and the intelligence community.
It kind of is critical, certified garbage, because if what I'm saying is correct, and what a lot of people are saying is correct, and Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian agent, that means a Russian agent is in charge of the FBI, the CIA, the NS, like literally 12 intelligence agencies.
Have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statute or...
Well, I mean, they kind of already do. The new CIA director is... Let me see. Kash Patel. No, wait, no. Never mind. John Ratcliffe. Thank God it's not Kash Patel. John Ratcliffe. This guy. Be a CIA director. But also, like, Tulsi is his boss. Oh, look! Russia probe. Ratcliffe staunchly supported Trump's criticism of the investigation into Russian interference. Hey, so not only is the director of national intelligence pro-Russia, so is the CIA director. That's not surprising at all. Warns China as a top threat to the US. There was a great article on how Trump previously tasked the CIA with overthrowing Venezuela and they just fluffed him off. I believe that. Please send that article if you find it.
Intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs, was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget.
What is this
kept
Russian
from the public.
saying? I don't speak
so if
Russian.
There is no there.
Or what is the language called Russian, or is it just like the letters are called Cyrillic, or is the language itself Cyrillic? I'm confused.
There,
Please teach me.
Then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? why the secrecy if it's really no big
Thank
deal?
you.
There's
That's what I
nothing
thought.
there.
Just
Why
wanted to
hide
double
it
check.
from the American people? Because
There's nothing there, Nancy Mace. They're not hiding anything from the American people because there's literally nothing there of worth to tell the American people. Certified garbage, they are firing most government workers. It's not about them quitting. Did you, were you here when we watched the leaked the leaked Project 2025, like, author, saying that their goal was to make the life of civil servants so miserable that they didn't want to come to work anymore, or if they couldn't fire them? And, hello, Kravetska. Welcome.
I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that Arrow report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation.
Yeah, you might need to watch me more often. I think
by
you're
government
missing some
officials
stuff.
of which they are personally aware and directly experienced. And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document.
You should read the FCC stuff from the Project 2025. That's going to affect all of us a lot. Like, that's probably going to be the thing that's the most noticeable, the most quickly, the FCC.
And we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be...
Y'all never
the
have to
original
say sorry
documents
for, like, taking some time to go and come back, but I appreciate it. And, God, I kind of miss the snow, but I hated the snow living in the snow. I kind of like, just looking at it from afar. It's summer for me now. It's not 2,500 pages. It's 906 pages. They got bad ideas. I saw Vivek talking about... Oh, you don't have to worry about Vivek because the Doge department isn't a real government department. Elon and Vivek got sent to the kids' table. The Department of Government Efficiency is a non-government organization. They have no real power. Now, Elon has power because he's the richest man in the world and he's literally, like, owned by Putin and does what Putin tells him to do. But the actual, like, organization of Doge, nothing. They can't do anything. I hate snow. I always end up flat on my back. Oof, that really does suck. I was never good at shoveling snow either. That's why I moved to a country where it doesn't snow anymore. No, but, like, genuinely, Prerequisite Banana, they gave him a government organization, a non-government organization that he gets to call a department with his shitty little cringe Doge like meme name, put a little puppy on there, and their job is to come up with ideas to present to the government. They have no actual power in implementing them. So you don't have to be worried about that because none of their plans actually matter. Project 2025 is the plan. They don't give a fuck what Elon Musk has to say. Obviously, like, if it's coming from our benevolent foreign overlords, then sure, they'll do it. But aside from that, the plan is already set. And certified garbage, please leave Florida as soon as you possibly can.
From the Pentagon about immaculate
Any of you in Florida, please leave.
Schellenberger delivered
I
to
beg you.
Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for this information. We are all reading it in real time now, and Mr. Burchett will enter it into the record. But 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist. So with that, I would acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Garcia. I want to say, first of all, to Mr. Connolly, who cannot be here today, the ranking member on my subcommittee on cybersecurity, I want to say that I was greatly saddened to hear about the recent news of Mr. Connolly's cancer diagnosis, and I want to convey to him.
Yeah, no thanks, Batgaz. I'm pretty happy on this side of the world right now. Miss Mace, with all due respect, when do we get to see Mr. Flibble?
And to all of our colleagues, we wish our very best to you and a full and speedy recovery.
Certified garbage, are you queer? Because there are organizations that are helping people get out of red states into blue states. If you are like one of the at-risk groups from like Trump's policies, there are like organizations that help financially move, you know, okay, well, you can still try. Like, look into it. I don't know. I do understand how difficult it is when you have no money. Hey, Lord Fluffy Art, welcome back.
And with that, I would
good to see you today.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I want to thank the Chairwoman and the Chairman both for their continued support and really treating this this discussion and these hearings.
I wish our Congress was more like European countries, because in European countries they like actually fight each other. even in Australia. Yes, I'm in Australia.
I think one thing that's very important for all of us that are interested in the conversation around UAPs is that this is an area that both Republicans and Democrats, where we may disagree in a lot of other spaces. This is an
Well, you
area
might
where-
want to stop doing that bulletproof bullet, because DEI works the other way around now.
Partisanship is really important, and in fact, I would add it's critical that we all continue to work together in a way that moves forward with the truth and important disclosure.
Same back, guys. I am broke, and I'm just pretending that I am not. I have spent all of the money I have as an investment into being able to live for about a year while doing this, hoping that by the end of this year, I can keep doing this. We'll find out. It doesn't matter, though. Again, like, reality is what you make of it. If you're, like, I have lived on 4 continents. I'm 29 years old. I have lived in 7 US states, 3 countries in Europe, 2 countries in Asia, and Australia. I knew nobody in most of the places that I moved to. Now, it is not easy to do this, and I am privileged that I was able to. In some of the cases, I did have financial help, but in some of the cases, I didn't. The point here is that there's always a way forward. It's just a matter of how much time and effort and suffering are you willing to take, and how worth it is it to do so. I'm in progress to sue the sheriff and government, Social Security, disability, adult stuff. Hey, based. I hope that you managed to get that through before the new admin. I don't know if I'm supposed to choose my race or my skin color when they ask your race. Look, if you live in America, just default to white. It'll be better for you now. I'm 54. I've lived under several prime ministers. I've been skint under every one of them. Yeah, well, that's because you live in the UK, Batgaz. We've talked about this before. The UK is fucked. If you take London out of the equation, in fact, here, let me, household GDP. If you take London out of the household GDP map of the UK, the average, like, British person has about as much, makes about as much, money per year as Mississippi. GDP per capita. Now, which one of these is it? Had a couple different links here. Well, I mean, this one shows it pretty clearly, just alone. London and Southeast London make the most amount of money, but the further, like, down you go, any of these places, like, look at this. Average income is like $17,000, $18,000, $19,000, $20,000 a year in, where's Manchester? Which is the actual, like even in other major cities and around Manchester, $15,000 a year. Sorry, pound, 15,000 pound. So what's 15,000 British pound in dollars? So 30 grand a year for living in Manchester. You're just outside Sheffield. I don't know where Sheffield is on this map. I have a feeling it's up here somewhere. I don't know. Wait, I thought I just saw it. It doesn't, so wait, let's math it here, right? So 30,000 US dollars. GDP, household income, USA, state map. South Yorkshire. All right. Do map GDP per capita. Asking me to find things on a map of England. One of the few countries I've never been. I converted into Aussie dollars. Thank you. 19,000 US dollars. Thank you. That makes sense. Wow. Wow. So Mississippi makes 51,000 US dollars a year, whereas in fucking Manchester, the average household income is 19,000. This is why the Brits fuck you every time. It's because of your liberal and your Labour government both being fully like on austerity. That's their main thing. It is what's her name? Your version of Reagan. Come on, I know her name. The woman who ruined England. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, Thatcher. It's all Thatcher's fault. Everything, like all of that, all of this, Thatcher's fault. Again, like even in London, in Westminster, 55,000 British pound. Thanks for the sub. The average, like the highest income average in the average for the highest income earning area is still only equivalent to like most US states. Most states. Maggie Thatcher, the bitch who I'm gonna dance on the grave of. Please do. Again, like, you guys live in a poor country. If you don't live in London, you're getting screwed by the government every day. Wow, by the way, this is what the graph looks like of your GDP per capita over time. You notice how all of it is in one place? Because it's going up pretty goddamn fast, isn't it? I mean, that's 100 years, but still, like, it's shot right up. And the UK as a country is not a poor country. It's a wealthy country. It's just not the citizenry that's wealthy. I grew up in a mining village. Our village was decimated by Thatcher and never recovered. It's a ghost town now, as is often the case with austerity politic liberals, which is why I don't like the Democrats or the Republicans, because they're essentially the same as your, like, our Democrats are basically your liberal party. Germany is 53,000 USD, but again, healthcare, well, yeah, exactly. Healthcare, vacation, sick days, Sundays off, all that shit makes a huge difference. Yeah, so is JD Vance's wife. She's also like, I don't know if she's Hindu, but she's definitely Indian. It's weird. The right, like I said, they're racist until it's not exactly useful. But again, before we jump back to, you guys can tell that I have a lot of ADHD, right? But since you brought that up of Tulsi is Hindu and the right doesn't have a problem with it, this is going to be the single time that you'll ever catch me agreeing with Brianna Wu. If you don't know, Brianna Wu is a trans woman who is a right-winger. And obviously, there are certain beliefs that the right holds. Now, now that they've won, and they're going to ban all trans healthcare on day one, Donald Trump will sign an executive order. It is now gone. Threats of suicide. What terrorized woman hasn't heard these from an abusive man in her life? It's all too common. Last desperate go-to when they feel like they're losing control. These threats are the final refuge of transgender scoundrels. This is someone on their side. This is the epitome of leopards are eating my face. She did this to herself. And goes to show, when you step on the neck of another person to climb higher up on the rung, you are still a target when the people under you are gone. They hate you, all of you. They hate all of us. Yeah, I wish her the best, and I hope her healthcare doesn't go away. It's going to. I hate to take the side of Brianna Wu, but someone saying they couldn't live without HRT is not even remotely comparable to people threatening suicide in a relationship. This is also true. But yeah, you can't be they're going to do the same thing to, Caitlyn Jenner. I heard a trans girl killed her father. That's fucked up. Her father was probably incredibly abusive. So, you know, like, that's probably more fucked up. No one just kills their family member for no reason, certified garbage. And also, like, it's not like trans people are crazy. Is this the one in Seattle are you talking about? What are you talking about? Brainwash poison. Are you guys like anti-trans right now in my chat? While I'm literally like out here sending out sources to trans people, be like, hey, you could do this. Don't die. I am very much pro-trans. Cool. All right, good. Just making sure. I looked up trans person kills father. Seattle. Woman murders father with ice axe after feeling overwhelmed by Trump's victory. This is code for saying her father was being a piece of shit after Trump won, and she, in an act of liberation, yeah, she was her dad was being a piece of shit. There's no way. They're not going to word that in a different way that, you know, shows that this trans person is a human. But by the way, that's how they're going to put like the trans people in camps. By the way, it's not going to be just kill them all. They're going to arrest trans people for every possible crime that they can find and then put them in the camps that way. Yes, the poison is on the other side. Trans rights are men's rights and women's rights. They'll come for LGBT, then the women. Well, like I said this before. Everyone was telling me, oh, you're not right. Oh, you're making this up. Oh, you have no idea what you're talking about. When before the election, I was showing videos of right-wingers talking about getting rid of women's right to vote. And I said, if they win this election and they pass the nationwide abortion ban, this is next. They're going to do it on a state level. They're going to have like little assholes going and talking about, oh, well, you know, like in Christianity, it's the woman's job to like vote with her husband, which they're already doing. And now they're being significantly more open about not wanting women to vote. I thought it might take a little bit longer, but every single one of the people in my chat would be like, no, there's never going to happen. We wouldn't let that happen. There'd be a civil war, blah, 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 blah. No, they will. They will, Anubis. They're doing it. They are already in the process of doing it. In fact, like we covered on stream a video of right-wingers talking about this, women saying like, oh, well, you know, we all already vote with whatever, like my husband says, of like the rural communities where the men tell their women who to vote for and that's how they vote. The evangelical Christians, the Catholics that are like a bit heavier on the religion side, the Mormons, they all already do this. And they're going to start first by making it more difficult for women to vote. It's going to start with voter ID laws. This is actually inside of Project 2025. So part of the new voter ID laws is that you need 2 photo IDs that have matching names on them, which means if you get married and your old ID has your maiden name on it, it will prevent you from being able to vote. It's going to start small, the way they did with abortion. They're going to step by step by step by step it, because that's how they do everything. If the people try that, it's dealer's choice for Russian influence, see which way the tide goes, install someone to champion whatever would win. Well, again, like this all implies that we actually have free and fair elections next time. We probably won't have a fair election. We will have a free one, but there is a push for this. Even like right now, I'm getting the, oh, they're not going to do it. They're going to do it. They've said they're going to do it. Stop not believing them when they're telling you what they're going to do. These people lie like the right every time. It's really easy to tell when they're lying. If they're claiming somebody else is doing something, it's a lie. If they're talking about what they want to do, believe them. If they're talking about what they want to do for you, it's a lie. If they're talking about what they want to do in general, believe them. You can change your name on your ID and passport. Yes, you can. However, A, it's expensive to do it on your passport. B, you can do it on your ID. Most Americans don't have a passport though, Anubis. Most Americans, like more than 3/4 Americans do not have a passport, which is going to be a mandatory thing to vote very soon. The voter ID laws only exist to suppress voting because you already need to have 2 IDs to register to vote. It doesn't matter. Again, don't worry about next election. The whole point of this was if you try and step on another person in like a space of danger, if someone else whose life is at risk to try and save your own, you're only buying yourself a little bit of time.
So we're here to have a bipartisan and serious conversation, I believe, about our national security. We should always ground these
passport is more than $50.
Conversations in facts, evidence, and the data in front of us. I want to note that we have our witnesses here. I want to thank you all for being here, and note that also amongst you folks have also served us in our military. And I know that for many of you, this has been a difficult process, but I'm very grateful to have you with us today, and thank you for joining us. I also want to note that today's hearing builds on a quite, I think, also historic public hearing that we had many months ago that Mr. Grothman and others helped lead in this very same hearing room, where I believe we began a really important public conversation about UAPs. And so I want to thank him for that, and I especially want to thank Chairwoman Mace for her continued advocacy on this topic. I also want to start with some facts. We know that there are objects or phenomena observed in our airspace, as our witnesses will testify, and also possibly in our oceans. In many cases, we don't know what they are, and this is, of course, why we're discussing UAPs. Now,
yeah, no, this time it's actually going to be first they come for the transes, then they come for the immigrants, and then they throw the leftists and the Marxists in between wherever they can. Oh shit, we just hit 160 followers. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that one. And I will be posting all my I posted all the Tulsi Gabbard sources on Discord already. Certified garbage. I'm going to post all of my source documents on there, and you guys are going to hate me because they're going to be all out of order.
The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, has reported hundreds of UAPs that remain, quote, uncharacterized and unattributed, and which, quote, appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities and require further analysis. This is our own AARO office. Now, we shouldn't be judged what they might be. I'm certainly not going to. We need evidence. But what we are detecting things, and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investigating. Now, the American people have legitimate questions, and I believe it's critical that Congress should help address them. This is about the truth and science and facts. Now, transparency and faith in our institutions
Truth, science,
is vital
and facts,
in a
the
good
three
democracy.
things that the American people just made very clear that they do not care about. That's what this is about. Sorry, I'm getting like artifact here. I'm not sure if it's from the video
Now, I'm
or
proud to
from
say
me.
this hearing will build on that important bipartisan work, and I want to thank everyone for being involved, including members of our committee. Now, in our last hearing in July, we heard testimony that a significant number of pilots of major airlines have witnessed UAPs as well, but have no real confidential way of reporting them to the government. We heard that commercial pilots who encounter UAPs may be hesitant to speak openly due to stigma or fear of retaliation. We also know that AARO has reported that, and I want to quote, that most reports still reflect a bias toward restricted military airspace, a result of reporting from military personnel and sensors present in such areas. And so,
okay, I just want to start off right here, right? So the first like critical piece of evidence that they're claiming is UAPs that were spotted by pilots, whether they were domestic commercial pilots or whether they were by Air Force pilots. I just want to bring up, this is the list of psychoactive drugs used by the military. Amphetamines, by the way, the US used up until 2017. So any of the, any examples that this guy is going to give that is pre-2017, expect that the pilots, US Air Force, was not only going at like Mark 5 or Mach 5, but was also high as fuck. Now, again, this is 2017. What do we use now? Well, now we use modafinil, which, by the way, this is the same thing that like investment bankers and venture capitalists use. This is what truck drivers and all that, you know, this is what people use to stay awake now. People that know what aircrafts are supposed to do. Literally, like every Air Force pilot I've ever met in both Australia and America and in Turkey have been insane and have said that every other Air Force pilot is also insane. But like not in the bad way, they're just crazy. But militaries of several countries have known to express interest in modafinil as an alternative to amphetamine, the drug traditionally employed in combat situations where troops face sleep deprivation. The French government indicated the Foreign Legion used modafinil, certain covert operations. In the United States military, modafinil has been approved for use on certain Air Force missions, and it's being investigated for other uses. The Air Force call it the Go pill. Okay, so just understand that every single time we get any sort of a testimony from an Air Force pilot, they are either on amphetamines or modafinil. Essentially, they're on uppers, they're speeding, and they're also in a vehicle that is going faster than anything that you've ever been in. And I need you to like really just picture yourself, right? Because it's not like there's cameras picking up like much of this, all the like little lens fractures that we've seen, the tic tacs and all that. Imagine driving a car doing 100 miles an hour. How much of your surroundings are you actually picking up? How much can you actually see and remember? Now imagine driving that car 100 miles an hour while on stimulant drugs and trying to pick out things that you see around you. So keep that in mind as we actually hear about what the pilots think that they see. And And we're back discussing stimulants because we're talking about the Air Force.
Lack of ability for civilian pilots raises real safety concerns and limits our ability to understand UAPs. This is a particular piece of this conversation
I've seen
I'm
that
very
video.
interested
It's
in.
not.
Now, our last hearing inspired us to introduce the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, joined by Chairman Grothwin, Chairwoman Mace, and
Was it a bird? It was a bird. Was that the Tic Tac video, right? That you're talking about?
Group of co-sponsors. I see some of our leaders from Safe Airspace for Americans Act here, and that would create a safe reporting for UAP process, which we want to continue to do. Now, members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have now taken an interest in this issue. Mainstream media, in many cases, are beginning to take more of an interest in this issue.
That's because they love
carry that
aliens.
work and build confidence for the American people. I believe we can always be more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are simply about the truth and getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are. It's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can work together to cut through misinformation and look for a serious and thoughtful way to have the discussion in public. Many of us have also called for additional public hearings to discuss UAPs. This should be a topic that continues on throughout the Congress so that we can gather more information, data, and work with the relevant agencies to gather more information. Finally, just want to add that those that are here—
What's your name on Discord, Certified Garbage? It's under Visora Sources, but I'm not sure if I made it, like, visible to everybody. I didn't make it visible to everybody.
Here on this dais, many of us have participated also in classified briefings as well, and where we have also gained a lot of important, I think, and interesting information, at least I personally have. And so with that information, we want to continue today's hearing, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here. And with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And I'd now like to recognize Mr. Grothman for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here one more time. This is
here we go.
A topic I've been interested in since 8th grade. I'd like to thank Ms. Mace
Yeah,
for
there probably is aliens in this room.
working with me on this topic and for making this a joint subcommittee hearing.
Feels bulletproof bullet. Don't even worry about
Committee
it.
on National Security, the Board and Foreign Affairs here held a historic hearing to understand the potential national security risk of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. We heard from former Navy Commander David Fravor, who shared firsthand experience with a UAP he engaged while on duty in the Pacific. We learned from David Gresh, a former member of the intelligence community, who revealed the supposed existence of secret government programs.
Again, this
hidden
is a
from congressional
non-credible
oversight.
person.
Additionally, former military pilot Ryan Graves informed us of the limited ways in which the military and commercial pilots can report UAP sightings. Since that last hearing,
Commercial pilots are all on fucking cocaine too. Are you kidding? The Tic Tac is most likely a bird. See, I thought it was most likely like a balloon. Either like a spy balloon or a weather balloon, because I don't know if you guys understand like how air currents work in the sky. For example, if you don't have a commercial pilot's license, like you haven't passed the test saying that you're able to fly a plane without looking outside at all, only by looking at your like little circles and your dials in your control panel. If you can't do that, you're legally not even allowed to fly within a mile of a cloud, because the air current couldn't just pull the plane. It could flip you. It could drag you up and down. There's an example of, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Air Force pilot levitated in midair, froze to death. There was a couple of these. It was in the, I think it was during World War II, where, no, not this one. There's an Air Force pilot who at one point had to like pop out of his plane because it was stalling and it was going to crash. And then the air pressure in the cloud literally held him in the sky until he froze and got heavy enough to fall and then died. So yeah, it is up currents, updrafts, ice. Yeah, it is not a safe place in the sky. I am not a pilot. I'm not as like a clearly bulletproof bullet knows a bit more than this than I do. But I did do like an elective in college where I took a flight simulator class for like 12 hours. And also, I went down a rabbit hole one day about the sky. Yeah, no, genuinely, there's... I didn't think that was possible. The updraft kept him floating in the cloud until his body covered in ice froze and fell to the ground. So seeing something moving up and down inside the side in a way that, you know, normally like planes can't do, does not necessarily mean anything. It could have been a bird, it could have been a plastic bag, it could have been a balloon, or it could have just been a lens refraction, a light refraction, which most of these do end up being anyway. It's just light hitting the camera weird, or pilots that are high and sleep deprived going very, very fast with like pressure on their brains from how fast they're going, seeing things. Like dying in the air? Yeah, it probably was terrifying.
Led several briefings with government agencies.
If there were aliens on Earth, we would know.
First, the Department
You
of
think
Defense
these
Inspector
idiots can
General's
keep a
office informed
secret?
us that the Department of Defense does not have a streamlined process for service members to report UAP activity. Since then, the Joint Chiefs have implemented standards for UAP reporting across the services. The Intelligence Community Inspector General informed us that whistleblowers often fear retaliation for reporting mismanagement of highly sensitive government projects or information. Finally, AARO has expressed to the committee that, like any other federal government agency, it's faced challenges in its establishment, specifically in hiring staff to manage UAP historical records and coordinating with other federal agencies. While these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data, none of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush, despite our committee members endlessly questioning these agencies inside and outside of a SCIF. I hope our witnesses today will be able to provide evidence and content that is worthwhile to our pursuits of eliminating
They won't. Also true.
government waste and increasing transparency. To help alleviate some of the roadblocks, I'm supportive of measures that were included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to increase transparency and improve record-keeping measures when it comes to UAPs. But I believe there's still more work to go. I co-led the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Ranking Member Garcia, which requires the Federal Aviation Administration to develop procedures to collect UAP data from civilian aviators. I look forward to working with members of...
Do you know how expensive and useless this is going to be to collect data from civilian aviators? That means every person with a pilot's license is just going to, like, every time they see anything, they're going to report it. And then now, it's probably because he is. Is he a Republican? If he's a Republican, he probably is. Pedocon theory is a thing that I believe. They're not all pedophiles, but most elected Republicans tend to be.
Congress to see that this legislation and other UAP legislation crosses the finish line.
We still haven't gotten to talk about Matt Gaetz.
Reporting of the massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet.
One second, let me hear that again.
Massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half of the F-22.
So a drone swarm flew over the CIA base, right? Okay.
Was in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin...
First of all, flying over 3,000 feet above a place is not swarming the place. It's swarming, you know, it's hovering over it. That doesn't sound like aliens to me. That sounds like spy drones, but sure.
Of these
and yes, radar data, please. Citation needed. It's funny how all of these, every single piece of evidence about UAPs is about, like, fucking pilots in the sky and never the people with the advanced radar detection machines that can see fucking birds, but not anything else. Sure, yeah. If alien civilizations were advanced enough to have the technology to travel to Earth, they would... Yeah, like, legitimately, if they existed enough to be here... First of all, I subscribe to the Dark Forest theory. We'd be dead if they knew we were here already. And let's say they didn't want to kill us and they wanted to enslave and conquer us. You think that they wouldn't have done so already? But, like, Dark Forest theory still makes the most sense to me for aliens. As in, like, there is a limited amount of space and matter in the universe. Yes, even though it is still expanding. If you see a, like, foreign civilization, even if they are less advanced than you, it is objectively better to just murk them right off the bat so that there is no chance of them ever catching up and being able to take some of the matter and, like, space that your civilization would otherwise take, or being stronger than you over time. It is really simple. And space does exist, Anubis. It plainly it does. Our military planes are getting more and more reliable. Well, like, also what kind of 82 Chevy are the aliens sending here? Well, exactly. Also, like, we can fly. Our military, like, fighter jets can fly pretty close to space. Like, they can't go up into space, but they can get right to the border. UAPs at military installations support your theories. Aliens take out those, take out those targets. There is no fight on Earth. Exactly. No, genuinely. Man, if you don't want the ads, I guess you have to sub. Sorry, they're auto ads. I need them, man. I don't have a job. This is my job. Watch my ads.
Their operators remains a mystery. This incident.
I'll pause it for you when the ad starts, okay?
Their sightings in your sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence.
Don't give them any ideas, Cheeseburger Murph. They're gonna put a dome around the goddamn planet. Rather just make a Dyson sphere.
Defense and Homeland Security committees. Whether these phenomena are the result of foreign adversaries developing advanced technologies or something else entirely, we must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national.
You know, there's a non-zero, higher than 10% chance that all of these UAPs are actually us, because even Congress doesn't know where most of the military budget goes. The U.S., the Pentagon has never, ever passed an audit. They failed one 2 days ago. They don't know where our money is going. This could be our money. The UAPs could just be us. Aliens will definitely nuke or kill us. They're probably watching. And no, if they're watching us, they would have already fired certified garbage. The core idea of the Dark Forest theory, which is one of the main reasons of why we haven't met aliens. There's the what's the other one? The main theory of we haven't met them yet because the universe is so big. There's that one. There's the Dark Forest, which is they're all hiding, because if you allow your existence and your location to be made known, you'll just get annihilated, because why would you allow a potential adversary to grow and become a challenger to you in the intergalactic powerful society games that they'd be playing? Imagine Earth government, but on an intergalactic size, the most powerful civilizations. It would be equivalent to us just spraying a fucking beehive with a thing that makes them move, not kill them. Actually, beehive is a bad idea, but it was a bad example. Spraying a spider nest just to kill them all. That would be the equivalent. Not even bombing a country like Yemen. They would just instantly annihilate us. This is a hell of a funding campaign for the spaceport. We don't know where their money's going. We fired thousands of nuclear weapons without aliens doing anything at all. Exactly, we send messages out into space too. The thing is, the way light travels, sure, maybe they haven't seen it yet, but hold on. Pentagon audit failure. Here, from the Hill. Pentagon fails 7th audit in a row. 7th audit in a row. The Pentagon on Friday failed its 7th audit, with the nation's largest government agency still unable to fully account for more than its $824 billion budget. Yeah, look, we don't know where this money's going. And even if they could account for it, oh, thank you, Backcast. I really appreciate that. And even if they could account for it, they still wouldn't tell Congress, because some of the funding for some of the projects that the government takes place that we do are classified. If we tell Congress, then that is on that becomes documented, and then people can see it. If you're working on secret weapons or satellite spy technology, and you tell the government and then they write it down, that's no longer secret. It's classified. So they don't know where. I think what was the percentage of that audit that they got? I closed it too quickly. Pentagon audit percentage success 2024. They managed to how much of it did they actually manage to Wow, they've never passed an audit since they became legally obligated to. Yeah, they won't even tell us how much of this they actually managed to audit properly. This is fucked, guys. Maybe the aliens want gold. No, if aliens were coming here for like an element, it'd be well, not an element, but for like resources, it would be water. Water is more rare in the universe than gold is. My goodness, where is 800 some odd $billion? I don't know, boss. Well, like 800 is their total budget. They just don't know where, like, they didn't tell us how much of it they can account for, which tells me it's like, I don't know, 30% maybe. Gold isn't rare enough to bother us with yet. It would be water. It would be water is what they would come for. Although water might not be as rare as we think it is. We were talking about the other day how we found that there's like oceans on Uranus and probably underground oceans in Mars as well. You're welcome. Oh, thank you, Batgaz. You're always so sweet. And yes, the military does suck. It's kind of funny. They might defund the military. Like, Trump might outflank us in defunding the military from the right. Well, if we pass an audit this year, you'll want us to pass one next year, and we don't want to set that kind of precedent. That's exactly true, Bulletproof Bullet. That's literally exactly the case. If space exists, why don't we just mine a planet for its resources? Well, we plan to. It's hard. Although we are already in the process of getting, like, asteroid mining off the ground. I think we've managed to do it once or twice. But there are companies that are specifically going to look for asteroids that are around the Earth, specifically to mine things like platinum and titanium. Little do we know they're making weaponized dildos to make all the Chinese and Russian soldiers gay. Look, I told you guys, if we want to win if we want to win a war against like the Chinese or the North Koreans, anywhere who has censored internet, just like project gangbang porn into their like main capital city and all the soldiers will throw their arms down. Like this is evidentiated now. And yeah, water isn't rare in this form of like ice, sure. I did forget about that though. You're right. Bulletproof Bullet. You are very smart. I like having you here. Government funded stuff usually goes well. Like we have the money. Well, no. Government funded stuff under capitalism functions like this. Under a socialist system, this would not be this way. This would be much well, actually, this probably wouldn't even be happening. The fact that there is a hearing to discuss this and talking about the money that was spent on looking for UAPs and like how much that was and what we found is fucking ridiculous. There's so many different ways that I would much rather be looking into the Pentagon and like what they're doing with their budget.
Defense. The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public and key congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions.
I want all AI to be thrown in a hole and filled with cement. So do with that what you will.
Classifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called...
Oh, well, I agree with that, too. I feel like maybe we should just release all this fucking shit because there's nothing here that's substantive.
You know, private information.
Oh, we did Bulletproof Bullet. We did that with Israel, right? Isn't that like the main thing that we send them?
Approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust, and it's just obvious. I don't have trust. We cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing.
Wait, guys. I think we got a leak. I think we have the Matt Gaetz leak. I think we have it. I'm not sure. I found this. Now I'm looking for the actual leak. The contents included in Matt Gaetz' report have been leaked. 2 women testified to the House Ethics Committee that they were paid by Matt Gaetz to have sex with him and other individuals at sex parties. Gaetz appeared to have been under the influence of drugs at these parties. And also his former best friend is doing 10 years for this as well. These are the parties in which they sex trafficked minors too. So I'm looking for the full documents, and if we find them, then I'll add them to after the UFOs. Israel claims we send them Muslim-seeking bullets for plausible deniability. Well, we do know that Israel is developing like AI that aims where their bombs are. It's actually Australia that aims where their bombs are. We do it straight from Pine Gap.
And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic, and again, having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political
Maybe, I guess. Like, he's a nice dude, but like, yeah.
spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressmen Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency.
Yeah, these guys are tied up while they're fucking arguing about getting all of Trump's psychotic picks into their cabinets.
In the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following Arrow.
Also, yes, if you're a man, definitely follow Dye Workwear and look at his fashion tips. Men dress like shit these days. This is on 1.5 speed. Do you guys want it up higher? Like, sorry, 1.25. Do you want it at 1.5? I won't be able to like actually pay attention well enough and talk to you guys on 1.5 speed, or anything above 1.5 rather. We'll try it out this way.
Along with ODNI, release an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report,
well, in that case, we all need to take some goddamn Adderall. 171
remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, Arrow revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena Records Collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Bulletproof Bullet, is they keep making these claims, and yet they have no evidence for any of them. Any evidence that they show looks like a joke. It's like ghosts, you know? Anytime someone's like, oh, look, there's a ghost in this video. It's like Bigfoot. It's all made, none of this is like real. They just hype it up more. The people that are going to be testifying at this are making money from this.
Credible. We're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of I can't tell you. And in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us we're told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened
Oh,
distrust...
that's not sus at all. You know, we were told not to ask certain questions. Like, this is an open hearing, and in these cases, you are allowed to say, oh, I'm not allowed to answer that in an open hearing. Oh, this is classified. Like, fuck you. By the way, U.S. Senate panel to hold hearings on suspected China hacking incidents. Interesting. Just, okay. We have 8K video capability. How in the world are UFOs still smudges? Because they're not real!
Of our government institutions. I believe more transparency is not only needed, but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. It's part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded, right? And now
I'm willing to bet that a large percentage of these are just us, including that swarm over the CIA. That could have just been the Pentagon being like, hey, let's fuck with the CIA for a little bit. Depends on what state in Australia that you want to live in. If you want to live like near Sydney or Melbourne, good luck. We have a housing crisis here too.
This has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now. These are pilots. These are military. These are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People have...
We should change this like Senate hearings so that you can lie, but every time you lie, you have to take a shot of tequila, and it is noted that this is a lie, but that lie won't be held against you. And then every time you take another shot of tequila, you're much more likely to just openly admit to what you're doing. If you were an alien and you landed in the middle of Australia, you'd probably die from like heat and dehydration. And also, I'm kidding. And also, like, the middle of Australia is also a giant U.S. military base, so you'd probably get shot out of the sky, too.
Have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today.
Wait, before we listen to Nancy Mace, I just wanted to point out, remember how for a really long time, we talked about QAnon earlier, QAnon existed, and then after, like, January 6th, everyone pretended that QAnon was never real and that they weren't QAnon and that QAnon is like faking. Guess what's now everywhere again? Because I'm scrolling Twitter looking for these Matt Gaetz files while we're watching this, and I'm seeing stuff that's like Q this, Q that. It's Elon Musk and fucking Michael Flynn, but we know this. If they were real whistleblowers, the NYT would be ratting them out so they're thrown in jail. This is true. The only reason that these whistleblowers are able to do this is because the Pentagon does not care, because this is a nothing burger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this. It's the fucking Pentagon. Do you know what happened to the last whistleblower from the Pentagon just like a week ago? Jesus Christ. This was the last whistleblower that had to deal with something. This was the guy who took photos of like military documents and posted them on Discord. 15 years. Began small group of gun and military enthusiasm on Discord server chat room late 2022. While the documents stayed in the chat room initially, the information was later reshared to more public channels. The documents were later picked up by pro-Kremlin Telegram channels and military bloggers. Yeah, like 15 years for this kid. If they cared about this, this wouldn't be happening. Isn't QAnon random pictures that are you're supposed to make up a story about it? QAnon is a like psyop, but kind of also you are supposed to make up a story about it. It's run by like specific people. It is a real organization that puts out little bits of information that you're supposed to just kind of form together into your own narrative, so it's never wrong. We are using modern day technologies, reverse engineered after Roswell crash 1947. Yeah, insane. How did they see his Discord messages? The people on his Discord took those messages and then shared them outside of that Discord server.
Now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael
Also,
Schellenberger...
in 1947, like, if we were reverse engineering alien technology from 1947, we would be significantly more like technologically advanced by now. We had already built a nuclear weapon by that time. Your brain releases chemicals when you think you solved the puzzle, you feel great and you feel smart and you're brainwashed by it. Well, actually, yes, that is part of the method that they use. It's also a lot of the time when you see like QAnon propaganda. Sorry, we're going to keep going back and forth off topic on this, but our brains are puzzle creators, right? So hold on. Here's a video that's meant to like introduce someone to QAnon. Intro to... I'm trying to find one that isn't like a news source talking about it. I want to find like the actual video. Hold on. Here we go. Wait, no, that's HBO. God damn it. Give me something that's not news. Jesus. Give me some like right-wing words to like search to find the right way of... So it's intro to the storm, QAnon introduction for beginners. I think that should give me a decent clip, eh? Vampires eating children to sustain Biden's health. Yeah, that'll do it. There's a content... all of the videos that I keep trying to... that keep pulling up are like Into the Storm, the HBO documentary. But I can't play the clip from that. I just want... It's important. I'm focused on this for a reason because the way that the videos are made, they're binaural, they're subliminal, they're created to produce like a hypnotic effect in your brain. You know what? If this copyrights me, whatever. Let me just see, because this is the actual part of the video. No, that's the intro to the actual show. Come on. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I will find it. This while we do.
Brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now.
And yeah, QAnon are ridiculous. They're not hiding as much anymore,
though. Talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation, and the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list, maybe a FISA warrant. So come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay, and our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you...
Well, at least they have a nice little system going.
So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP.
Right, so hold on. This guy was Dr. Gallaudet. Let's find out who he is. Dr. Gallaudet.
Real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer.
He's an oceanographer. That's his PhD.
During this exercise, I received an email on Navy Secure Network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-18 aircraft participating in the exercise.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to slow this down a little bit, and I'm going to rewind it just like maybe 10 seconds there.
The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the
oceanography is the study of mapping the ocean. This sounds very, very much like... well, let's actually see the video. So do they think aliens are surfing up to the U.S. Why an oceanographer? No, well, so this is, he's an oceanographer that was on an aircraft carrier. These were seen by, like, fighter jets, F-18s that were flying around, that were almost colliding with things in the air. Again, this is someone on the ship being, like, given pieces of paper, reports from fighter pilots saying, what the fuck is all this shit flying around in the air? These people were probably hallucinating.
Email is what is now known as the Go Fast video.
Because there's no radar.
Captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object
infrared
who
sensor,
at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on Navy Secure Network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capitals, the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients without explanation. Moreover, the commander...
This, to me, sounds more like this was kind of stupid, and then they just kind of got rid of it to not embarrass themselves. There's, again, the only thing that we have is fighter pilots and their own fucking, like, anecdotes. Our military is so advanced, yeah, we have to invent a worthy foe to get more money. It's not even that. It's that, like, this is embarrassing if it came out. It's ridiculous.
The Fleet Forces Command and the operations officer never discussed the subject, even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing safety of flight risks. Yet it appeared to me that no one at the flag officer level was addressing the safety risks posed by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is, a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this Oversight Committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former...
Again, likely because it's part of classified research programs that we are running. I think a lot of these UAPs are our shit. They keep pushing this angle, flight safety risk, someone might fly into it. Yet we never have any, like, reports of commercial airlines nearly running into, like, a UFO, considering we have... Like, just look at this. Flight radar. This is how many planes are in the air right now. And We do this every day. Hold on, let me make sure I don't dox myself by accident. This is how many planes are around right now. None of them are running into fucking UFOs. Flight safety risk my ass. Right now, this is right now. Every day it looks like this. Where are you going? Wow, Tokyo to London goes up over Greenland? Interesting. Well, I suppose, yeah, it would be shorter to go up and around. Makes sense. Going to New Zealand, eh? Alright, enough of that. Yeah, no fucking way that this is a flight safety risk. Nonsense.
DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend
this part I can agree with. Yes, we should have more like openness about it, and yes, if we're working on tech stuff related to this, we should maybe try and, you know, bring that into the world. This is how everything's always worked, by the way. Most like technology that we use was invented by the military and then became part of like the average person's life. Now, as a fan of the X-Files, I would like to state the truth is out there. I've never watched the X-Files, but I do know, like, I understand that we're pushing this angle specifically to mislead exactly what we're doing. This is all related to weapons research. We're doing our own research. Didn't anyone hear EZ? No, I didn't. I mean, where?
Well as the socio approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. 2, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's...
Wait.
Beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. 2, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And 3, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations.
I'm in favor of all three of these. I just don't think that there's going to be any use from it, except for, like, nothing's going to... This is a waste of money. But sure, we'll do it.
Provisions that mandate
if it'll shut people up about aliens, fine.
To addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth and about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I've just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Again, like this isn't a bad action. There's nothing wrong with it. I just think that it's such a waste of money. That wasn't an unidentified submerged object. That was Moby Dick, the white whale, a fearsome beast. Like, all we're gonna find is shit like that. This is like, back in ye old days when we were sailing everywhere and we thought there were kraken from the deep and Cthulhu would rise up with his... Like, it's the same thing.
Now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear. UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the
citation for literally any of this?
Of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well.
Oh, really? You're going to bring this
I
up,
believe
are you?
that America's greatness...
Isn't this the guy who was, like, torturing people in Iraq? Like, is that your reference, Bulletproof Bullet? I actually just noticed that you said that. So yeah, this is the guy that was torturing folk in Iraq, isn't he? Why are you bringing up 9/11? I feel like maybe you'd want to sway away from that. A secret military branch that audits the military. This is wild. Yes, this is how corrupt the military-industrial complex in America is. They run everything. The military-industrial complex is America. It's also most of the world right now. Every decision that's made benefits these people every time.
Depends on three elements. A watchful Congress, B, a responsive executive branch, and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created...
it's the same shit that they always do. Yeah, like 9/11 times 1,000. Giuliani saying that made me laugh so fucking hard. But like, look at Netanyahu said that in Congress. He's like, October 7th was like 50 9/11, like the fucking audacity, but they all say it. That's like that's the fascist dog whistle of, hey, listen guys, like this is for the military industrial complex. You don't get to say no. That's what that is.
Created a culture of suppression and intimidation.
And yes, per your Archivist Banana, they have all the tech. Again, most of the like tech that we have was originally invented by the military industrial complex and then made its way to like consumers. Microwaves, the internet, phones, all of those were military creations.
That I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility.
I think those are pretty warranted from you. By the way, I found the QAnon clip. Now, just gonna show you a little bit of it. Actually,
Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives.
The word use of cabal really shows you how unserious and grifty these people are.
This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose three principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to
true Bulletproof Bullet. In fact, our tech progression has essentially hit the curve. It's because of semiconductors. It's the advanced microchips, the reason that we all pay attention to Taiwan, because 96% of them are made there. The thing is, the way that these are made, which by the way run everything, they're in your phone, your computer, the bombs that we send, they're just little tiny pieces of silicon with extremely small, like the size of a DNA strand, cuts and grooves into these little bits of silicon. We can't make them any smaller, which is why we've now started reaching the curve of our technological progression. We could still progress. It's not that we need to keep making them smaller. We need better ways of storing data in them and then analyzing them instead of the way that we currently do, which I think is via the bits. Do we still use bits for advanced microchips? I know it's not 64 bits. I know we do like more than that, but essentially, but even then the tech for those semiconductors is from the 60s, the guy that invented. Well, yes, exactly. It's not the tech that needs to be improved though. It's the math of how we apply the tech. Like, again, I'm just kind of spitballing here because I'm not a physicist, a scientist in that field. I'm not a programmer, but I know that we can't make these smaller, and they are the key to like technological progression right now. And so what we can do is make them more efficient if we can't make them smaller. And that I've watched videos on the fact that like the way that we store data is outdated. So putting those together makes me think like that's the only way forward unless we create an entirely new technology.
Unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach.
We had better planes back in the day. I remember, didn't like the UK have a plane that could fly to like New York and back, to New York in like 4 hours? It had the like bent wing, the nose down. I don't know why they retired it. Maybe it was like, too like inefficient. The Concorde, yeah, exactly. I've been on like one because they had a model in New York City. I've been inside it. Why don't we use planes like that anymore?
Including the academic and scientific communities,
capitalism,
the private sector,
that's the
and
answer.
Our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them. Whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon, we don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency. And this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we as Americans have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth, and I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent.
The Concorde created a sonic boom which would destroy windows. You could only fly it over the ocean. That time-saving matters less when you've got in-flight internet in your laptop and phone. I suppose also like less money. Concorde suffered several fatal crashes due to its age, and the refitting of them was deemed far too expensive. Makes sense. And if your flight is delayed an hour, well, yes, sure. But like, I was just wondering why we don't use the tech that made the planes go fast. You know, the Zoom tech. Now that we finished listening to him, here's kind of, this is a bit like what some Q drops look like. Whoa, can't play the music because, copyright. It'll just be images, there will be music in the background, and I can't quite play it, but it goes from like high energy to slow and creepy, depending on like what's going on in the video. It is all built in like a hypnosis oriented. It's supposed to reduce your ability to make distinctions on the importance and relevance of information. It's supposed to bring your guard down at first because it starts off usually kind of mellow and then it leads up into the brainwashing. It's just brainwashing. There was a crash in 2003, but otherwise the Zoom tech is very expensive. Okay, so it's just expensive. That's the thing, because these companies make billions of dollars. It's not expensive and then they can't do it. It's expensive and they want profit. If it was, the issue was like a specific like technical errors, we can afford to fix that if the company would just, you know, take a couple $1 billion less in profit.
Consent for Representatives Ogles
I mean,
of
there's
Tennessee
probably
and
tiny
Booker of
aliens
Colorado
somewhere.
to be waived onto the subcommittee for today's joint subcommittee hearing for the purpose of asking questions without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his introductory remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations.
Watch, like, the answer to all of this be something that, like, none of it. It's like all of the UAP is just because, like, Nigeria has acquired, like, Wakanda level, like, vibranium tech and is now creating these, like, planes. And that's why the U.S. government is hiding it from us.
President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs.
It would be
that it has
so
not
based.
released. There are other explanations for UAPs.
Remember when
that
Kamala
they
Harris
represent a new form
said Wakanda forever?
of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by Arrow, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds.
All right, here we go. Actually, this is important right here. So, explanation for UAPs and that they represent a new form
of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by Arrow, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are.
Plasma? Very, like, possible. We're up in the atmosphere, right? You're flying. Plasma and, like, little balls of electricity. The air is weird. That shit happens. Drones, quite possible. Birds, definitely possible. Balloons, we see them. We shot one down not that long ago. There's a lot more of them, and we send them too. And again, these things can act weirdly when wind currents hit them. Especially if you, like, fly past one in your F-18 going Mach 3, fuck with the wind current next to the thing, and then suddenly it's going, like, up and down and sideways trying to even out. Like, I can see that happening. And also, it is very likely that these are just, like, hallucinations in these people's brains, like plasma, light refractions, ball lightning. There's a lot. Wakanda, if Wakanda existed, Harambe would still be alive. Think about it. Wakanda invading the United States after Harambe gets shot. I feel like that's kind of a racist statement. And yes, I do actually remember when Kamala morphed into a 300-foot lizard and destroyed downtown Tokyo. I really don't know why she didn't win after that. That should have won her the election. Oh, there was that one craft. Let me see what it was called. The electromagnetic drive or something. Yeah, but we send balloons like that over China too, pre-breakfast banana, like regularly. And so do they. Spy balloons are a thing. They're not uncommon. Whoa, I'll have to look up that word.
Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States.
You should base your reality on facts. We all should.
No matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that
I know what this is. The magneto hydrodynamic drive thing. It didn't work. It was a failure. It was utter fucking failure. Wow, DARPA still existed in 2023. I only remember about DARPA because I watched Lost. How else are they meant to get the get around the world in 80 days? They'll figure it out. I gotta pee again. I'm gonna leave you with Mr. Schellenberg. One of you pay attention and tell me if anything's important is said here or anything stupid enough that I might want to yell about. My old teacher was a Navy pilot. He actually saw a St. Elmo lightning ball in his plane. Did your old teacher, who is a Navy pilot, also say that pilots are often crazy? But at the very least, you know, the fact that he saw the lightning ball and not an alien means he's probably a bit smarter than the rest of them. You can create plasma over wings to drop drag, so there's theories that they might have done something like, yeah, that would make sense. Even just accidentally doing something like that is possible. Schellenberger shouted me out, huh? Yeah, sure. The guy who's like
people
literally
of the United States, we have a right to know
the one we're watching. I'll be right back. I'm back. I was gonna bring my cat, but I couldn't find him. He's disappeared somewhere and hiding. Not crazy, retired Navy pilot. I suppose you have to be Air Force to be crazy. Navy pilots are not. As in, not mysterious, we know what causes it. Yeah, exactly. I've seen slow-moving balls of light a couple times. I tell myself surely that did not happen, but that's what I remember. We all see, like, we will all occasionally have, like, little light ball. Like, if you smush your eyes just real hard, you'll see little spots everywhere. Black spots, white spots, blue spots. That all is, very, very normal. And it just kind of happens. If you just stare forward for long enough, that will happen. It's kind of like night driving, but going much faster with much more light. It's quite easy to imagine seeing something. I don't believe you either, Cheeseburger Merv.
What UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP, NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me, that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of longstanding, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms.
Are we gonna see any of this? Because this is what they had for us last time. Oh my god, this is the whole fucking 2-hour clip. I thought this was just gonna be the clip of the Do they even show the things in here? Oh, AOC was in the last one. I hope she's in this one. So they don't even show any of the video.
Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capacities, capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, discs, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes
how every single thing that he just described, every shape is a shape that your brain can easily create and hallucinate, not like a detailed, specific kind. It's not like, you know, oh, this thing was spherical, but it looked like it was. It's just it's either a square, a circle, or a triangle. Like just nothing. They have literally nothing. Because if it was anything that was even remotely believable, they wouldn't just be like, oh, it was in the shape of a triangle. The UFOs are a psyop. All of this is just to distract people because they're going to start like rounding up immigrants in a couple weeks.
Incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on the...
Really? An orange-red sphere descend from high altitude? Sounds like a ball of lightning, maybe.
200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN.
Yeah, literally, it's all nothing. All of this is nothing.
And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute-long, high-definition, full-color video of a...
Another, what's the word? Word of mouth from somebody, not the guy talking.
A white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait.
Mm-hmm.
It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information.
So a helicopter pilot saw a white orb fly out of the water, and then another white orb meet up with it. Could it maybe have just been a bird that was near the water?
A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his request for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization AARO has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything AARO does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows AARO to not release it. Greenwald says that the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seems strange that they
Yeah,
had...
it is funny that they have literally no fucking evidence except for anecdotes from other people. Cheeseburger Merv, you find like in my opinion, the grossest men attractive. Just funny here, by the way. Charlie Kirk is saying this, but this originally came from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Can you see what they're doing? As if we're gonna steal the election, guys. Start the steal. Start the steal. Oh, and just want to throw in how annoying Elon Musk is to Donald Trump. Trump hates him so much. So do I. It's the one thing we can relate on. If I was Trump, tell the U.S. Air Force or Army to make the Iron Man suit by January 6, 2025.
3, and only those 3, but other requests have been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then, in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on the sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction.
Bro, you're getting documents from the Pentagon.
How many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us...
I feel like there's a lot more pressing and important issues that we could be doing, like, I don't know, hearings about the Pentagon on. Like the fact that maybe they failed all 7 audits in a row that they were ever required to take. Maybe we should talk about that. Maybe we should look into some actual important issues. It's funny that this comes out, actually, as you mentioned, Bulletproof Bullet, 3 days after they fail their 7th audit, they do this. Yeah, what are they supposed to say? These are super secret, tiny, supersonic blobs. They don't know shit. And also, none of this exists anyway.
Like children, it's time for us to...
And yes, they redact shit all the time. We don't even know what killed, was it JFK or Martin Luther King, whose, like, files finally can be declassified next year? It's one or the other.
To know the truth about this, I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin...
Bro sounds like he's ChatGPT reading.
...by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I am currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I'm speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out...
Don't blah, blah, blah. You guys voted to watch the 2-hour hearing.
...for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response.
No,
Therefore,
I'm
one of the
not
most
actually
important
mad. This
actions
has
to be
led to some
taken
interesting discussions. I'm kind of here for it. They're all lying, and this means nothing. But the interesting discussions that are coming out of it, I like.
Relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma. And this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism.
Well, like UAPs are real.
Walk down the National Mall.
That's
you would
true.
immediately see the NASA logo.
They're just like UAPs. They're unidentified aerial phenomena. Of course they're real. It's just, what are they?
T-shirts, hats, and
Is the
bumper stickers.
question.
Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management T-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role. Specifically, NASA could, with relatively little cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for
Why is
anomalous
everything
phenomena.
AI?
I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP Independent Study Team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance...
Yeah, NASA has talked multiple times, spoken out about this not being the case, and that they have nothing to support this. Nothing. Hold on one second. I just found some really weird shit right now. What the fuck? Okay. So this guy, Artem Klyushin, we talked about him before. He's a Russian businessman that was sentenced to 9 years in prison for conspiracy, federal court in Boston for his involvement in an elaborate hack to trade scheme that netted approximately $93 million. So this guy is like close with the Russian government, right? Mr. Klyushin hacked into American computer networks, obtained confidential corporate information. Is there a Putin connection here? Kremlin, FSB. No, they're too smart for this. Okay. Well, so this Russian guy, right, is posting a lot of these on Twitter, and I don't understand. Like specifically, some of these are exactly the plans that are being followed through on. We're missing a few here, right? The recess appointments that they tried to do and have now failed. That's step 2. Recommendation 3, clearly and communicate to the public your use of recess appointments is driven. Yep, so they tried that, failed. Address potential criticisms by underscoring the importance of having fully operational cabinet. Sure. 5, engage in private negotiations with key Senate leaders. Use threat of recess appointments as leverage. Prepare for potential legal challenges to your recess appointments, assembling a team of constitutional lawyers. Track the effectiveness of resources. Why is this Russian, like, dude saying this? Like, what is going on here? There's so much, like, recommendation. So this was all of that there, right? So then we have monitoring and evaluations. There's a whole other thread, or rather the continuation of said thread. Track the effectiveness, maintain flexibility, implementing these recommendations. Like, is wild. This is wild. Hold on, go up a little bit, and then we get to today, all within like an hour ago. Real Donald Trump's vision, peace through negotiations, ending war. Like, this is a full-on Stan account. This isn't a bot either. This is this guy's actual account. Foreign policy focuses on peace and prosperity, no more endless war, blah, blah, blah. Speed is my middle name. This is all recommendation. Continue to focus on free trade deals. Ensure transparency in government actions. Strengthen the nation's defense capabilities. Recommendation. Must stay firm on securing borders. Why is a Russian giving the U.S. president recommendations on how to behave? This many recommendations on how to behave? Why? This guy is literally, he's been arrested in America for working for the Russian government, for hacking us. Why? This is insane. I'm gonna do some more follow-up on that. We'll cover that in further detail later. I just saw that and I was like, what the fuck? Sorry for the little disruption there. Yeah.
Guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood.
Well, yeah, we are well. Hey, Kissinger, we're well aware that Trump's been compromised. Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, Department of National Intelligence Secretary, is a Russian agent. Elon Musk has been in contact with Elon for years and is owned by Elon. JD Vance is owned by Peter Thiel, who's also close with the Russians. Putin's owned by China. We're all in it deep. We're well aware of all of this. But that shit's wild. By the way, any of you who don't know who Peter Thiel is, while we're taking a little break from the alien stuff because my brain needed it. Compromised meaning that he works for them. This is Peter Thiel, by the way. This is the owner of JD Vance.
But I would always maybe go back to, the apocalyptic specter would be, Antichrist or Armageddon. And
yeah, these people are insane.
I think there is a lot in this runaway science technology that's pushing us towards something like Armageddon. And then there is
this guy just wants feudalism. It's not just slavery. He wants Christian theocratic fascism with him on top. Feudalism, rather, with him on top. No, I actually don't think that he's on drugs. He looks like one of those, crazy health freak Nazis. Kind of like RFK, but RFK's not a Nazi. He's just insane.
The natural pushback on this.
And we never had the ability to trust Trump anyway, Kissinger. You shouldn't trust any politician. You shouldn't trust, anyone on the internet giving you, news or information. Don't trust me. Look up what I say afterward. Go double check. Don't listen to anybody. Everyone's lying to you all the time. Reality doesn't matter anymore. And yes, church people love Armageddon.
By having a one world state that has real teeth, real power.
It's just accelerationist theory, isn't it?
The term for that is the Antichrist. And the
as often is the case, free breakfast banana.
I have is, I don't want Antichrist. I don't want Armageddon. I would like to find some narrow path between these two where we can avoid both. And that's
his narrow path is where he gets to own everything and you work for him. He looks like Mendel. Well, honestly, there's quite a few of the people around Trump right now that look a bit like old Nazis. I still stand by my my statement that Stephen Miller looks exactly like Goebbels. Mass psychosis revealing its ugly head. True. It's a weird No, anti-intellectualism is the literal base of all of this fascism, though. That's the thing, is the inability to believe in institutions. COVID broke a lot of fucking people's brains, right? But it wasn't just before, it wasn't perfectly fine. They've been going into anti-intellectualism for a long time. Going back to debating evolution. By the way, just while I was reading stuff, I found a few things that I just wanted to throw up in here while we're going to continue with the alien stuff, but I did know that trans people were about to get fucked over. I just didn't think it was going to be this long. So this one is a trans inmate forced to detransition in prison. Doctors try and inject her with testosterone. They're literally trying to this trans prisoner's gender. They're trying to trans the gender of this prisoner. It's insane. Literally based on everything that they say. Also, for anyone who knows Aaron Reed, great journalist, especially on trans issues. So Republicans filed 32 anti-trans bills today in Texas. I'll read these. I don't really have many of you watching that are in Texas, but I'll post a link to this on my resources section of my Discord after the stream. And Miller should freak you out because he's literally a Nazi. He's Goebbels and like the guy is in his soul the most Nazi I've ever seen. Like, I cannot. You could put Hitler and Stephen Miller right next to each other, and to ask me to pick who seems like the more like Nazi-ish, and I will pick Miller. And COVID did change the way people interact socially. It's because a lot of, like, nobody was prepared for having to be stuck inside. Nobody was prepared for their life to change dramatically. Nobody was prepared for people to die. And I've talked about this at length. One of the largest, most consistent, regular problems in our society is the inability to feel discomfort, is the inability to do emotional regulation, is the inability to think introspectively and to change behavior based on that. It's critical thinking skills. We don't have them. Logic, like 1 + 1 = 2, with the symbols and everything. Like, logic is a skill that we lack. None of these are innate. All of these need to be taught when you're in school. And since we don't get taught critical thinking outside of like how to do like a little math equation, we don't get taught logic. I didn't take logic until college, and that was an elective that I took with philosophy. And when you get in a situation such as COVID, where it's a global catastrophe, there is an emergency happening, your life has to drastically change, the material conditions in which you exist and how you interact with them are drastically different. And all the while, you're online, you're on the internet, and you get two options. Either one, you're on the sad, depressive, but regular, like normal human being, believe in reality side of the internet, or you get either slowly dragged into or start off in the misinformation net, the corporate misinformation, the Russian misinformation, the Chinese misinformation, the Israeli misinformation, the lies and lies and lies and lies, the anti-vax, the fucking anti-mask, the government is the QAnon stuff grew entirely. It's all of that grew together. Go outside, touch some grass. That's really it. Emotional regulation and critical thinking weren't a part of public schooling. I had to learn the hard way like others. Exactly. We need to make both of those part of schooling, as well as logic. Logic as well. And by the way, we should start teaching this in like 6th grade. You can continue on, start from like the bottom up. Teach people basic logic, then critical thinking, then emotional regulation. I was lucky for COVID. I was working outside and I was fine just staying in and gaming. I got lucky for COVID because it was within the time span where I was legally not allowed to work on my visa here. And I got my working rights like very close to the end of COVID. I remember still having to wear like a mask when I went to work at the very beginning, but not for very long. And so I got pretty lucky with that. I only got COVID once, but you guys know that even just getting COVID one time physically alters your brain. Like, it's almost like lead poisoning. Like, people who have gotten COVID 1, maybe 2, even 3 times, there are physical differences in their brain. It makes them less able to emotionally regulate. It makes them more likely to have violent responses and lash out and anger. And also attention span. So, like, it definitely fucks with your brain. I don't go outside much. I need to touch grass. I cannot drive a car. Injury. I'm sorry that you can't drive a car, but yeah, you could go outside, man. Touch some grass. Get someone to bring grass to you. You can do that. The propaganda fire hose. Again, you have to remember, propaganda is not innately a bad thing. Propaganda can be good, it can be bad, it can be neutral. It is a tool and it is based on how you use it. We need to do good propaganda. Logic, rhetoric, critical thinking, identifying fallacies, all of these can be propagandized into a message that the right accepts. Again, it's like the right does propaganda by doing misinformation because they have literally nothing that anyone wants. They have to lie to you or you will never care. You won't vote for them because they're shitty. We have real, like, actual things people care about and want. We don't have to lie, just message the way they do. Do it as if you're spreading misinformation, but spread actual information. Do I have COVID now? I don't think I do. I once had it badly, but 2 more times recently is the more mild form. I've only gotten vaccinated twice too. Australia kind of got lucky with COVID in general. I didn't know about the emotional regulation aspect. Good to know now. Yeah, we'll definitely go read up on it as well. Texas passing all those anti-trans bills seems more important than this UFO stuff. I've seen enough. We can see where it's going. I agree. We have a lot more other stuff to cover. Do you guys want to keep watching this, or should I jump into some of the other pressing topics? I like a little irreverent humor to be mixed in with my propaganda, at least a 1 to 0 ratio. True, you know, like, levity is required, especially when we're looking at stuff that's this depressing. It is pretty important to actually have some levity, you know? All right, guys, you let me know in chat. Are we continuing this, or are we going to move on to some other stuff? Because, got a lot of stuff to talk about, but I'm going to stream tomorrow as well, so... Republicans, we hate identity politics. Literally, they all love identity politics. So far, I only have 1 vote, so that's the way we'll go. Now, did I have something to tie into this identity politics? But no, but I do have this really funny clip to really change the pace while we move on. I picked out a couple different topics for us to go through, but this one is quite funny. Aliens are getting boring. This is true. Thank you, Backaz. You're just always happy to be along. Oh, let me preempt this. This is an old video, while back, 6 years ago, and it just goes to show that Piers Morgan has always been a retard and has never not been a retard.
So where will you be marching in the next 2 days?
I'll be marching in Westminster tomorrow alongside thousands of other people who found the policy of border separations unconscionable, who think that the sight of our elected Prime Minister holding Donald Trump's hand is an utter embarrassment.
Did you find Obama deporting 3 million people unconscionable? You haven't split up many families.
Yes, I did, and that's why.
Where was your protest march against that when he came to the country?
And that's why I also
But if you feel so strongly about it...
Literally, like, shut the fuck up and let the woman answer. Jesus Christ. This is, like, the one thing about Piers Morgan that I hate more than anything. It's not that he's a grifter, it's not that he's a liar, it's that, like, he'll ask a question and then he'll talk over you while you try and answer the question. And it's not bad thinking, it's reactionary thinking, Kiss and Go. There's no, don't assign moral value to thought processes. It's not good or bad, nothing is essentialist in that sense. It's whether it is reactionary or based in reality. The way that right-wingers, conservatives, all make their decisions is input and then reactional output. There is no space in between the input and the output. Piers Morgan tries not to be loud, jackass, challenge, level impossible, literally.
Where was your protest march against Obama?
In this country
if you found that unconscionable too, where was the march?
You do not have to go out and march against
standards.
everything in order to make a point about one thing.
Literally, even like the co-host is like, man, you're being a dick.
If you find them both unconscionable and it's the same issue, you have to march twice, don't you?
I would actually encourage you to maybe check out some of the other work that I've done where I've been intensely...
Tell you what I do, Ash, I go and check out some basic facts about your hero, Obama.
Cunt. He's not my hero. I'm a communist, you idiot.
It's not my hero. I'm a communist, you idiot.
Facts about your hero, Obama.
He's not my hero. I'm a communist, you idiot.
You didn't plan any protests against him, did you?
Her reaction, like the co-host reaction, is better than anything here.
Zero protests against Obama.
Jesus.
You have every right to protest.
Every right to protest. Just get it in perspective. There were none against Obama. There were none against Vladimir Putin.
Why didn't you go out and march against Obama then if you're so keen?
I know this is 6 years out of date, but holy fuck, man. Like, even the co-host is like, why didn't you go out and protest against Obama?
Is to make up for your own incompetence as a journalist.
Sorry.
You didn't.
So keen
manning your guests to make up for your own incompetence as a journalist.
Sorry.
You didn't hold Trump adequately to account when you interviewed him.
Yes, I did.
You didn't think that climate change was important enough to bring up.
I held
you
Trump
thought you'd ask
very
him to
well
manage
to
your
account
favorite
on a number of issues.
It's embarrassing.
Well, it may be
and
embarrassing.
instead, what you've done,
May be embarrassing to you, Ash, but actually,
is straw man your guest,
what I
put
try and
words
be,
in my mouth,
what I try and be
and
with,
you've deflected from the
thank you.
actual argument at hand.
What I try and do is be fair.
Oh God, that's fucking good.
About Trump. What you do
And to no one
is
else.
be relentlessly anti-Trump and relentlessly pro somebody like Obama.
I'm not pro-Obama. I've been a critic of Obama. I'm a critic of the Democratic Party because I'm literally a communist.
Just a nice little, like, break before we talk about some not so fun stuff, I guess. Which one do I go with first? Actually, let's stay on... No, we'll go to some bad news and then I'll leave some good news for afterward. That way we can clean up the depressing bad news with the happiness. So, we're doing prayer in schools now, guys.
As part of his planned overhaul of the federal government, President-elect Trump has repeatedly vowed to abolish the Department of Education. That call has been echoed by Oklahoma's top educator, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Ryan Walters. He is calling for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to close the department on, quote, day one.
Goodbye,
and in the wake of Trump's
permaband.
win, he announced the creation of a new Department of Religious Freedom and Patriotism in the state. Here's some of that announcement.
For too long in this country, we've seen the radical left attack individuals' religious liberty in our schools. We've also seen patriotism mocked and a hatred for this country pushed
Legitimately.
by woke teachers' unions. We will not tolerate that in any
Why is, like, there being... Is it this causing the camera?
country pushed by woke teachers' unions.
Okay,
We will
no,
not
it's the video. This, you guys can see this green bit, right? Yeah, it literally, all they did was call me a Jew, Art. The Nazis always love to comment on my nose. Every time I'm arguing with Nazis on Twitter, it's always just like, oh, you have a big nose. They got literally nothing else to comment on, and that's why. I was worried that the green stuff was just because of me, but it's on the video, so it's not about me. Look, I say this all the time, kiss and go, and anyone who hasn't heard me say this before, literally, when the right makes an accusation, it is always a confession. When they accuse the left of something, it is exactly what they're doing. When they say they're going to do something, they are telling the truth, and we underestimate them because it's usually so bad that we think, oh, surely not. Meanwhile, just my luck, you're the only Turkish girl that isn't in Germany. Yeah, there are a lot of us in Germany, aren't there? It's not only just projection. It's a literal tactic. Using every accusation as a confession makes it difficult to call them on anything. It makes it difficult to, for example, back during 2020, during Black Lives Matter, they would often have Nazi groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers going around committing violence. And then they would say, oh no, Antifa did it. Or sometimes there would be violence between anti-fascist groups and with the Nazis. And then they'd be filmed and be blamed on the left. It's the tactic that they use because as long as they do it, they get the benefit of the doubt. Kind of like child grooming. They like to talk about how the left wants to groom children in schools, right? Like the LGBT people are grooming children in schools. However, their literal platform on education is we're going to groom your children. We're just going to groom them differently. It is projection, diverting, fallacies, propaganda, denial. Yeah, literally, it's just Nazi propaganda. This is the way that fascism always has grown and existed. It is so very obvious.
Tolerate that in any school in Oklahoma.
Walters is requiring that all public schools in the state show students that video, which includes him leading a prayer for President-elect Trump. It's a mandate that several districts have already said they are disregarding. And that pushback comes as Walters is already facing 2 lawsuits stemming from his earlier mandate that schools incorporate the Bible into lesson plans in grades 5 through 12.
He's not going to get in any trouble.
Announced the purchase of 500.
I was going to say he's not going to get in any trouble because that's literally part of the platform. He bought Trump Bibles.
Bibles, which appear to be the Trump-endorsed God Bless the USA version for use in classrooms across the state.
Pre-breakfast banana, actually, that's a really good point that I'm going to take a moment to talk about. If you go to a protest, do not bring a weapon, ever. Don't bring a knife, don't bring a gun, don't bring any weapons to a protest. You are not there to fight. If you see the Nazis, don't fight them. Because you fighting the Nazis gets filmed on camera, and then it gives people a question in their mind of okay, well, who's the bad guy here? If you go to a protest, your job at this protest is to walk, is to shout, and when faced with opposition, is to get the shit beat out of you. Your job is to get your ass kicked by the cops and your ass kicked by the Nazis on video. Make them look bad. If you fight back on video, then they will spin it and make you look like you're the one that caused it. So I'm really just imploring you, do not bring weapons to a protest. Go, but be prepared to kind of get the shit beat out of you. And honestly, hope that it's the cops, because the Nazis will go harder than the other. You see, that's the thing. Stealing their money, that's fine. Do whatever you want. Just no Fed posting in the chat. But like, my point really here is, don't do anything at a protest that makes the left look bad on camera. If you wanna follow the Nazi after the protest, you know, that's illegal and you shouldn't do that. But that's up to you. But don't do anything at the protest to make us look bad. Well, that's the thing, Art. I've been saying this. If the left wants its messaging to actually reach the right, we have to sound a little bit more like them. I'm not telling you, like, I'm not lying to you. I'm not telling you to go lie to other people. It's just, we have to message better.
Ryan Walters is joining us now. I really appreciate
I'm not wrong
on
either.
to
That's
have
the
this
thing.
important discussion. As you know, your state's Attorney General's office says you don't have the authority for this mandate to play that prayer video. So what authority do you have to mandate schools to show your prayer video where you also pray for President-elect?
I have the mandate of our Lord Jesus Christ, who is inhabiting the body of the greatest president of our lifetime, Donald J. Trump.
Look, I've continued to hear the gaslighting from the left, and frankly, even from this network, pushing lies about what's going on across America.
That's another thing. Gaslight the right. Literally gaslight them. If they say, like, if you're in an argument and you misspoke and they point you out on it, just pretend you didn't. Call it fake news. Call their fucking bullshit AI. Doesn't matter. Use their tactics against them. You just don't do it to people who don't deserve it. You can distinguish, right? If someone is willing to talk to you, is engaging in good faith, engage with them in good faith. If you're talking to an idiot like this or a grifter like this, act like they do to them.
Trump has a clear mandate. He wants prayer back in school. He wants radical...
There was never prayer in school. They keep saying this. We're going to bring the Bible back to school. There was never a time where there was prayer or the Bible in school. You're not bringing anything back. You're bringing it to school. But they have to say back because, you know, no one believes in reality.
Leftism out of the classroom, wants our kids to be patriotic, want parents back in charge with
We
school
want to
choice.
groom your children.
We're enacting upon that agenda here in Oklahoma.
Yep.
That's what our parents want. Every county in Oklahoma voted for President Trump. His agenda is crystal clear, and we're going to enact it in the state of Oklahoma.
We're going to groom your children. Kiss and Go, I hope that you're actually trying to, like, at the very least, bring them over a little bit before you start really fucking with them. I find that a lot of MAGA voters can be brought over as long as they're not, like, the most indoctrinated. You know, like your average MAGA. Like, we get them in this chat sometimes. I've had chatters who were gonna vote Trump that I convinced to not vote for Trump. I don't know if they did or not, but still, it does happen. The founding fathers were secular. The Bible's in school is un-American. Literally everything the right wants is un-American, Bulletproof. These people are the least patriotic. Again, half of them walk around carrying Confederate flags. They, like, glaze the flag of the people who literally fought a war to not be America. And they count themselves as, like, patriotic Americans. If Jesus has one loaf of bread and 1,000 people are hungry, how many times does he need to split the bread for everyone to eat? Enough times to not answer that question. And this guy does have a very punchable face. Look at that, like, right there. Just not to say that you should, not to say that I would, but still. Our founder said we should not fear our government, yet here we are. Actually, the founder said we should fear our government. That's why we have, like, the Second Amendment is in case of government tyranny, although technically it's supposed to be for well-regulated militias. And then we have, like, the part of the Constitution that says the government can't just bring soldiers and make them stay in your house. The Confederate rejects still trying to gain visibility. It's disgusting. No, but a lot of the South really does believe that the South will rise again. Like, they call it the War of Northern Aggression, still to this day. Over here in Britain, going through school, the headmaster and mistress led the school in prayer every morning on the first day. Yeah, the British are fucked. You guys have this here in Australia too. My ex, the school that she went to, if I went to that school, I would have gotten kicked out within like a week. Genuinely. All almost all of the schools here are like Catholic schools, and I cannot do that. We had some Catholic schools in like the states where I grew up, but again, I was 7 years old when I told my parents I don't believe in God. You think I wasn't going to get expelled from school for arguing with the priest during pray time? I got suspended once because I refused to stand for the national anthem in like high school, which I thought was like, I thought that was pretty ridiculous, that like I have the right to not stand for the national anthem. And I got suspended for it. So of course I would have gotten kicked out of a religious school. Just an observation, not a threat, a punchable face is just an observation. This is very true. It has something to do with like the mustache, I think, and the hair. He looks like Tech Knights, and oh god, it made me... Art, what did I do to you, making you binge watch not only The Boys and Gen V? Fox News propaganda taking its grip on the soft jellyfish MAGA brain. It's not Fox News anymore, Kiss and Go. It's really not. If you look at the exit polls from the election, Fox News barely made a dent. It's almost all online media. It's like Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, all of their like the podcast. If you go on like Spotify and go into the podcast section, the top 9 out of the top 10 of them are like super right-wing conservatives. Elixim, I don't believe in God because I don't. We talked about it earlier in the stream. If you really want to know, you can like rewind and watch that section. I wasn't paying attention in Catholic school, went home, told my mom Jesus was on the wrong mountain with the wrong person. My teacher got fired. That is funny. I don't believe that, but it's funny. I grew up in Canada and we had public and Catholic schools. The Catholic schoolgirls didn't know anything about sex ed. Well, yeah, we also had public and like Catholic schools as well. And that wasn't my experience because I also dated a Catholic schoolgirl at one point, and she seemed to kind of know, but that's New Jersey, not Canada, so you know. I gotcha. The shifted strategy now. I despise Murdoch. Murdoch is a piece of shit and has probably caused more damage to the world than Hitler, personally. But at this point, like, old school media is dying. Fox News, CNN, NBC, all of these have very little impact. But it's not going to matter because we're going to get state media soon. I forgot a lot of you weren't here when I talked about this. Here, let me pull that up. Because we're about to get Truth Plus, the news channel based on Truth Social. Trump Media announces all TV streaming data centers are fully operational. Truth Plus content delivery network operating from sites across the country. On November 14th in Sarasota, the operator of the platform Truth Social is announcing today it has completed the initial deployment of cross-country network of data centers. This is for Truth Plus, the news channel. Just like China, just like Soviet Russia, just like North Korea, we are going to have state media. Yeah. Also, part of them taking control of the FTC means they get to regulate all of the social media companies. Now, I've been begging for all of the social media companies to be regulated, except now they're going to be regulated so that they're all like Twitter, not like fixing social media. They're going to be regulated so that Nazis can just out and about be open everywhere and then you can slur people without getting banned. That's what they're going to do. I don't know if it's still true here, but we always taught if you're not christened and you cannot be buried or hallowed, like that's just religious beliefs. I don't understand a lot of... Every different sect has its own beliefs. It's pathetic. Democracy with Truth TM by Trump. Absolutely. Have you ever seen the TrumpFile.org? No, I haven't. I have not, but I'm sure I've seen probably a lot of the stuff that was on it. But yeah, that's fucked, man. All right, back to school.
I'm going to take the bait on what you said about gaslighting from this network on this. I'm asking you a specific...
They've already taken away the porn in most states. If you go look at Pornhub's like data for election day and the porn that people looked up, not only will you nearly pee yourself laughing because Florida's #1 looked up porn category on election day was MAGA, but also like more than half the states, it's already illegal.
question, where is your authority specifically coming from? As you
well,
know,
I already know all of that.
Thousands of people, including parents who signed a petition to impeach you with more than 14,000 signatures at last check, say this is government overreach and you're taking control away from local parents, local school boards and parents over their kids.
You are. This
What do you
is
say to-
literally illegal under the current Constitution. The only reason that you're allowed to do this is because they're going to change the fucking Constitution. I'm just going to go back underground just like everyone else. Well, underground just means like this, you know, don't stop paying attention. If the left stops paying attention, if we tune out because we get depressed or we get discouraged, now it's over. I'm genuinely telling you right now, it is over if you people get depressed and like tune out. You created a strategic porn reserve. Why not just use a VPN?
That, and where is your authority?
That's what they do in Turkey.
From to enforce this prayer video to be played in schools.
You know, I appreciate you pushing that left-wing narrative here, but here's the reality.
Oh
the Constitution.
my God, Allah, the left-wing
you know, I appreciate
narrative.
you pushing that
Fuck
left.
this guy.
This prayer video to be played in schools.
You know, I appreciate you pushing that left-wing narrative here, but here's the reality.
It's
the
not
Constitution.
a left-wing narrative. I'm literally talking about a petition that parents have signed that's gotten more than 14,000 signatures that have raised this issue.
Pretty clear on religious liberty. The Constitution's crystal clear on religious liberty. I know the.
What a fucking piece of shit. So this is the country, guys. I'm sorry. I know we could skip this right now. I know that we have enough information for us to move on to the next segment, but I really need you guys to like build up a little bit more of a tolerance, and me too, by the way, of just listening to open, overt liars. So we're gonna watch at least another 30 seconds of this.
Left doesn't want our kids to know anything about the role of the Bible.
We need the barrier protecting our brain from this. That's why we're doing this.
Played in American history. They don't want any of our kids to know about the Constitution. Our religious liberties are protected, and the left has driven the Bible out of schools, driven prayer out of schools, and everything in education's gotten worse since. Before we had a federal Department of Education and we had the Bible and prayer in school, guess what? We were leading the free world.
No, we fucking weren't. Everything you're saying is a lie. By the way, Oklahoma, I think, is like bottom of education. Certified garbage. I do too. You've noticed, like, you've watched me for a while. I know you have. That we'll get partway through one of these and we'll get enough information that I'll just shut the video off because I can't stand how fucking like smarmy these people are. But we need to get better at that, because what's going to happen when Donald Trump is president? We have to sit through an hour and a half of him speaking. So we need to build up that tolerance now.
This was the greatest country in the world. And
If you vanish, then I don't get paid.
Statistic has gotten worse since
Yes,
the
it
creation
is
of the
open
Federal
and blatant
Department of
deception to the
Education, and the
public.
Supreme Court pulled the Bible and prayer out of schools. President Trump has won on this issue. He has a crystal clear mandate. It's what Americans want. It's what Oklahomans want. And so we're going to deliver on those on President Trump's promises here in Oklahoma.
All right. First of all,
Also,
the
this crystal
Constitution is
clear
not
mandate.
crystal.
Yeah, hold on. Before you go, lady, the crystal clear mandate shit is about like, oh, he won everything. You know that, like, even now, he still won less votes than he did in 2016, and he only won 2% of the popular vote. And Kamala Harris was within 100,000 votes of winning each of like the three main swing states that she could. Like, she was within 100,000 votes of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which meant if she got 100,000 more votes in all three of those states, she would be the president right now. This was not a blowout or a landslide. It was still quite close.
On President Trump's promises here in Oklahoma.
And
All
good
right,
kissing.
First of all, the Constitution
Kissing
is not
Gonzo.
crystal clear on that. It doesn't have God in
Gonzo.
it. There is this establishment clause in the First Amendment, which the Supreme Court has routinely said it requires the separation of church and state and public schools. There are many cases that hold on, I'm speaking. There are many cases.
Goddamn right, lady.
Where the Supreme Court has routinely ruled.
Except the economy wasn't bad, Bulletproof. Like, that's the thing. They thought the economy was bad because we let them think it was bad. Inflation was at its lowest in a decade. Your wages weren't going up. Yeah, that was fucked. Sure, that's why you felt it. Inflation was down. Unemployment was down. Like, all of the fucking economic factors that we would qualify of whether, like, the economy's doing well or not. The stock market. All of them were up. It's just your wages. But the Democrats failed to A, talk about this, and B, message properly overall, and C, it's just perception. Exactly. Policy doesn't matter. It's vibe. I've been saying this for a while now. We don't live in a fact-based society anymore. Everything is vibe. And objectively, even though, like, personally, I preferred Kamala Harris's vibe because I have a soul and I'm, you know, I like joy and empathy. Donald Trump was funny and personable. He was, well, I mean, true, but like, the man had Riz. Riz won the election. And Kamala Harris, she was kind, she was empathetic, but she had no Riz. None. Joe Biden had no Riz either. But again, we could put like AOC up there with Bernie Sanders as her running mate, and if they didn't message properly, they would still lose. If they didn't lean into economic populism, they would still lose. Because a lot, like if you looked at the exit polls, a lot of people that voted for Trump said that they knew it wasn't going to help them. They said, oh yeah, I think Trump is Hitler or he's a fascist. Like answered, yes, I think that he is a danger to democracy, but I think the system is broken and I think we need to break the system to fix it. People voted accelerationism. People voted, well, the Democrats won't do anything and the Republicans are Nazis. Maybe if we let the Nazis win, they'll break the country so we can fix it, which is the same trap that they fell into in 2016, thinking, oh, well, you know, Trump's really bad. Maybe America really just needs to suffer for a bit for the Democrats to learn their lesson. Except the Democrats don't learn their fucking lesson. Like, every day I talk about this. Every single stream I show you, Democrats are leaning further to the right. Oh, no, we went too woke. Oh no, we were talking about identity politics too much. Meanwhile, like Kamala Harris didn't mention the word transgender once and barely leaned in on identity politics for literally anything other than abortion rights. It's insanity. It's insanity. But it's not. You know why? Because the people on the left or in the media that pretend to be on the left saying the left's problem is being too progressive are not actually on the left. They are operatives of the wealthy. They work for the capital class. Their job is to bring the left further to the right. It's not a psyop, it's just an op. That's kind of their job. It would be a psyop if like it was from outside the media, but it's not, they're not trying to trick you. It's literally their job. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We probably won't have another election. If we do, we might have one as a midterm, but it won't be free and fair. If we have another election, it will be you're standing there like next to the voting booth and there's some like maggot with like a gun. Maggot. I like that. Maggot with a gun. And a fucking red hat standing next to the poll booth watching you vote. Like that might be the next election you get. But regardless, I'm telling you, run. Go run. Run for your local council. Run for your school board. Run for your state legislature. It's not that hard. And like if you run, like you can have help. There's Progressive Victory. There's PAC. Literally get into office. I don't care if you run Republican. Go infiltrate the party. I'd rather you run Democrat because you're going to have a lot more trouble infiltrating the Republican Party. But like, enter from the bottom and change from the bottom up. Positive change does not come from the top down. It never does. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. All right, well, I have had enough of this guy. I failed my own task here. Couldn't do it. Too much. Let's hear about Matt Gaetz. This is from Ken Klippenstein. This seems a bit overstated. I'm curious as to what it is.
People are talking about, and I think without hyperbole in this case, a constitutional crisis.
We're in the beginning of a serious constitutional crisis.
We might even be gearing up for a low-key constitutional crisis.
Are you people?
Potential constitutional crisis. A constitutional crisis in the making.
It provokes a constitutional crisis.
Literally, constitutional crisis. Meanwhile, this is the kind of stuff that you see on the right. Breaking, Charlie Kirk warns Republican senators, give Trump his cabinet or he'll be activating Turning Point operation even in their deep red states. Your senators very well might end up being the issue of Trump not getting his cabinet. We might be coming to a city near you. Elon Musk has promised the same kind of involvement in primaries with America PAC. If Republicans don't fall in line, we will Liz Cheney them in a far more embarrassing fashion. First of all, literal Hitlerite. Like, this is full on like Hitler's youth right here, because Turning Point is meant to be like young people being used as like a political force, right? This is like almost, it's not a PAC, but it's an organization meant for specifically young Republicans to push change, to advocacy for their side, saying that if the Republican senators don't give us exactly what we want, if they don't vote exactly for what the supreme leader says needs to happen, then we're coming for you. It's just genuinely Hitlerite. Right. Yeah, well, so everything has been overt now. That's the thing, you know? That's the one thing that I'm a little bit happy about. Like, not that I'm happy. I'm not happy in any way with this. It's just the one thing, the one silver lining here is they're not necessarily dog whistling as much. They're just saying it. And I'm okay with them just saying it, because then I don't have to read between the lines for people. Have you heard of Young Americans for Freedom? It's an organization. My sister is a part of it. They're hardline Reaganites. No, I haven't, but it does sound like she might be getting radicalized through there. There is no such thing as a radicalite Republican anymore. I'm sorry, there isn't. All of them just become the Nazis. All of them become that. Oh, look, that's interesting. Lord Fluffy Art. Young Americans for Freedom. Notable alumni include Jeff Sessions and Stephen Miller. So, not Reaganite, Hitlerite. Get your sister out of that organization if you can. Stephen Miller. Like the guy I'm calling Goebbels. Jeff Sessions isn't a good guy either. If you don't know who Jeff Sessions is, fucking U.S. Attorney General under Trump. Also, piece of shit. There are no Republicans anymore. Yeah, exactly. There's no more, there's no neo-libs. All the neo-libs have become neocons, and all of the Republicans that were neocons have become Nazis or fascists. Yeah, look, I know she might be too far gone, but still try. Try your best, man. It's your sister. Like, if you sabotage her phone or something, I don't know. Find a way, like, talk to her in a... Ask her... Here's an idea. Just ask her what good that she thinks that she's doing by being a part of that organization. And then once she gives you your answer, her answer, don't continue to press her on it. Just be like, okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. You can even pretend that you want to, like, yeah, call her, man. Just ask her what you think that she's gaining from this, what she's doing by being a part of this organization. And then, like, let that sit for a couple of days. And then maybe you can come up with, maybe you find an organization that is working towards actual good goals that are in her, like, value system, that maybe you can be like, hey, you want to, like, volunteer for this group? I'm volunteering for this group in my state, and they have, like, another, you know what I mean? There's ways that you could psyop your sister. We'll as a community help you psyop your sister if that is what you desire, to get her away from those people, but that's your choice. It's still wild that Pompeo conspired with Milley to stop January 6th coup. I guess he's a neo-con warhawk. Wait, Pompeo conspired with Milley to stop the coup? Right, never mind. Sorry, I thought you meant to start the coup, of course. Well, yeah, they tried to stop the coup. If January 6th happened under a Democratic president, they wouldn't have gotten that far into the Capitol, I'll say that much. Now, here's another funny thing. You guys want to see Elon Musk just being embarrassing? Can't play the music again, but this is Donald Trump just getting annoyed that Elon's on his phone and keeps looking at memes. Hey, I put the music off. So, he's looking at memes. Look at the little puppy, just instant, oops, sorry. It's like getting caught using your phone at work. It's still, you can't tell people not to do something, but you can trick them into convincing themselves they don't want to be a part of it. That's exactly my point. You can't argue or debate someone out of position, but you can lead them down a path that allows them to make a different decision. That's perfectly worded, bulletproof bullet. And that's my way of like dealing with every one of these people. Every single right-winger, all of the people in the cult that are workable with, the people that will engage in good faith. That's how you go about it. You don't argue with them. Arguing with them will only cement their position further. And Musk isn't a felon yet, so, you know. Milley and Pompeo talked about it ahead of time, but it's also why Milley rolled into Washington right away. I'm still pissed about the fact that, like, Milley held on to all of that, like, the stuff about, like, Donald Trump being a fascist and glazing Hitler's generals for 4 years before talking about it. Are you kidding me? Like, that should have been front page news the day after Trump left office. CIA director is weird, politics. The CIA director is a Russian agent, certified garbage. Like, literally another Russian agent, just like the director of national security. Like, go look at the CIA, what was his name again? What was, Ratcliffe, right? Ratcliffe? Or John Ratcliffe, that was his name. Literal Russian agent. Here we go. Russia probe. Ratcliffe staunchly supported Trump's criticism of the investigation into Russian interference in 2016. Days before it was announced, Ratcliffe drew headlines for his questioning Robert Mueller. Like, this guy was full on. Shortly before Trump announced he would be nominated as DNI, Ratcliffe asserted that Obama administration had committed a felony by leaking classified transcripts of 2016 phone calls between Michael Flynn and Sergei Kislyak, which, by the way, Michael Flynn is a Russian agent and was arrested and put in prison because of this phone call. So literally, like, overtly a Russian agent. Overtly. Which is funny considering his boss is also an overt Russian agent, Tulsi Gabbard. Again, like, I put all the links for Tulsi Gabbard in the Discord so you can have a look at those later. But yeah, I like how we're shitting on Russia. Meanwhile, I'm designing a map for internal subdivisions within the Russian Empire for my nation roleplay where I'm playing as the Russian Empire. It doesn't matter. And we're not shitting on Russia. I'm shitting on the United States, not Russia. Like, Flynn is a traitor, yes. And Russia's military is, like, dog shit. But they're really good at psyoping and tricking, like, idiot Americans. And yes, like, Michael Flynn belongs in prison forever. And by the way, it's not just the CIA director, man. It's all of them. It's all of them. The director of fucking national security, national security, the defense director. He does, Pete Hegseth, what was his name? He's the DOD, right? Yeah, director of defense. Doesn't believe in germs. Doesn't wash his hands. And it's not that they have millions of spies, they have millions of bots. Honestly, a lot of, like, Russian information gathering is probably just done by Twitter anyway, like through Twitter.
Messages being sent to people and
Oopsie, sorry guys, I hit the ad button by accident there. Oopsie. I'm gonna psy up the British so they let me tactical fuck the Ottoman Empire so they don't genocide the Armenians. What game are you playing? I just play Civilization when I play that. Alright, so remember a couple weeks ago where we covered after the election a bunch of African Americans or getting messages saying, oh hey, you've been designated as this house slave, report to this place and be picked up in this van and you're going to be working at this farm. Well, so this happened recently. This one was to Latinos. Is there a website that has the Trump transition team? Yes, I'll pull it up for you while we watch this.
Welcome back. The FBI is investigating offensive text messages being sent to people in the Latino and LGBTQ communities. According to the agency, some people have reported receiving texts saying they were, quote, selected for deportation or telling them to report to re-education camps. These messages come after those racist texts African Americans.
Senjin Juslave, we know for a fact that the Russians did interfere in 2016. Thank you for actually saying that. Meanwhile, like, still to this day, Republicans will be like, oh, Russia, 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 Russia. The only reason that we say this is because, A, we didn't find a direct link between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, which, by the way, the only reason that we didn't find was because of an FBI agent who claimed that there was no information that last year got sent to prison for illegally working for the Russians. I covered it multiple times on stream, I think even on my election day stream. So we found lots of evidence that Russia was interfering with the election. We just hadn't found any that directly linked it to Trump. But there was. It's just they got the one FBI agent to not say it. So we all get to pretend like none of that ever fucking happened.
Were receiving that we told you about last week.
And no, Backaz, no, I'm sorry, but Putin is not smart or intelligent or a great tactician. He is a puppet and an actor, just like Donald Trump is. It is the people around him. He's smarter than Trump, surely, definitely. He does make some decisions, especially after consolidating his hold after all this time and getting rid of the people who would have controlled him in the very beginning. But he was not put in this position because he was a smart, intelligent, dangerous man. He was a shitty spy who got put in this place because he was good at taking photos. You know, like those old photos of like shirtless Putin on a horse fighting the bear? Like, that's why he got that position. It's not because he's like super duper smart or deserving of it or anything. It's, I cannot pronounce the name of the current president of Mongolia, but that. Yeah, even the pronunciation, like how am I supposed to pronounce this? When the bit to spell it out, I can't even read. Yeah, he was an office guy at the KGB. So yeah, don't blaze Putin. He was nothing. It's not, he might have more power now, but he was never him, you know. Say that 3 times fast. I couldn't say it once.
Well, joining us now for more on this is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning. So, I mean, these messages, they started appearing in
that's just the Russian government kissing going back to like even middle of the Soviet Union. Why do you think I'm not afraid of like Russian nuclear weapons? I'm pretty sure half of them had their fuel siphoned off for vodka money back in the Soviet days.
Couple weeks right after the election, what exactly are they saying? Tell us more details about what is in these text messages and who's been receiving them.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Look, a cross-section of people. The latest is, as you just said, a new group of people, the Latino and Hispanic community and the LGBT community. People in those communities have been receiving some of these vile and offensive texts, as you said, ordering them to report to re-education. The FBI...
Congratulations, you've been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. We saw these after Election Day. Oh yeah, these are all the ones that were sent to black people. And so the ones that are sent to Hispanics are, instead of, oh, you're going to be like a slave, a plantation slave, it's, oh, you're getting deported. Great. That's probably the Russians too, honestly, but it's also probably some American Nazis. Russia hasn't been able to field all of its subs, which is part of its triad. It really was on life support. This war has it on death watch. Well, that's the thing. I said this prior to the election. If Trump lost this election, Putin would lose that war, and then the Russian the Russian government would have collapsed. I feel like Russia would end up as several different smaller, not states like states, but like states based on the general ethnic group of the region. I think there's like 4 or 5 or 6 that Russia could break off into. And yes, let's start off. Marco Rubio is our Secretary of State, which just... Funny enough, like this entire cabinet has pissed off Republicans so much because almost all of these guys are neocons. But I'm happy I barely get any text after the election, but I often feel lonely because I don't get any texts anymore. If you feel lonely, then talk on the Discord. MAGA don't deliver. They made insane promises. They're going to fail again. Well, they're going to follow through on some of their promises. They might just be dumb enough that they don't have the money to do the worst of what they want to do. But they're spending $1 trillion to build camps like starting day one. Deportations start day one. They're not going to go door to door day one because they have 1.5 million like in queue immigrants that they're going to deport. No, not that they're going to do it. They're fully willing to crash the country. Rubio for state because he's loyal. That's the one common denominator in every single one of these cabinet picks, minus RFK. minus RFK, he's the weird one out. But all of these people have been incredibly loyal to Donald Trump. So, yeah. Marco Rubio being the Secretary of State. I've talked about this before. This is going to mean our relationship with Turkey sours, which is interesting because Turkey is the second largest military in NATO, and Donald Trump has been pretty anti-NATO. So Marco Rubio being pretty anti-Turkey might result in a even larger gap between like the US and NATO. Part of the reason Rubio is against Turkey, as well as a few of these other picks, is because of the Israeli and Russian-based rumors that Hamas infrastructure is moving from Qatar to Turkey, which there's just no evidence of. Like, I've looked, there's no evidence of this. I've even had it, like, claimed to me by my parents because they watch Turkish news. I can't find anything that says this, but aside from, you know, Israel and Russia, which I don't tend to take at their word. So this is potentially dangerous there, but also we're meant to invade, like, Mexico, too. So, like, Warhawk, like Rubio, is right up there. Also, Turkey works as a bridge between Russia and the rest of NATO. Yeah, Turkey is, like, key. Turkey is not only the second largest military in NATO, it's also the only crossing between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, which there's, I believe, 2 now. There used to be 1, but you can't get passed through without, like, the Turkish government saying yes, considering of, like, a treaty that was signed back during like World War I or something. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. Turkey does not have the largest navy in the world. That's not true. Largest navies in the world. They're just the second largest like military in NATO, which is important here if we back out of NATO. No, Turkey's not even on the top 10 list for navies. Russia and China and North Korea have larger navies than us. However, our navy could take out like Russia's and North Korea's together. We probably couldn't take out all 3 of these together, but any one of them alone, we win, and North Korea and Russia together, we still win. Naval. What do you mean by that? Like, as in like soldiers, like in the navy, not like ships? They said naval, he means the center of... Oh, okay, yeah, I misunderstood, sorry. Yeah, so Turkey's important here. It's very important, and Pete Hegseth also doesn't like Turkey. Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, virulent Islamophobe, used to be a Fox News host, which can tell you essentially all you need to know. This guy was a fucking Fox News host. Has a Christian nationalist tattoo. Hold on, let me pull up. I have some links on 1 second. Alexa, stop! I don't know what that thing was going on about. Pete Hegseth. I don't like Turkey because they still didn't apologize for the Armenian genocide. Well, yeah, true. By the way, like, they did do that. My dad still gets kind of grumpy about it. He doesn't reject it anymore. Funny enough, it took me showing Cenk Uygur saying that it happened for my dad to not instantly fight back on it anymore. But as we get through this, we're gonna get through the entire cabinet right now. But first, Pete Hegseth, quick speed run. Real men never wipe. Germs are not real things, says Fox News host. He hasn't washed his hands in 10 years. And yes, Turkey is never going to apologize for that. But they are against, the current genocide, so that gives them like 0.01% forgiveness, maybe a little. 0.01. If they sent their army into Israel to stop Israel, I feel like that's a quarter forgiveness. What do you guys reckon? If they physically entered Israel and stopped the genocide, would that forgive 1/4 of their own genocide? I don't think so. But I'm curious. Also, Pete Hegseth. There's a new thread for world navies. Ukraine developed a drone that hides its radar signature between the waves. That's how they took out the Black Sea Fleet. That's based. That would be wild if Turkey went in. They'd really mess Israel up. No, they'd need to withdraw from Kurdistan and Syria. Well, I mean, they would require that. But also, Turkey did intervene in Libya, remember? They have done that before. They have sent their military in as an interventionist force to stop violence. And Erdogan has said specifically that if the Israelis didn't stop, they would. Now, obviously, they were never going to because Turkey can't do anything without America's permission. But hypothetically, if they did. The thing about the Navy is that it depends on what the statistics is. Those above the U.S. have mostly support ships in their military, like icebreakers. The U.S. has most warships. Exactly. And also, like, our ships are much bigger, stronger, more durable, and have better weapons.
Straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
Yes, I do remember that, actually. And that was based. I would have shot them down, too. So we had Russian jets and planes flying around the UK like 2 days ago, didn't we? Didn't we have Russian jets almost colliding with UK jets over like the UK, and a Russian ship just sitting over like the internet cables for like a while the other day? You only use your military when your politicians are horrible at their job, ideally. Yeah, well, this is now one of our cabinet members here. Listen.
It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated. We've all served with women, and they're great. It just, our institutions don't have to incentivize that in places where traditionally, not traditionally, over human history, men in those positions are more capable.
So yeah, this guy doesn't believe that women belong in the military. Yes, the chatter about Russia like cutting off the internet is a possibility. They could do that, which is why like I was like, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, the RAF was scrambled and escorted the Russian jets out of UK airspace. I read that they didn't actually manage to enter airspace, but they were very close. But the ship did, and the ship was just sitting over the internet cables and was being monitored. Jesus, I really need to start like bookmarking my Twitter posts in a different section than I normally do. Oh, well, actually, while I'm here, just unrelated. There will be consequences for those who pushed foreign interference hoaxes. The hammer of justice is coming. So I'm going to get banned from Twitter real quick, I guess.
I'm straight up just saying.
So that was Pete Hegseth. What else do we still have on him?
News host and Army veteran Pete Hegseth has been tapped for.
I mean, the Attorney General is a literal sex trafficking pedophile.
When it comes to the military.
The dumbest phrase.
Most feared military trying to solve. We have the most lethal, the most respected, the most feared.
I want to hear him say more fucked up shit.
Not knowing what to do. There are.
Is that because of a woke military? That there was a balloon flying over the country?
No. Do things wrong, and there's room for improvement. Listen, we all sat on this set when we watched the China spy
I hope
balloon.
you're right, Kizingo. I don't think you are, though. We're not going to have the same laws very soon. But I hope that you're right, and we'll find out soon enough. That sounds like something I do as Russia in Nation roleplay. I'm also the kind of Russian player who isn't afraid to nuke the... Why do you always play Russia? Whenever I play Civ, I pick, like... I mean, I'll play several different countries. If I want to, like, easy, fun, relaxing game, I'll pick America. I'll pick Australia sometimes, just because, like, good resource allocation. Turkey's fun if you really want to challenge, because you're right in the middle of everybody and you start like early off Middle Ages, then you're going to get into a lot of fights. I've never enjoyed playing as Russia. I'd much rather play as China. Yeah, but that's because you play Hearts of Iron 4, and I'm never going to play that game.
Float, fecklessly across the United States, or float across the United States.
That is exactly what they're doing, that guys. They're also looking to see how quickly they can cut the internet cables.
Knowing what to do. There are.
Is that because of a woke military? That there was a balloon flying over the country?
No.
Fuck these people. All right. This is great. I like this. This should be everywhere. I want this to be posted on every single Twitter page. The V in whose background? All right, who's next? Who we got here? We got here. So we got Matt Gaetz. Ah, yes. Well, we'll save you for a minute because I have too much on Matt Gaetz. We're gonna get stuck here for too long otherwise. Doug Burgum, governor of North Dakota, is now the Secretary of the Interior, which essentially means no interior. Political positions, eh? Supports the fossil fuel industry, anti-abortion, A-grade on gun issues from the NRA, deployed North Dakota National Guard to the southern border with Mexico, divisive and divisional on LGBT issues, signed numerous veto-proof bills sent to North Dakota, anti-trans bills, signed a law banning the teaching of critical race theory. Great, yeah. Okay, so this guy's the Secretary of Interior. Elon Musk has like 12 children and all of his kids hate him. Vivian is still the best though. The balloon hysteria, by the way, was ridiculous. We obviously just let it move until it was at a place that it was optimal for us to shoot so it doesn't land on anything that would harm anyone, I guess. So again, we're gonna go back to Matt Gaetz in a second. We got RFK. We'll do Matt Gaetz and RFK in a row. We got Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, whose job is going to be to do literally nothing. He is going to actually probably just do nothing. Yeah, this department isn't really even going to exist. These departments aren't really going to exist either. Part of Project 2025 is, of course, to cut most of these departments anyway. RFK is insane. We'll get to that too. But yes, Health and Human Services. Then we have Secretary of Veteran Affairs, Doug Collins. Oh, sorry, Energy, Chris Wright. Well, Energy, we already know this guy is full on like, he worked for fossil fuel companies and he's just going to go back to fossil fuel company. He's North America's second largest hydraulic fracking company. He owns it. So owns the fracking company, Energy Secretary. Veterans Affairs. This is going to privatize any form of Veterans Affairs. Political opinions. Yep. Makes sense. Kristi Noem, the dog killer, is our Homeland Security Director. Wait until Trump starts firing the 50,000 federal employees. There's a pretty good chance they might not even have to. Look, I've said this before, and I don't know if this is going to happen. There's a chance that it will, but they might just default on the government debt on December the 20th and let the government shut down then, and then just hold it shut down for like the entire month until Trump becomes president again, and then not like fund the government. That would destroy the economy because we default on the debt, but it would also fire essentially the entire there's things that they can do that are really bad. Kristi Noem is essentially this entire section is pretty bad, but endorsed Donald Trump this year when asked if she would agree to serve. Tied with Ramaswamy. This one's kind of like a nothing burger, honestly. Like, Kristi Noem is a war hawk. Kristi Noem is a neocon, but she's nothing really special. She's not Matt Gaetz or RFK. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, essentially just like gonna be Hitler, like the rest of them. Lee Zeldin, this guy is specifically Hitler for the environment. Environmental Hitler. Specifically. Meth, we're on it campaign, yep. Tulsi Gabbard, we have the Russian agent for national intelligence. CIA, John Ratcliffe, also Russian agent. Then we got Elise Stefanik, who I'm also pretty sure is a Russian agent. If not a Russian agent, then just a MAGA conspiracy theorist. I wonder what would happen if I just... Stefanik supported ending the House Intelligence Committee investigation into Russian interference. Bam, there we go. That easy. It's literally that easy. All you have to do is go and see if they were against the investigation into Russian interference or not, and then you know. That's it. It's that easy. Russians envy USA liberties. Soon MAGA voters will envy freedom too. Well, it's not that they envy US liberties. In fact, they hate US liberties. At least the Russian government does. If you've read any documents that came out of Russia about its plans around the US, read them. Go look up Project Russia. Though these things are real. They've come out of the Kremlin. So yeah. And Russia did interfere in 2016 and in this year as a fact, factually. All right, RFK. Time for this one.
What are your thoughts?
I think we can start off with this, and then I have one video of just RFK talking. But before we go into this, I need you guys to understand. This is the ex-CDC director about him. RFK does not believe in vaccines. He does not believe in milk pasteurization. He thinks that antidepressants cause school shootings. He wants to get rid of the fluoride in your water. He wants to deregulate all of the food industry. He will talk about things that seem like they make sense, whereas it's misleading, it's missing information. This is where we get into the science-y, it's not necessarily science, it's, what's the word? Not spiritual, not occult, not spiritual. Give me synonyms for... It was pseudoscience. Yes, kind of. Yeah, it's QAnon, paranoid, conspiracy brain bullshit. Yes, thank you. That's much better way of putting it. Here, you watch this. I'll get the video of him actually talking.
It's on Secretary RFK Jr.
Yeah. Frankly, I find it chilling. I spent
13 moment when
years working at
former CDC director says, oh yeah, this guy being in charge of national health is pretty chilling.
CDC. A large part of that time was during a Republican administration. And one of the things that was always certain was that the Secretary of Health and Human Services believed in science, believed in the power of public health science to improve people's lives. To see someone in that role who has done more than just about anyone to undermine people's confidence in our vaccine system.
I'm so excited for the next pandemic.
I practiced pediatrics for more than 30 years.
We're all gonna die.
There was nothing that I did for the kids in my practice that I knew with certainty had more value in their life than making sure they were vaccinated fully and on time. And he has done so much to undermine the confidence people have in that incredible, incredible intervention.
It's also just, besides the vaccine skepticism, which is not dismissing it, because that's obviously a huge part of this.
No, so here's what's even worse kissing though. Some of the stuff that that RFK says, by the way, straight out of Benny Johnson, another Russian agent who, again, why are these people not in prison? They were all with Tenet Media, but whatever. The stuff that RFK is going to say here, if this came out of a liberal's mouth, they would be screaming woke government tyranny trying to control us from the top of their lungs. By the way, deregulating food is terrifying. Go look at historically how bad the food industry in America was. It's always been our most disgusting, worst industry. And we're getting back there. Where's our fucking Justice Department? Doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. But yeah, listen to this. Again, if think about a Democrat saying this and how Republicans would respond.
This is what most Americans innocently put into their bodies these days, and most alarmingly, into the bodies of their children. And it's no coincidence that Americans die earlier than Canadians or Germans or Italians or Japanese or Koreans or Australians or
That's pretty cool.
Any other comparable country. And it wasn't always that way until the early 1990s.
Yeah, he does sound healthy, doesn't he?
Our life expectancy was the same or better than other developed countries. Then suddenly, more and more Americans began suffering from chronic diseases, from obesity, cancer.
Now, some of the things that he's going to say here are correct. That's why we're going to watch this full video, because I'm going to point out the real and the fake. It is partially the stress, but our diet is really we do have serious food quality issues in America. He's just not going to fix them. He's going to make them worse.
Diabetes, kidney disease, Alzheimer's, heart disease, and all kinds.
What's a neurological condition?
Kinds of autoimmune diseases. Our maternal mortality.
His voice? His voice isn't from a neurological condition.
Mortality rate
Is it?
soared to the highest of any developed country on earth.
Oh yes, the maternal mortality rate. Do you think that banning abortion and healthcare for pregnant women is going to make this go down anymore? No. By the way, the infant mortality rate is also skyrocketing.
Same with infant mortality.
There we go.
Like the frog in the slowly boiling water, we didn't really notice as we got sicker and sicker. We've grown now.
I didn't know that. I did not know that his voice was a neurological condition. I thought that like he had some like health condition in his lungs or something.
To accept chronic disease conditions.
It's not that they're uninformed, that they're not even listening to the facts here. They're just listening to RFK. None of the graphs or numbers matter.
Infant mortality. Like the frog in the slowly boiling water, we didn't really notice as we got sicker and sicker. We've grown now to accept chronic disease conditions as normal. But now, in 2024, we're finally waking up to this cataclysm. And
exactly. Chronic diseases are normal. It shouldn't be a problem for me to have a worm inside my brain and me to try and pass it on to you. It's just called the absolute. You know, we're all part of the absolute. Let me take the worm out of my brain and put it in your food.
And we're asking ourselves, how in the world did this happen? A big part of it is our diet. Restaurants that serve contaminated food are fined or shut down. But when it's the government that approves the poisons in our food.
Every time he uses the word poison, by the way, it is literally a lie. Poison has a meaning. None of the things that he refers to as poison are actually poisons. He got the worm out. He's wormless now. Shouldn't be harmful. I was making a Baldur's Gate 3 joke, but none of you got it, of course.
A few
and well, yes, Kissing Go, they all do. It's because they're all idiots.
People get very, very rich, and the toxins end up in every supermarket aisle. Let me show you what I mean. Doritos, Cheez-Its, Captain Crunch, gummy bears. Everyone knows that these are junk foods, so maybe you wouldn't be too...
Okay, so first of all, again, don't touch my fucking Doritos is what they would say. Definition of a poison. A substance that is capable of causing illness or death in a living organism when introduced or absorbed. A substance that reduces the activity of a catalyst in the sense of chemistry. We're talking about the sense of a noun. None of these are poisons. Now, then we get to toxins, is the other word that he's using. What is a toxin? A toxin is a poison of plant or animal origin, especially one produced or derived by microorganisms acting as an antigen in the body. So, neither of these are poisons, nor are they toxins. Some of them might be plant-based. There might be a poison among the billions of these things. But generally, referring to food in this way, any of this food actually, as poisons or toxins is not only factually incorrect, but it's misleading and it's meant to derive an emotional reaction.
Too surprised to see that the ingredients include a lot of poisons, including a harmful yellow dye called tatrazine, or yellow dye number 5. What you may not know is that this dye was originally made out of the sludge that's left over when you turn coal into coke.
Oh my goodness. There was a chemical reaction used to make a thing? How do you, like, again, these people are insane. They're going to say, like, oh yeah, they used coal and then they turned it into this yellow dye, which means really I'm eating coal, not the chemical reaction that took place and altered everything. They don't understand how science works. How could they possibly know? How could they possibly? It's like trying to explain alchemy to them. It's magic.
Furnaces. It's called coal tar, and I've actually sued many big industries for legacy contamination.
Also, he's going after like yellow dye 5, which is like not great, but is also not one of the worst ones. Not literally all of the other like bad chemicals in your food. And also, he's not actually going to get rid of this. It has been removed in a lot of foods outside of the US, and people are allergic to it. This is one thing that he's correct in this on, right? I want this gone. But it's the way in which he describes what it is. Because just because it was made from coal tar does not mean that it is literally a poison, and it does not mean that you are consuming coal.
Of coal tar.
Tetrazine is listed as a permitted food coloring in Canada, and the European Union Safety Authority allows for it to be in processed cheese, canned, bottled fruits or vegetables, processed fish or fishery products, wines, and wine-based drinks. Like this isn't great, by the way, but it's not bad for you. There's a red dye that's significantly worse for you than yellow, but I can't remember whether it was red 3 or something. We use chemistry to allow grapes to ferment and become wine. No, literally, but explaining chemistry to these people is like going back to like 1500 and trying to explain it to a monk.
All around the country because it's so toxic and it's so harmful to the environment and human beings. A century ago, it was just an obnoxious industrial byproduct that everybody was trying to figure out ways to get rid of.
Citation
One of the
needed.
ways that they did that was by paving roads. But then a British chemist figured out that the coal tar could be used to derive fabric dye. And if fabric dye, why not food? Food manufacturers began using it to cover up the discoloration of low-quality foods that they wanted to pass off on unsuspecting customers.
This is true. However, be aware that the yellow dye is not a poison, nor is it a toxin.
They didn't know back then that this yellow dye, tartrazine, causes tumors, asthma, developmental delays, neurological damage, ADD, ADHD.
Citation needed. But also, you're going to see a lot of this ADD, ADHD, and autism related talk because, again, he believes that vaccines cause autism and he doesn't believe that ADD or ADHD are real. And yes, as if all products aren't attempted to be passed off. He's like, literally nothing he says here, even the good things that he says are the things that he's going to do. Vosh made a really good point about this I saw on Twitter the other day, actually. You know what the one food that we know for a fact that many, many, many Americans consume regularly that does actually have negative effects on your body, specifically men's bodies, in their sperm count, in their reproductive organ health? Do you know what that is? The one food that we know for a fact is bad for you? It's red meat. It's steak. We know that's bad for you. We know that reduces sperm count in men. We know that increases heart disease in the general population. We know that it is just overall bad for you. There's very little benefit of red meat or steak. Actually, none. No benefit that outweighs the downsides. However, but manly, exactly, Texture Plunky. You stole it right from my mouth. They will never, ever, ever say that because eating red meat is based in red pilled. It's manly. Well, that and the plastic that's inside of all of every guy's testicles now because we're all filled with plastic. So, you guys know that we have no reason to even have cows anymore. We can make lab-grown meat that is good enough that a professional chef cannot tell the difference when cooking and eating it. We have done this. We have physically created this. We have no reason to have cows for to raise cows for food anymore. We could just grow the meat, which would be safer because you wouldn't need to put antibiotics in to prevent the animals from getting sick, which reduces antibiotic resistance. First of all, we don't most people don't even drink cow's milk anymore. But regardless, if we can make meat in a lab, I'm sure we can make milk. If you can make a steak in a lab, you can absolutely make milk. Milk has become clearly the motto of my chat, eh? You can still have a professional chef could not tell the difference in cooking, taste, texture. It's just that it costs a decent amount to produce. However, it's a new invention. The more we do it, the less it'll cost. The reason we won't do it is because the fucking meat industry, the food industry, especially the meat industry, not just overall the food industry, has a lot invested in the government. There's a reason why we have caves filled with cheese all over the country, right? Because of milk subsidies and because of subsidies that we give to the meat industry. The weird thing is they blame the government, but most of what they suggest as fixes the government actively supports. They don't listen and the government then blames the government. That's because they don't want to actually do anything about it. Sentient Jew slave. Doing any change on the food industry will negatively impact the profits of the executives of the food industry. Look, pre-breakfast banana. Like I've talked about how you can prepare to eat healthy. And again, this guy's in charge of your health and human safety. You guys want to get into the habit of eating healthy now. But no, they're not fake. It's not fake. The cheese like caves are real. But go to the store, buy some like cheap, easy to cook food, because A, you're going to have less money. Everything's about to get much more expensive very soon. You're not going to have health care because they're going to get rid of the Obamacare. If you have like pre-existing condition, you're out. You're going to have a horrible time getting any kind of medical treatment. So you want to A, start doing some exercise. Just buy some like resistance bands. That's what I did. They're like $5. Just like pull them, push 5-10 minutes a day. It's fine. It's easy. Even my disabled ass can manage it. Go buy some like canned beans, some rice, some pasta, some eggs, flour. Make some meals with it. Learn how to make different kinds of foods. You don't even have to make them, like make a bunch all at once and then put them in the freezer. Learn how to cook. Learn how to cook food that you like and prepare for essentially the hurricane that's coming. Buy some buy a gun, by the way, and learn how to use it. The things the FDA changed is largely due to public demand, classifying ketchup as a vegetable because kids wouldn't eat actual vegetables in school. Yeah, that's so stupid as fuck. Don't criticize the farmers over here. They're already on the verge of all out war with the government. The farmers in the UK are fucking stupid. They are the literal reason that your country is as far back as it is, Batgaz. It is specifically the fault of the farmers. And yes, Donald Trump is assembling the 7 right now. Look, if you're not like able to buy a gun and have it responsibly and you don't want one, then don't. But food, definitely do the food. And like, again, you guys need like help. Join the Discord. I'm decently good with food. I give a lot of my friends like dietary advice. I can help you out with that too. But realistically, prepare for economic issues, for health-related issues, and for scarcity.
Disruption, gene damage.
Oh, by the way, go buy like extra inhalers if you have asthma too. And stock up on any medication that you may take. Go buy an extra script of it. Go to your doctor and say, hey, can I just have like an extra script of this in case of disruptions possibly caused by the incoming tariffs? Your doctor will give it to you.
Anxiety, depression, intestinal
True, Kiss and Go. Also, you can also still get like mace, pepper spray, bear spray. Those are not guns. You should get those if you're not going to get a gun.
Know it now.
Schnitzel is fine.
We've known this for decades. That's why
chicken is good for you. Chicken breast.
In other countries, in some countries, foods with tartrazine have a warning label that it may cause ADHD in children. Today,
that's because the lobby that you get benefits from did that.
It's made from petroleum, not coal tar. Either way, it's crazy to add this to your kids' favorite foods. It doesn't even change the flavor. This yellow dye isn't just in junk food. It's in the foods that we consider healthy. It's in everyday kids' snacks.
Notice how like the background music, this is what they do, by the way. This is what I mean by propaganda like the right. Because the music here is to keep you calm and sedated and like, okay, this is true. I believe this. It's trustworthy. It's slow. I mean, like they use these tactics all the time. That's why supermarkets will play like faster paced music. It's manipulative.
It's like
exactly.
Popcorn, mac and cheese, fruit snacks. It's in sports drinks like Gatorade and so-called vitamin water. It's even added to chicken broth, to corn, to pickles, to mustard, and to yogurt. And so, of course, our kids get sick.
This is ridiculous.
And we lovingly feed them chewable vitamins, which have, surprise, tartrazine. And so...
You know what he's not going to talk about here? Instead of tartrazine, the thing that is not proven to be an issue, and might be one, yes, but much smaller than the overall issue, high fructose corn syrup. Really, it's generous of RFK to share this info with us. Yeah, the marketing companies, the advertisers, and the media companies have us all... by the hoo-has. Yeah, well, I mean, this is kind of an ad, right? Like, imagine the average MAGA watching this. They're gonna go buy some Cheez-Its afterward, aren't they?
The cycle continues until the coughs and asthma kick in, at which point you go to pick up some cough syrup. And yeah, you guessed it, Tartrazine. I've been picking on tartrazine today, but that's just one of at least 100 chemical poisons that our health agencies allow into our children's food. I can make a video just like this to talk about Red 40, BHA, BHD.
Okay, well, there's Red
calcium
40.
bromide, chemical after chemical.
Okay, I need you guys to understand really quickly. Most of those chemicals are not bad for you. Look up the chemical. You know what? I'll do it. Hold on. 1 second, right? I'm going to put this in chat. What do you think this is? Tell me, exactly. Wait, why didn't it go through? Tell me, what do you think that is? This combination of chemical sounding names. If you Google and cheat, I will be mad. Can any of you even say one of these words? No, it's an apple. This is an apple. That's the chemical makeup of apple. Like legitimate, like actual, just an apple. That's it. That's an apple. Not candy, nothing. The chemical composition of an apple. Apple flesh and peel from various cultivars have been reported in several studies. The major phenolic groups found in apple are hydroxybenzoic acids, gallic acid, protocatechuic acid, hydroxycinnamic acid. I can't say most of these words. Sounds like a Joe Biden moment to me. Me? Really? Because I can't say the word. Can you say them? I mean, ferulic acid, sinapic acid, some of these I can say. They're putting dihydrogen monoxide in the food, literally, exactly. So this is what I mean by they're just trying to scare you. None of this means anything.
On and on and on. If just one of them can cause all of these problems, imagine what they're doing in combination. That has never been studied. If we took all of these chemicals out, our nation would get healthier immediately. We'd have fewer sick days. We'd have better focus. We'd have less anxiety. Our kids would learn more easily. We'd lose weight. We'd have more energy. We'd have fewer tumors and longer lives.
He is trying to sell you something. He's trying to sell you all of this. And he's trying to sell you the idea that he's good for your health. When they're going to cut literally all of your health care, cut any regulations on the food industry that was stopping them from being as bad as they possibly could be. And so, yeah, most of them are bad for you. It's like, yes, most of these in some way can have a negative impact on your body. However, any of the things that are overall broadly actually bad for you is not what he's mentioning. High fructose corn syrup was not mentioned here. Yes, some of these can be bad. Yes, you can be allergic to them. Yes, like there are probably better ways to do this. But it's just high fructose corn syrup, really. That's like the main thing that they should. By the way, texture's plunky. If you want to lose weight, I'm gonna give you a tip, and it's true. You can lose weight without having to just like go out and exercise and any of that. If you just stop eating junk food, like legitimately just only cook your own food, go buy some rice, go buy some chicken breast, get some beans, learn how to cook some food, and just only by doing that, only by cooking yourself food and not eating any of like snacks like this or not eating out very often, you will lose weight. I promise you. It's not even about calories in, calories out, because this stuff doesn't work normally in your body. It doesn't metabolize properly. Like I said at the very beginning, there is some truth to what he says, but it's misleading and it's incorrect as the outcome. Does that make sense, pre-breakfast banana? And texture plunky, I promise you, that's cheaper than just like most things. Don't buy like any frozen meals. Frozen meals are more expensive for like less nutrition, and also will generally prevent you from losing weight as well. Yeah, he has nefarious intentions here. HFC aren't really there anymore either. Well, you lose weight from going to the store every day when you make your own food. Well, that's also true. I particularly have to do that often because I don't have a car. I drive a moped, so anytime I go grocery shopping, I have to throw my backpack on. I was doing 40 to 60 kilometer bike rides every few days, and it barely dent my weight at all. It's very annoying. It's the beer, though. Well, yeah, if you're exercising and you're not cutting weight, it's your diet. Legitimately, if you just cut the beer out, I'm sure you would lose a bunch of weight all at once. Go a month without having a beer. Make it a challenge. Like I said, anyway, you guys all should really start saving money because you're all about to suffer financially anyway, whether in the US or not. You stop drinking beer, that's money you save for a month. Cooking your own food is more fun. Yes, this is true. It's also, like, much more delicious. Why do I know so much about nutrition in the US? I don't know. Maybe because you listen to me. And if you're a good cook, you can impress your loved ones. That's also true. But if you're a bad cook, you should still practice. Cooking food is good for you. It's cheaper, it'll save you money, and it's, helpful in impressing other people. This is Germany. They'll take my citizenship away if I go a month without a beer. How about 2 weeks? I know what it's like. I've been to Turkey. We're not all that far off. It makes it difficult and a bit awkward when a nefarious quack occasionally says something considerate. Well, yes, it does. It's kind of like how we were covering, I can't remember who it was before. HFC is in a lot of condiments, particularly though. Stop eating condiments. Yeah, that's my one thing that I can't stop doing. Condiments are really bad for you, but fuck, like, sometimes I just want to, like, spray some mustard in my mouth. Like, sometimes I just want, like, a snack, but I'm not hungry, and I don't want, like, a proper snack. I just want taste, and so that's when I go for the mustard. I know. I haven't seen this. I wonder what he's saying here. Let's have a look. I don't like barbecue sauce, I will say.
I'm going to go to NIH. My first week, I'm going to call all the division heads, and I'm going to call all the bureau chiefs. And I'm going to say, we're going to give drug development and infectious disease a break. A little bit of a break.
What?
I'm going to say, we're going to give drug development and infectious disease a break. A little bit of a break for about 8 years.
We're not going to look at infectious disease or develop drugs for 8 years?
And we're going to study chronic disease. And I'm going to go.
Right, chronic disease, as in chronic diseases that you particularly give a shit. When he says we're going to study chronic disease, he's talking about we're going to try and eugenics autistics and ADHD people instead of, like, I would be okay with them focusing on some chronic diseases. I have fibromyalgia. That's a chronic disease. Is he going to find a fix for that? God, no. You kidding? Not even a little bit. I want to know what this lady has to say. I mean, I already know what she has to say, but I want you to know what she has to say. An RFK should be arrested for making people stupid. As I've said, it should be illegal for you to be a public figure that is in politics, in the media, a newscaster, an elected official, an influencer that's politics related. For you to overtly and deliberately and knowingly lie to the public should be illegal.
Okay. I tried to listen to The Daily today, and I tried to listen to Pod Save America, and I tried really hard to listen to Ezra Klein, and I swear to God, if I have to hear one of these white men try to explain away the Democrats need more messaging and they're not appealing to the working class. No, babe, no. Here's the thing. First of all, leave New York. That'll help.
True.
It's 3 things.
I think it's more than 3, but I think that her 3 are all exactly correct. I just will add 1 on top of it. And yeah, fibro sucks. Are those all libbed up Dems she named? Well, those are newscasters on, like, libbed up Dem, like, mainstream media.
If you go to any small rural town, you will know 3 things pretty quickly. They hate women. The women even hate women.
Yes. The women even hate women is so fucking true.
I'm so beside myself. The women even hate women. The sleep her way to the top, every woman I know said that. Not a
I heard that from one singular man, and every other case was from women.
man. The women said she slept her way to the top. They do not like women, okay? The amount of times...
I'm pausing it again. I know, you guys hate me. By the way, this like women on the right also hate women thing ties in very, very, very perfectly with transphobia. That's why the right, especially women, hate trans women, because they hate women. The idea of a trans woman is not a woman is based on the idea of what makes a woman is the literal ability to birth a child. So in their personal view, like trans women aren't women because they can't function as an incubator. It is misogynistic in and of its core. And because the women on the right hate women, they are much more likely to go into this like thought process. It's not even just internalized misogyny. They just kind of have it on the outside too.
That I've, you know, gotten maybe uppity at a bar and been told I was being uppity.
Most evangelicals are like this. Most Mormons are like this.
Like I'm some dog to be leashed is innumerable. Husband and says, "Are you going to come get your girl?" Like I'm some dog to be leashed is innumerable, okay? They don't like women. The second thing that you will find out to be very true is that they don't like brown people, okay?
Who would have thought?
They think anyone who speaks Spanish is Mexican is going to steal your job. Literally, where do you think that catchphrase came from? Okay, that's a real thing. They really believe.
Well, I mean, it came from
that
South
they're gonna
Park,
take your
but
job.
like,
and they also believe that black people are going to mug them. Okay, literally, that's what they think. And the third, and probably the most important thing that I need all of these pundits out of New York and DC to realize is they are stupid. These people are dumb. Okay, in your own papers. Over the summer, I read multiple pieces and studies about the illiteracy rate in this country.
That's where I got the link for that from, by the way, was from this video. I did not realize that essentially 3/4 of the country are illiterate. And yeah, Baptists are, look, I have an issue with several different kinds of Christians. Baptists, evangelicals, Calvinists are fucking insane. Mormons, all of them. I'm sorry, I don't like organized religion, but out of all of the religions, Christianity I dislike the most. Christians are far more extreme often overall than any of the other major religions. Now, of course, we have like extreme Muslims now, but like historically, the Muslims used to be pretty chill and science-based, but the Christians never were, all right? And again, it's not about like your religion being wrong or anything. It's just American Christians are fucking insane. American Christians specifically, because the country was built on this like the Catholics are here and then the rest of the country is Protestants and they hate each other. Now they don't actually hate each other. They just kind of work together, but then still talk shit about each other. And then there's it's all insane. You know, Obama was a Calvinist. You know, Calvinists believe that your destiny is predetermined. Like, as in, like, when you're born, you are already going to hell or not, and you can't do anything to change that. I would genuinely tear up if I heard a woman say in otherwise polite conversation that someone like Kamala must have slept her way to the top. They literally say that shit all the fucking time. All the time. All the time. This is true.
A whole graduation class showing up to college unable to read. The literal common denominator for reading, the lowest common denominator for most publications is a 3rd grader. My 9-year-old can read better than like 25 million Americans.
No, she read the study wrong. She read the study wrong. It's 75% of America can read up to a 6th grade level and not above. So only 25% of America can read above a 6th grade level.
Okay? It is not complicated. The Democrats don't need to do anything different, okay? In fact, one might argue that a lot of this context setting comes down to you guys. The amount of times leading up to the election that I heard, well, she's been in office for the last 4 years. Why hasn't she done anything? Well, that's what the Trump supporters think. Without the follow-up from you saying, actually, the vice presidency is symbolic. And she has no power.
Oh, look at that. The issue is that the media is complicit. Almost like we've been all screaming this for fucking months. I wish I could say I'm surprised. I'm kind of antisocial as a self-defense mechanism. I want you to work on that, Texture Plunky. Be more social. Antisocial as a defense mechanism only makes you less happy overall. It increases your depression, it increases your loneliness, and it becomes a crutch that becomes its own like vicious cycle. I promise you, just try and not be antisocial. Whether you go outside and you talk to strangers, or whether you try and engage more with people online, antisocial behavior is not good for you. It's really bad. There were radical Islam people. Yeah, I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm saying overall, throughout history, like Muslims caused much less violence up until like recently. There were many, many more instances of radical Christian and like extremist Christians than Muslims for the vast majority of history. And yes, VPs don't do anything while they're in office. Religion causes war only when religion is used as a justification for something. Like if your religion should be the one thing that I genuinely love hearing from Muslims, because I've heard this specifically from several, especially in regards to like me being queer, is your life and your religion is between you and God, and it's nobody else's business. I've had that told to me by several Muslims, including my father. It's none of my business. It's between you and God. And religion like this is fine. It's when you systematically use religion to justify actions, especially actions of a state, is when you get into this territory. No, Zos, I'm Turkish, but I suppose like somewhat close. You guys wanna get sad for a second? Because actually funny, I am kind of like Hassan, because Hassan's just a couple years older than me, but I was born in Turkey and I grew up in New Jersey within like a half hour of Hassan, because he grew up within like 2 counties away from me, and New Jersey's tiny. And I think that that's pretty funny. All right, now let's get sad for a little bit. Hassan is smart. That's true. I'm 16. On November 5th, the girls cried and the boys played Minecraft. The morning after the election, I walked up the staircase of my school. A preteen was crying into the shoulders of her braces-clad peer. Her friend was rubbing circles on her back. I continued up the stairs to the lounge, where upperclassmen linger before class. There I saw 2 tables. One was filled with my girlfriends, many of them with hollows under their eyes. There was a blanket of despair over the young women in the room. I looked over to the other table of teenage boys and saw Minecraft on their computers. While we were gasping for breath, it seemed like they were breathing freely. We girls woke up in a country that would rather elect a man found liable for sexual abuse than a woman, where the kind of man my mother instructs me to cross the street to avoid will be addressed as Mr. President, where the body I haven't fully grown into may no longer be under my control. The boys, it seemed, just woke up on a Wednesday. Did I skip? Oopsie. What made my skin burn most wasn't that over 75 million people voted for Donald Trump. It was that this election didn't seem to measurably change anything for the boys around me. Whether their parents supported Mr. Trump or not, many of them didn't seem to share our rage, our fear, or our despair. We don't even share the same future. I'm scared that the Trump administration will take away or restrict birth control or Plan B, the same way they did abortion. I'm scared that the boys I know will see in a triumphant, boastful Mr. Trump the epitome of a manly man and model themselves after him. I was 8 years old the first time he was elected. Now I'm 16. I'm still unable to vote, but I'm so much more aware of what I have to lose. I've seen the ways in which many of the boys in my generation can be different from their fathers. The #MeToo movement went mainstream when they were still wearing Superman pajamas, and on Tuesdays in health class they learn about the dangers of inebriated consent. They don't pretend to gag when a girl mentions her period or a tampon falls out of a backpack. They don't find sexist jokes all that funny and don't often make them in public. I've heard they even use new language in the locker rooms about getting rejected by a girl, one where no means no and don't try again. I love and care for many of the boys, and I've always felt like they were on my side. I'm grateful to my school for taking gender equality as seriously as it does trigonometry. But most of the guys I saw on Wednesday appeared nonchalant. A smiling student shook his friend's hand and sarcastically said, sarcastically said, "Good election," in the same hallway where I saw a female teacher clumping a damp tissue. Why did it seem the boys were so unperturbed? I worried that my guy friends might only care about women until it conflicts with one more pressing priorities. That morning, I spoke with a male classmate. He asked if I was okay. I nearly melted with relief. See, I knew not all guys were ignorant. Then before I responded, he continued, "Why," he wondered, "are so many girls crying?" I swallowed up that familiar lump, and I had one thought. I pray that my older brother never asks that question. How could my classmate not know why girls in his grade were biting their nails, doing breathing exercises in the bathroom? It seemed like our future was sliding down the sides of our faces, and he asked me why we were crying. I've never felt that disconnected from men. I've never felt more like a girl. 8 years ago, I was too young to fully feel the force of Hillary Clinton's loss. Now at 16, I've had the wind knocked out of me. On Wednesday, I was flushed with anger, but it was diluted by an even stronger feeling, defeat. I saw it in the eyes of women in the subway car that morning. I saw it in the barista at the coffee shop on the corner, the female security guard at my school, and in the face of my history teacher. In a terrible way, I've never felt more part of a sisterhood or more certain that pain is shared within the family. I wish the consequences of this moment for young women punctured the apparent indifference of so many men and boys I saw that day. I wish they could breathe in what women and girls I know have been inhaling since November 5th. I can't predict how well I'm going to do on an English test tomorrow, and I definitely can't predict the future for me and my fellow young women. For now, all I can do is tell you how I feel. This shit made me cry the first time I read it. Like, genuinely. Yeah, look, I warned you this shit is gonna be sad, but, like, this is important. And you have to understand, like, in this context, right? This is from this girl's perspective. Do you want to know? Yeah, sure, absolutely. It's a tweet, but do you want to know what else was happening right around the day where this was released, where this girl wrote this? It was young boys from 6th grade up running around saying, "Your body, my choice," because they heard Nick Fuentes say it. So while this girl was writing this, while she was feeling this, there were also boys her age running around shouting, "Your body, my choice." Do not feel guilty about being a guy. It's not your fault for being a boy. Being a man is not something bad or is not wrong. It just means that you're responsible for policing your friends. It means that you should try to stop your friends from doing that. Yeah, it's not your fault. You don't do it. You don't do it. I respect all of you. If you did it, I would have banned you my chat from now. All this means is if you see another guy do it, try and get them to stop, because they're more likely to listen to you than they are us. That's, and by the way, like, there is a literal media environment built from a foundation to specifically result in this. There's a reason why boys are, like, so disconnected. It's Aiden Ross. It's Jordan Peterson. Well, back in the day. It's Charlie Kirk. It's Tucker Carlson. It's Elon Musk. It's Andrew Tate. It's all of these internet influencers and content creators that are all, by the way, inundated in literally every piece of content that boys consume. From games to exercise to food to lore to, like, everything is filled with it. So it's hard to not become this way. I stopped my friends from becoming hogs. It all started with them talking about Jordan Peterson. Literally, like, Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate were kind of like part of the beginning of this. But yeah, it's gotten so much worse, Zaz. That behavior is unacceptable, and it's rude, and it's also ignorant. It's also acceptable to calmly tell another person that this... Okay, but, like, Kissingo, do you know what I'm talking about with the Nick Fuentes stuff? Like, do you know what I mean by what he actually said? To calmly tell this person to stop? I'm just ashamed that my peers make it so women feel uncomfortable. Well, I mean, a lot of your peers think that they deserve a state-mandated girlfriend, so, you know, that's kind of the thing. Andrew Tate is cringe, by the way. Funny motherfucker. He wears women's clothes and acts like he's all masculine and alpha. If I ever behaved that way or treated a woman that way, my dad would have put me in my grave. Based. Good dad. Good dad. I'm gonna pull up the video, guys. I'm sorry. I think that I think some of our viewers might need to know what actually was said here by this fucking Nazi. Give me a second. State mandated cat girls for everybody. Well, I mean, you know, that's kind of what people voted for Trump for. You heard around about the kids going around saying that, but did you hear the originator? The originator, because the originator is pretty bad. Okay, was that one? That was that one. I have too many source documents. I will show you in just a second. Far too many source documents. I looked on Twitter and I couldn't find it easily, so this is still the faster way to go about it. I want this one. There we go. And then this is... Sorry, give me a second. My computer is pissing me off right now because it specifically just wants to annoy me. You know what? 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 We'll just do it like this. Self-awareness does that. This is true. I've always feel weird about being a guy who lives to read about women overcoming challenges imposed by men. Well, like, that's not a bad thing, you know? The it's self-awareness, but also that's introspection. Like, that's a skill, you know? You found it, please send it. I want to play it. I just didn't really want to have to look for it. Oh, he got fucking doxxed, and then a woman showed up at his house, and then he opened the door and he pepper sprayed her without like her doing anything, so now he's being held liable and getting sued. I just want the actual video, man. Is this? Yeah, this is it.
Feel when we control your bodies? Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman.
By the way, that part is in response to like the "Hi, I'm your Republican congressman" is about an ad that the Democrats had during the election of a woman literally like hunched over in pain, screaming and dying while her husband's trying to call 911. And then the guy pops up, "Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. This is illegal now." So that's what he's saying. By the way, like the fact that this exists at the same time as everything else, this is what's causing young men to become Hitler.
Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever.
Okay, that's not a Fed post. That's fine. Okay, look, this guy is a piece of shit. He's a Nazi. He's an open Nazi. He's also, oh yeah, we got a video. I was gonna say I have this video as well, but this is what happened.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing? Get
the fuck out of here.
He committed a crime right there. It's not illegal to knock on someone's door. It's not like assault. It's not breaking and entering. Bro, how many locks do you have on your door? It's like 6 locks. Yeah, he grabbed their phone. She's pressing charges for assault and theft and destruction of personal property. I think he breaks the phone. I don't know, but how dark is the inside of the guy's house? This was like a couple days after the election. Because he said the "your body, my choice" thing, and then he got doxxed the next day, and then this was the day after.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing?
I covered it on earlier streams too. So like, yeah, it was not a smart thing to say. Well, he's not a smart man. He's also like probably closeted trans person from what I hear. I think he's really into like cat girls or something. Which tracks, because, you know, a lot of closeted queer people often do go that direction because they can't deal with their self-hatred. On some good news, child marriages have officially been banned in Colombia. Why just now? Like, I don't know why it took this long, but yeah, fucking child marriages are banned. Yeah, she did sound really sweet and kind. Like, what the hell? Yeah, congratulations, Colombia. A bit late, but like, you know, better late than never. And I did not know that Texture's Punky, but like, I kind of just believed the allegations straight off the bat, because he really does sound and act in a way where I, like, if someone told me, sure, like, this guy is actually closeted catboy, I would believe that. I wouldn't need evidence, just knowing the way that, Nick Fuentes behaves. Okay, finally, now we can get to Matt fucking Gaetz, our new Attorney General, the one that I was saving for the end because I really don't want to talk about Matt Gaetz. But I do have one other thing I can talk about first. Do I want to? Yes, I do. I'm going to talk about the other thing first. I'm just going to open up all the links first. Vizora is a closet cat girl. I'm not a closeted cat girl. See? Not even closeted. Cat girl. I don't even know where this came from. This was just like a present, I think, from somebody, and it just stays on my desk because there's a little like box there that has holes in it, and I can just put each side in the hole and it gets to just sit over the top like that. Vote for cat girl supremacy. Make me the president. Yeah, hell yeah. Now first, while we're on the subject of cat girls and closeted queer people, that leads me to trans people. I have been saying for a very long time that the rhetoric and the desire of Republicans and the way they go about talking about trans people is not only exterminationist, but it's also genocidal. Isn't Colombia also ban Israeli diplomats? I think so, Miss Goober. I think Colombia did ban Israeli diplomats. So I've been saying that this is genocidal. And every time I talk about the fact that they want to genocide the trans people, I get people like, oh, no, it's not a genocide. Oh, they're not going to like, and so I just really wanted you to understand. These are the actual, like, this is the fullest, most complete definition of genocide. It is genocide. It is absolutely genocide. Classification. Although societies categorize their populations by group, it doesn't matter. We're talking about gender. Literally, we're talking about those that have gender that does not conform with their physical sex. That's the classification. Symbolization, paired with hatred, is the second stage of genocide. Societies often regularly appoint visual identifications to groups. This act, independent of hate, bears no cause for alarm. However, periods in history wherein symbols were tied to hate and hatred distinguish particular groups. We have exactly this. They have specific, like, turfy symbol. Yeah, no, it is a genocide. Thank you. This is the first time I have ever actually called this a trans genocide, and my chat not instantly argue back to me. I've been saying this for, like, it's essentially the entire time I'd been streaming, which is not that long, by the way. I only really started streaming in April. I only came to Twitch 2 months ago, but holy fuck, every time people would argue with me. And just off of, like, they want to ban access to trans healthcare alone would be enough to consider it a genocide. But like all of this, yeah, look, organization, polarization, we're already there. Preparation, we're already there. This is next. Extermination. When they take office and they cut access to all trans healthcare, that is the beginning of this. Because, I don't know, when I went to college, at the very least, and from the many times I've had to cite this information, the suicide rate for trans people who don't get access to healthcare is like almost 3/4 of them. And so, whoever's left, they're just going to arrest them by literally any crime that you can commit and throw them in the camps. Like I've told you guys before, they're building these camps for deportations, but they're not going to deport all of the people. They're going to use a lot of these camps as labor camps. First of all, slavery is legal if you're imprisoned in America. But secondly, they'll deport the ones that they don't think are useful, and then they'll keep the ones for labor. They'll do the same with the trans people. The Dems won't save anybody, Miss Goober. Fuck the Dems. The Dems are useless. The Dems have gone the other way and think trans people are the reason we lost the election. What did Knowles say? Eradicate transgenderism? Something like that, yeah? People have been attacking the idea of safe spaces, people where they can feel protected. Well, beyond that, even pre-breakfast banana. Remember last Trump administration where we had sanctuary cities for like immigrants that were able to stay there without the police coming and deporting them because, you know, the state wouldn't allow them in? Well, the states are doing this again and also doing with trans people. However, I don't know if you've seen Stephen Miller's plan on how to deal with this. Stephen Miller's plan on how to deal with this, which is stupid, by the way, makes no sense to me, is to gather up the National Guard of surrounding red states into a standing army and to invade the blue state that isn't allowing ICE enforcement in to deport the people. Why they need to do this? I don't understand, because like Donald Trump could just call the National Guard and make them do it. But I guess they want to LARP at like a military campaign. I don't know. That's the plan that Stephen Miller outlined. Like not even like a week ago. This isn't even like an old Project 2025, like written like 3 months ago plan. It is literally so fucking stupid. What they end up doing, who knows? Because a lot of what they're saying is mismatched. They contradict themselves. If you like add up mathematically the cost of what they actually say they want to do, they cannot afford it. Well, Stephen Miller is literally Goebbels. Like they're not going to jail. I'm sorry. They're doing that. They're deporting U.S. citizens. Again, we watched Tom Homan saying, what do you do when you go to deport like an illegal immigrant, but they have 2 kids that are U.S. citizens? How do you deal with this without separating the family? And his answer is easy. You just deport them all. They're denaturalizing citizens. This is the largest ethnic cleansing in human history that they want to do. Now, can they actually accomplish it? I don't know, but I will say that the Nazis originally wanted to deport the Jews for economic benefit, in fact, actually. And then they found out that it's really fucking hard and really expensive, especially to maintain that kind of thing. Estimates say that the ability to be able to keep these camps up and running and to be able to go door to door and find immigrants or whoever else they want to throw in these camps, it would require a standing army in the US of 200,000. That includes National Guard, local police, sheriff's department, like any form of law. It would require 200,000 at any point in time in the US. We sent 160,000 troops to Iraq for the invasion. It's not that America's going to attack itself. I don't think it ever would. If they did build up like that red state, like National Guard army and brought it to the blue state, the blue National Guard would back down. They're not going to fire the first shot. The American soldiers don't want to fight American soldiers, but the right would start it. If it starts, it'll be because of the right. But they don't want civil war. They just want to take the country. And like the blue state will back down because the libs that are in charge of those states, the governors, will say, all right, fine, just let them through. And then we'll see that. But can they afford this? The camp, $1 trillion to build the camp, at least one of them, at the border. It costs about $300 billion a year for them to deport 1 million immigrants. They have 1.5 million of a backlog already. They keep raising the number of how many immigrants they want to deport. Started off with the actual number of undocumented immigrants in the United States is 13 million. They are saying up to 30 now. I can't show that on stream, unfortunately, but yes, this is true. And also, here's the thing, right? You touched on it for a second, Kiss and Go, which is why I have a positive feeling about the promises not happening. Trump was barely able to deliver on his first round. Here's the thing. Trump couldn't deliver on his first time around because A, the Republicans were against him. He didn't have the party consolidated. But B, there were also bureaucrats in place that had to do their job prior to Trump's orders being enacted, and they didn't do their jobs, which is why step one is get rid of all of the bureaucrats. They're all gone. That is legitimately step one. And so if there's no bureaucrats, only loyalists that have been put in, and also the entire party has consolidated, then they will try. Do you think that they're actually going to do mass deportation? No, they're actually going to do it. They're day one. They are actually going to do it. I've covered like several examples of them talking about it, but here, like, just because you guys are new and I suck at actually like cutting my streams into videos because they're too long, I'll show you again. First of all, some of them they're telling you to deport yourselves, actually. But beyond that, here's one. Oh, and also, I was going to say about the lawsuits. That's another thing that leads me to think that they won't deport as many. They'll keep them for working camps, labor camps, and also probably kill some of them, is because a lot of these countries aren't going to want to take them.
Maybe giving a grace period where people that did not respect our laws, borders, sovereignty, that maybe you give them 2 or 3 months and you say you can self-report and we will help deport you. We will send you back to your home country. And if you do that, we'll put money in your pocket so you can rebuild your life.
Thanks, Bulletproof. Bullet, you were fun to have around. See you on Discord as well.
Which would be a lot cheaper than paying for 3 nights at a 4-star hotel.
Which never happens.
Giving them a debit card. And in a year, after a year or 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is, you can then apply to come into the country legally. If you don't self-report deport, then you will never be given.
Yeah, we covered that as well. They were shouting Heil Hitler and Heil Trump. And if you weren't here before, I also covered the Nazi rally in Ohio last night.
And when you leave, you will never be invited back. You will never be able to apply to come into the country.
Oh, by the way,
idea or no?
That's happening literally everywhere. We've had 3 Nazi rallies in Australia since the election, and my state just barely didn't pass an anti-abortion law, whereas every other state in Australia also tried to pass an anti-abortion law immediately following the election in the US.
Criminals and gang members get no grace period. But while we're out prioritizing the public safety threats...
No, I just live in Australia.
If you want to self-deport, you should self-deport. Because, again, we know who you are, and we're going to come and find you. So if you want to self-deport, that's fine. But criminals and gang members, they get no favors from this administration. You came to this country illegally, which is a crime. You committed crimes against the United States citizens, some heinous crimes. You get no grace period, so we're coming for you. But for those others, the non-criminals, if you want to self-deport, I'm all for it. Because when they self-report, they can put their orders...
Yeah, no, this is just absolutely just full-on Nazi scumbaggery. I'm still looking for my goddamn Stephen Miller stuff. Too many of these. It was October 30th. Was it the 29th? Did I really talk about this that far back? You know what? Why don't we just go on YouTube? That's silly.
So they got homes
silly
or
of me.
whatever. They can put all that in order.
Well, yeah, first of all, you self-report. That probably is not a lie, actually. It's actually probably not a bad idea if you do self-report, because then you don't have to go to the camp. That's the thing. Hitler is alive and well, and it is in the Republican Party. This is Stephen Miller, deportation plan. Give me... Well, Democracy Now! Is good. Here we go. This is a long video. We might not watch the entire thing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency.
But before we get into that, I just did want to say, like, yes, really, if you do really think that you will be deported, like they are on to you, self-deport, because they'll put you in the camps and they'll make you do labor if they even deport you afterward. It's much better for you to leave than for them to come and, like, take you.
I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
No. I want to hear Stephen Miller talk, not you talking about Stephen Miller. Here we go.
Everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the border,
what Trump's deportation plan would look like.
Seal the border. No illegals in, Everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, as President Trump showed in his first term, it's a series of interlocking domestic and foreign policies to accomplish this goal. In no particular order, just to rattle off a few fast, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you have...
Okay, first of all, the Safe Third agreement, I'm not sure what that one is. I tried to look it up, but didn't really get that one. The stay in Mexico, not going to happen, doesn't work.
Robust prosecutions of illegal aliens.
You're not getting any disability, Miss Goober. I'm sorry. They're cutting all government programs entirely.
You do interior repatriation flights to Mexico, not back to the north of Mexico. It's very important. You re-implement Title 42. You have several muscular 212Fs. That's the travel ban authority. We did a few of those in the Trump administration.
What is in it for the fearmonger? Is it just hate in his heart? Yeah, they're literally demons. These people are just demons. They hate you. They hate happiness. They want you to suffer. And they do profit off of this. But genuinely, some of them just hate you and they want you to suffer.
You would bring those back and add new ones on top of that. You would establish large-scale staging grounds for removal flights. So you grab illegal immigrants and then you move them to the staging grounds.
There's no benefit of doing this. The only reason they would do this is because they hate you. Because every single one of those illegal immigrants contributes to the economy. They pay taxes. They're the ones that grow most of our food, ones that work in most of our factories. They're not taking your jobs. Statistically, if you look at it, they do the jobs that almost every American says they wouldn't do. They commit less crimes than natural-born or naturalized citizens, either separately or combined when adjusted for population density, or when not. Like, there is literally no downside to having the immigrants in the country. None. Except for the Nazis who think, yeah, immigrants pay more into taxes. They don't get any benefit from it either. Exactly. The only benefit this has is from the Nazi angle. They just want the country white. That's it. We are America was built on immigration. We became great because we're the melting pot. Fucking give me your tired, your poor, your yearning masses, your masses yearning for freedom, whatever the hell it says on the Statue of Liberty. Like, come on. They pay into the system, they get nothing, they don't commit any crimes, they are the ones that grow our food, but they're brown. They're brown. I mean, I'm brown, but, you know, I'm not in America.
For federal law enforcement to then move those illegals home. You deputize the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement.
That was Stephen Miller.
By the way, the deputizing the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement was expanded on after he said that by Donald Trump, saying that he would also add in the military if required. Also, who named the vaccine doesn't work just followed me? Even the statue is a damn immigrant. Yeah, exactly. It's from France. You're going to deport the Statue of Liberty? I mean, Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant, and I don't necessarily, I don't want to push on that button too much because, I don't think there is such a thing as an illegal immigrant. I don't believe in, national borders being a necessary construct. I think right now, in our current, world setup, sure, it makes sense to have, closed off national borders, but I don't think we need to. I don't think that there's, Trump's fucking wife, yeah, that too. Trump's, several wives. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, man. Again, Donald Trump, 3 days before the election, I was looking at Epstein tapes of Epstein saying, oh yeah, I'm Donald Trump's best friend for 10 years. Did it matter? No. Did it matter when he picked 5 people with Epstein connections for his cabinet afterward? No. Does it matter that fucking Matt Gaetz is using Epstein's lawyer? No. I gotta pee. Watch this, and then when we get back, I'm gonna jump to Gaetz, and then we'll come back to Miller. You're gonna go back and forth. I just realized because I've been talking for 6.5 hours, and we haven't talked about Matt Gaetz, and we really need to because that's next. I'll be really quick.
Speaking in February, he's now White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy for Trump. We're joined now by Jean Guerrero, contributing opinion writer for the New York Times. Her books include Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the white nationalist agenda. Jean, welcome back to Democracy Now! We just spoke to you a week ago on election night. Much has changed. Tell us about this latest appointment of Stephen Miller, and then we'll go on to Homan and President Trump's promise before the election and after that one of his first acts in office will be the largest mass deportation campaign in U.S. history.
Yes, Amy, great to be here. This is not a surprising choice at all. Stephen Miller, as I report in my book, is one of Trump's most trusted advisors who has been with him since early on in his 2016 campaign. And he represents essentially the ideological force behind Trump's anti-immigrant policies. He was not only the architect of Trump's family separation policy, but he was also the main proponent of a number of policies that focused on restricting legal immigration into this country. For example, slashing refugee admissions to record.
Illegal immigrants was invented by Israel. It's a fairly new thing, but anti-immigration always existed. Like the term illegal immigrant. I suppose I could see it. I would have thought that it was from Bush-era Republicans in America, but who knows? Doesn't really matter. But yes, anti-immigrant sentiment has always existed. I mean, again, that's kind of how the Nazis did their thing. Now, finally, we can get back to this if we have time, but we need to talk about the guy who's in charge of all of the laws from now on. So first off, let's have a look at MSNBC having a little giggle at the fact that our new Attorney General is a pedophile.
That's a multi-layered strategy, Max.
But I do agree. He will probably have to pull out. Excuse me, that's a bad choice of words. Matt Gaetz. He will have to pull out before there's a hearing, I think, because I think this is really not going to be something that.
I mean, look, it was funny, but like.
Goes over well when it comes to a Gaetz hearing.
But to be clear,
wait, I just threw up in my mouth, so we have to go to commercial. When we return, how Democrats respond.
Like, yes, it's kind of funny, but come on, man. Like, you're on the mainstream news and you're talking about the new Attorney General being a pedophile. So from Seth Abramson, also great journalist. So the DOJ believed the victim. Her testimony put Gaetz' friend away for 11 years for sex trafficking. We looked at that one earlier. Her testimony was corroborated, yet the DOJ didn't charge Gaetz. Now Trump and his allies want to protect Gaetz. As a former criminal defense attorney, my questions include, why wasn't Gaetz charged? Why did it take 3 years for a declination? Why is the DOJ letting Gaetz equate declination with his being cleared? He wasn't. How does the QAnon party explain going to bat for a pedophile in a case for 2 witnesses? Now, I'm not going to read all of this right now because you're missing some context, but first off, let's listen to Nancy Mace talking about why she supports Gaetz for Attorney General. I'm doing the weave, all right? Think of me as Donald Trump. We're going to jump from bit to bit to bit, and then I'm going to weave it all together.
I support all of Donald Trump's appointments that he is seeking, including Matt Gaetz. This is someone who's been very good on civil rights and civil liberty issues. He's good on cannabis issues, something that I'm very passionate about. He's someone that believes in the Constitution.
You know, civil rights issues, like the fact that he probably would lower the age of consent if given the chance. The weave, I call it the float. Why is it the float? None of those hosts are affected by those things, and they have the privilege of laughing at them. Yes, they do. True, Ms. Goober.
And I think that's really important when you're looking at who's going to lead in that department. And also, Trump is also appointing other folks, including attorneys, as well, to support Matt Gaetz. And I support all of the individuals Trump is putting forward today.
You know, curiously, on the one hand, you want to have the opportunity to ask questions and have people challenge for the sake of the American people's information in the vaccine space. But isn't there, you kind of giving a carte blanche of sorts to Donald Trump? You don't have any questions about the process or concerns about any of the appointees?
Well, there's a process of checks and balances. You showed earlier on the program tonight the Senate Majority Leader, leader, Senator Thune,
see
who
the
said that
photo.
there is I support all of
Okay.
Donald Trump's appointments that he.
Now, from here, we'll touch on this one. So, this is Nancy Mace, the woman we just listened to, saying she supports Matt Gaetz for AG. This is her. I'm not sure when this was because there's no date on it, but this is either at the last year's White House like press dinner or something like that. It's a press dinner. Same woman though.
We all knew that Matt Gaetz would never let the vote get to 18.
When you're at an event that is just all your colleagues and you can make a pedophile joke and half the room just starts laughing, I feel like that tends to mean that it's not really a secret.
We all knew that Matt Gaetz would never let the vote get to 18.
Look at her face. Look at her face. Hold on. Wow.
I hope that C-SPAN has a buzzer or a bleep because this shit is about to get real, okay? It only
Well,
goes
I mean,
down
like, generally at this event, they do, like, make fun of each other, but, like, yeah, it is kind of normalized. The fact that, like, but, like, the point isn't even the normalization there. It's that this is the same woman that we just watched a moment ago saying how she supports Matt Gaetz for Attorney General because he's good on civil liberties. This was written by a Fox News reporter, like Fox News contributor Ben Dominic. I need you to keep this in mind. This is coming from the right, not the left. I realize that we're occasionally given to hyperbole about the untoward nature of politicians, but let me be clear. Matt Gaetz is a sex trafficking, drug-addicted piece of shit. He's abhorrent. His eyes are permanently rimmed with the red rings of chemical boosters. In person, he smells like an overexposed Axe body spray, stale Astroglide, the fact that he boasted on the floor to multiple colleagues in the House of Representatives that his method of crushing Viagra and high-test Red Bull to maintain his erection through his orgiastic evenings is perhaps the least offensive of his many crimes against womanhood and Christian faith. The man has less principles than your average fentanyl-addicted hobo. He likes them underage. He's not ashamed about it. Matt Gaetz isn't just your average extreme Florida MAGA man. He's hypocritical. He's a hypocritical ass with the worst Botox money can buy, pursuing an ever thinner nose and higher cheekbones at every opportunity, like a real housewife gone mad for fillers. Every Republican in Washington has an opinion about Matt Gaetz, and 99% of those opinions are, quote, keep Matt Gaetz away from my wife, daughter, friend, and anyone I care about. Fucking annihilated. This is from a Fox News host. Just ripped him apart. Oh my goodness. Like, the lines in here, just to start off with, the sex trafficking, drug addicted piece of shit is great, but like in person, he smells like an overexposed Axe body spray and stale Astroglide. He has less principles than your average fentanyl addicted hobo. Like, this is amazing. Quite the letter of recommendation, exactly. Fuck, I love that tweet. Whoever that, like, that is the rare W for a Fox News host. Now, speaking of not good things, Gaetz' campaign paying former Epstein lawyer among sex trafficking allegations. This is back in 2021, of course, by the way. It's not like any of this is new. The reason Gaetz dropped out of the House of Representatives this week after being picked for AG is because he was about to have to go in front of a hearing again, and it was to avoid said hearing. This is from January of this year.
Breaking news, sources say that the House Ethics Committee investigating Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida has now reached out to the U.S. Justice Department and to a woman with whom the congressman allegedly had sexual relations when she was 17 years old. Elections that Congressman Gaetz denies. We should note, Congressman Gaetz has never been charged with any wrong.
Also, yes, if you are addicted to fentanyl, I support you and I feel for you, and I'm sorry, like shit. I grew up around a lot of opiate addicts. Like New Jersey, New York City were not great for that. Me reading that obviously wasn't in support of the messaging. It was just funny to me. But unfortunately, like fentanyl's in everything now. Like we talked about this earlier when we talked about like drug use at the beginning of stream.
Doing here. CNN's Paula Reed has this exclusive reporting. Paula, what have we learned?
So, Jade, we've learned that the House Ethics Committee investigating Congressman Gates has done a new round of outreach to potential witnesses, including a woman
You get the Real Housewives Gone Mad for Filler reference now?
who was still 17 years old when she allegedly had sexual contact with Congressman Gates. We learned they have also reached out to the Justice Department.
He looks like a mix of Johnny Bravo and the idea in your head of like someone whose face just got smashed in by a brick. Like imagine just a regular person, face smashed in by a brick, give them like the head structure and the hair of Johnny Bravo and make them a piece of shit. That's what, and also smaller and weaker. That's what I see here.
Department asking for materials from its years-long investigation into the congressman, where they
Also, he just looks evil.
Possible sexual
You know what I mean? Like obviously they're using pictures of him that look bad here, but like I've never seen a photo of Matt Gaetz and not think that he looks evil. I don't believe in phrenology. I don't believe the size of his skull, his ears too. I don't believe in any of that, but I do believe that like you can look at somebody and know that they're evil sometimes. Not everybody, but like some people, I don't know. Or at least I can.
Contact with a minor, along with
Yeah, I try not to. I'll have the thought and then I'll put it in the back there. I'll be like, oh, I'm probably right, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But like usually when I clock someone as evil, I'm right.
They did not ultimately opt to charge the congressman.
Why didn't they charge him? Here is another thing. I showed this on my last stream. This is a meme.
I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I mean, everyone thinks you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all. I don't think he's a pedophile at all. The charges against him are totally false. They're totally false. Oh my God.
Like, this is from July 2021. Everyone knows Matt Gaetz is a pedophile. From Lauren Windsor, who's also an excellent undercover journalist. All right, look, this video is just people following Matt Gaetz around saying, Congressman Gaetz, are you a pedophile? Over and over and over again. This is a 32-second video. If you were not a pedophile, how many times would someone have to chase you down the street yelling, are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile before you say anything? Like literally before you respond. Not responding while someone's just chasing you asking this. Just not even, just be like, no, once, one time, no. It's telling. You need to get out of here. Just say no, get out of here if you're not. The fact that there is no, there is no yes, there is no actual answer in any way, just... It is indicative of guilt. Like, I'm not saying, like, you know, like you can plead the fifth in court and that's not indication of guilt. But this, really, like you're walking down the street in public while someone is shouting at you. Like normal people would feel embarrassed and would feel the need to respond. And if you're not a pedophile, you would just say no, wouldn't you? Get in, get in, get in, like they're trying to get him out of there as if he's the goddamn president and there's a gun risk. Here's another Republican, September this year.
Look, the House is a rough and...
Another Republican from September of this year.
He will survive. Look, the House is a rough and rowdy place, but Mike Johnson is going to be just fine. I served 20 years in the military. It's my absolute honor to be in Congress, but I served with some real scumbags. Look, Matt Gaetz, he paid minors to have sex with him at drug parties. Bob Good endorsed my opponent, a known neo-Nazi. These people used to walk around with white hoods at night. Now they're walking around with white hoods in the daytime.
This is a Republican. Like, everyone is aware. Every single one of them are aware.
News now projects Republicans will hold control of the House after securing the 218 seats needed. Majority Whip
And timing.
Dick Durbin had this to say to reporters earlier today, including our very own Scott McFarland. Take a listen.
In light of Donald Trump's selection of former Congressman Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General, I'm calling on the House Ethics Committee to preserve and share their report and all relevant documentation on Mr. Gaetz with the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I wish they fucking would. I saw a rumor that it had been released, and I haven't seen anything about it yet. But yes, absolutely, pre-breakfast banner. And we talked about this. That's the entirety of this. Every single person on this list that has been picked, minus RFK, is here because of loyalty they've shown to Donald Trump. RFK is the only weird one out here because he was literally running against Trump and would have worked with the Democrats if he thought it would benefit him. He's there for personal gain. The rest of all of these people are all loyalists that earned their spot by doing as the big boss told them to do.
The sequence and timing of Mr. Gaetz' resignation from the House raises serious questions about the contents of the House Ethics Committee report. We cannot allow this valuable information from a bipartisan investigation to be hidden from the American people. Make no mistake, this information could be relevant to the question of Mr. Gaetz' confirmation as the next Attorney General of the United States.
It is weak humans, but it's not about weak humans or values. It's about capitalism. It's about the capital class. It's about the people in power, the rich, the wealthy, the 3 billionaires that made the 3 billionaires that own more wealth than half of America. It's them. It's whatever benefits the rich, the 1,000 billionaires that live in the United States. And whatever they can use to get out of any kind of trouble, not be held accountable for literally anything.
It's our constitutional responsibility to advise and consent.
Mr. Chairman, do you think Trump is testing Senate Republicans if they'll buckle and bypass confirmation hearings?
I can't say anything about his motive.
Oh, look, another thing that I and many others were saying was going to happen, but many other people said would not happen because they listened to Donald Trump. Trump allies overhauling Medicaid, food stamps, and tax legislation. They're cutting Medicaid. They're cutting food stamps. You're not going to get any of this. It's as if we told you. And no, that's not true, schmovements. Most billionaires don't belong to either party and pay for both. Billionaires aren't Dems or Republicans. They own both of them. Are you insane? The country is supposed to be of the people, by the people, for the people. Well, no, it's not also it's not for the politicians either. It's by the rich, for the rich. Sorry, it's for the rich, made by the people. That's what the country is. We do it, they get to enjoy it. Coming in here telling me most Dems or most billionaires are Dems. Are you stupid? Speaking of billionaires, though, good news that probably won't last. The DOJ antitrust officials have decided to ask the judge to force Google to sell off Chrome. Now, of course, this won't make a difference because Donald Trump has already said that corporate acquisition and mergers are going to come into a brand new golden era under his presidency. So, there goes any hope for redistributing the wealth. Oh, and look, after we covered the UFO shit. Unidentified drones flying around in New Jersey. This is the level of unseriousness that we're in. I don't know, guys. This shit's fucked. Do aliens wear pants? Oh, well, depends on the type of alien, I suppose. If the alien has legs and feels the need to wear pants. Yeah, that looked like a Jersey UFO. I would know. I would know. Now let's have a look at this one.
Department and the FBI.
A sense of alarm is building among officials at the Justice Department and the FBI,
As it
who are
should.
bracing for possible revenge prosecutions from the incoming Trump administration.
The drone was likely flying around looking at like the 11 wildfires happening in New Jersey right now. It's probably working for like the fire department.
News reports that some civil servants who work on a government salary have
True, Ms.
proactively reached
Goober.
out to lawyers. That's according to 3 people with knowledge of their deliberations. They're worried about the effect of long and costly legal battles. Joining me here in studio, NBC News senior executive editor for national security, David Rode, who reported this story.
We know, we covered
Also,
it, Movements. We watched the we watched at least half of the hearing. There are no extraterrestrial aliens. We like covered it. We covered why all of those were bullshit. The hearings were fun a bit, I guess, but no, there's nothing there. And all of the people that are claiming that there are, you know, body parts of aliens and all, they're grifters looking for a book deal.
And MSNBC legal analyst. It's good to have you here, David. A lot of DOJ staffers we had been hearing and you had been reporting were saying there was some nervousness about what might happen, about, frankly, what has been said about the plans for going after people who they felt unfairly went after them. But how has the choice of Matt Gaetz changed the equation, or has it?
It hasn't at all.
And that's the difference. There was worry about congressional investigations. They expected that, but the choice of Gaetz, which was, I think, a real surprise.
I'm telling you right now, there is not a single Republican who would dare disobey the Supreme Leader. None. All of these are coming through. They're all going to get passed. They might pretend a little bit to make it a show, but every single one of these picks are going to get passed. None of them will, like, none of these Republicans will disobey.
As many people inside the DOJ.
And yes, that is the people who believe in aliens.
Everywhere, yes, that he, you know, he's a lawyer, but he's had no experience prosecuting cases. But most of all, he is a firebrand loyalist, a very vocal supporter of President Trump.
And a pedophile.
And it's seen by people as a choice. It's someone who Trump trusts, and someone who...
Because Trump is also a pedophile. Surprise, surprise. The guy who was Epstein's best friend for 10 years would rather have a pedophile as the main attorney of the country than anyone else, considering he is also a pedophile. You guys know Donald Trump raped a 12-year-old girl, right?
Investigation sort of owes Trump. Trump is sort of protecting him by giving him this new job just before.
None of them are getting background checks that are risky. None of them would pass.
Be criminal investigations.
Miller didn't get a background check because he wouldn't pass. Well, Bill Gates is a piece of shit too. But again, why are you so stuck on Bill Gates when Elon Musk is worse? Elon Musk was at Diddy and fucking Epstein parties. And also, yes, Bill Clinton too. I'm not saying one side, like, I'm not saying the Democrats are innocent. I'm just saying the Republicans are infinitely, exponentially worse. Which is what Justice Department, there's no such thing anymore. Look, we got at least 3 Russian agents. Yes, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is also a fucking pedophile. He has Epstein documents too. Go look it up. He's terrified of Epstein documents being released. Trump also has a lot of them. We have photos, at least, with Trump, but we have photos of Elon and fucking Diddy, and we have photos of Elon with Ghislaine Maxwell. And yes, Trump did. There's an entire list of fucking things that he's done and never been charged for, and never will be charged for. The girl's name was fuck, I remember this one. I remember it. No, I can't remember it. It was him and Epstein raped her together. Trump, Epstein, all together. Okay, so what? You think fucking an intern in the White House is as bad as being a pedophile? Are you kidding me, Schmovements? Don't come in here defending pedophiles. Come back in an hour or tomorrow. Not dealing with that today. Hell no. Well, actually, there's 26 women that have alleged Donald Trump having raped them, but let's see. It was Katie something, wasn't it? Katie Johnson. 13 at the time, sorry. 13 at the time. The only reason this didn't go through is because the witness, as in the 13-year-old girl, backed out. after receiving multiple threats. Who does? The guy I just like muted for an hour? Doesn't surprise me. Every time he comes in here, he says some trolly shit anyway.
And prosecutions by the Trump administration of career DOJ and FBI officials.
I'm gonna check his chat
quantify
log.
or can you quantify the level of concern right now?
I think it's limited. People are worried about maybe in long investigations. A likely scenario is a special counsel is appointed who will look at all these investigations that could go on for years. People are not worried about actually somehow being convicted and sent to jail. They are adamant. One FBI official former FBI officials said, we did everything above board, but this is a different world, and that you have to prepare for something like this.
Yeah, no, look, again, I don't disagree with this, like...
Trump can order the Attorney General to investigate.
Schmovements, I know you're probably still listening. You come in here and you disagree with me every time, but you get banned so fast because you straight up just, like, don't even try and engage in good faith. Why? Why do you keep doing this? You come in here just to what? Spread misinformation? To troll? Why? What's the point?
Investigate people. That's possible because of
And
the
yes,
Supreme
huge red
Court's,
flag.
Immunity ruling this spring. But to be convicted, you need a judge to sign off that there is probable cause of guilt, and most importantly, you need a jury to convict.
Is probable cause of guilt.
There's not real fear of going to jail. It's more long, costly legal battles.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn, you know, again, they believe their work has been above board, as he said, leaving them in many cases just baffled about what criminal charges could even be brought against them. What kind of case could a Trump loyalist be able to bring?
Maybe I get a few of those.
A vindictive case, a frivolous case, a case that is not supported by any evidence of which we are aware. Chris, we saw a preview of this in the first Trump administration when John Durham was appointed special counsel to do what? Investigate the investigators who investigated Donald Trump. And what do we know? That investigation produced 2 trials. Both trials were just soundly rejected by the jury with not guilty verdicts.
This is brand new.
And I don't care if it takes
Why are you so quiet?
every second of our, and I don't care if it takes every second of our time and every ounce of our energy. We either get this government back on our side or we defund and get rid of, abolish the FBI, CDC, ATF.
Why throw in the CDC in there?
DOJ, every last one of them, if they do not come to heal.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound like Nazism at all, yeah? Well, destroy every piece of the government's, like, infrastructure if they don't do exactly as we say. That's totally, not
David
Nazi.
Asman, Fox Business anchor, and Tyrus, Fox.
And, I just want to touch on Fox News for a second. So this is a couple days ago. Just, I know, we're gonna suffer, but...
News contributor and Fox
important.
Nation host. Great to have both of you
It's
with us.
important.
Thank you very much. No, I find this so intriguing. And I posted earlier some work that Tom Coburn did a long time ago where he outlined, he used to do this waste report, senator from Oklahoma, and he outlined all of this garbage that the government spends money on. Just a couple of quick examples. Russian cat research. NIH awarded $540 million to a Russian lab to study cats.
And this is what I mean by the anti-science crowd. Why do you think we study cats? Do you think maybe there's a reason we're spending a couple $100 million to study cats? But let's go on. Let's have them build a picture for us.
Empty federal buildings is one that I think we just touched on because there's so many federal workers who don't show up and haven't shown up since COVID to work in their jobs.
Send me a link,
pretty easy
Art.
to get rid of them. But there is so much resistance. And I told him that Musk says...
Respectfully, I think it's idiotic. Okay. It's not a serious statement.
What is
$1 trillion?
Hold on. Let's try that one more time.
Against this, and I confronted a little bit of it when I talked to Larry Summers a week or so ago, and I told him that Musk says you can cut $2 trillion out of government spending. And watch what he said.
Respectfully, I think it's idiotic.
Our budget is $6 trillion, so they want to cut $2 trillion off of it. Oh, I mean the people on this. Yeah, they did look like that.
It's not a serious statement. Where are they going to cut it out of? Even if you took all the employees, every single person who works for the federal government out, you couldn't save anything like $2 trillion. Maybe
I'll show you what they're going to
saying
do.
is that they plan to cut Social Security benefits. Maybe what they're saying.
I'll show you exactly what they're going to do. I just need to find the right
is that they plan to scale back Medicare.
So that is the scare tactic that keeps us from ever cutting anything. Because as soon as you suggest it, as Larry Summers says, oh, it's such an idiotic idea, it could never happen. As soon as you start suggesting it, they go, oh no, it's Social Security and Medicare. Don't touch it. But it's not. There's so much.
Okay. This is what our budget looks like. We got $6.75 trillion to work with, right? Now, what here are they not going to touch? Well, national defense, $874 billion, not getting touched here, right? Sure. What else? Well, they're not going to cut any of the corporate income taxes, because this is all like, you know, subsidies. They're not going to, oh, sorry, they are going to cut corporate income. This is input, not output. So they're going to cut this down. They're probably going to raise your individual income taxes and social insurance and requirement tax. This might go away if they just get rid of Social Security, although they'll probably keep a variant of this around just so you pay for it anyway. They're definitely cutting Medicare, 100% gone. Health, some of that will still stick around because, you know, RFK needs to be able to run his shit. This, gone, 1.46 trillion. Oh, look, if we just cut Social Security and Medicare, that's $2 trillion right off the bat. Now, if we also cut education, $305 billion, because, you know, no more Department of Education, it's going to the states. Then we have veterans benefits and services. They'll cut that at the very least by half. Income security, you think you're going to get income security? Gone. Transportation, this is like concessions for buses and like public transport, gone. This will go up, sure, custom duties. Corporate income taxes will go down. You're fucked, guys. You're fucked. You are fucked. And yes, Vivek is at the kids' table. Don't worry about Vivek. But like Elon, right, is the thing. You can worry about him. He is at the kids' table, yes. But he's also like Putin's personal bitch and won't leave Donald Trump alone. So he does still matter. Buy Dogecoin, issue stock buybacks for Tesla and SpaceX. If you can afford it, I don't know. I don't have enough money to put in the stock market, and even if I did, I wouldn't want to make a single cent off of their blood money. I feel pretty disgusting anyway, knowing the fact that every time Twitch runs an ad for me, it's probably like a Polymarket ad or something, but I need it, so I feel bad. By the way, guys, I don't take any sponsorships, right? And I don't plan to at all. But if the economy gets fucked bad enough after Trump takes office, like if I need it to eat, you guys will forgive me for, like, I don't know, having a Marvel Strike Force ad every now and again. Please. I don't want to. I have no desire to. Fuck mobile games. I hate them more than anything, but I'm scared. I am scared. But back to what they call wasteful money. This is ridiculous.
More there, right, David?
Well, and we've been here before.
Thank you for
there was
breakfast
the
banana.
Grace Commission back in the 1980s, and they came out with a whole list of stuff that should be cut. It added up to about $400 billion.
Only if I need to. Only if I need to. I have no desire to take an ad otherwise. Yeah, look, honestly, just fuck mobile games. What if I sponsor you to promote Joe Biden's ass cancer treatment? I mean, yeah, that's a morally good thing to do, to help somebody, like, not have ass cancer. Speaking of which, there's supposed to be a charity event streaming next week, I think, on Twitch. I'm going to talk about that on Discord, see if you guys are up for it, because I've never done a charity stream before, and I don't really think I have enough viewers to, but...
$1 billion, which in today's money is just about that $2 trillion.
All right, list me the other shit that they wasted,
By the way,
wasted
Larry
money on.
Summers was right in. It was right before the election.
Nothing.
He was electioneering more than anything. He knows that there's money there that can be cut.
Okay, let me just fucking tell you then. What they were complaining about money waste was ridiculous. First of all, ridiculously small amounts of money. Things like $20,000 for a drag show in Brazil, but also things like testing on rats and testing on the brains of fucking like mice, or not mice, what was it? We were testing apes. It was chimpanzees, chimpanzee testing. Why were we testing on chimpanzees? Well, because, you know, they're close to humans. These people don't know science. You could explain to them that we found out how breeding works, how like inheritance of genes works by observing plants. But again, these are the types of people who you could give all of the knowledge in the world and they would look at it and say this is heresy and then turn around. So, you know, what are you going to do? How are you supposed to reason with these people? You can't.
Cut out, and there's a lot of it that can be cut out. And unlike the 1980s, when the Grace Commission tried and failed to do it, now you have this incredible inclusion of people who can spread the news, not only in terms of getting people to sign up for this.
Well,
by the way,
Biden still has power, yes, and he could literally do anything he wants. He has presidential immunity, but Biden is complicit. Did you see him shaking Trump's hand and smiling, saying, "Welcome back"? Like, it's ridiculous. This is the guy that was walking around saying, you know, like Trump is a danger to democracy, which he is. He was correct about it, but they don't care. They don't care. They're not personally going to get harmed by this anymore. Like, all the talk about, like, put Biden in jail. Trump's not going to put Biden in jail. Trump was writing fan fiction about how much he missed Joe Biden when Kamala Harris became the nominee.
the Grace Commission was paid for by donations. It was not government money, and I assume the same thing will be done
Yeah,
here.
it sounds like it is.
But you think of the power of Elon Musk and all of the media influence that he has and the other people that are involved in this, and what we have seen, like the Department of Education. A lot of people, oh, you can't touch the Department of Education because it's so valuable. The mission statement of the Department of Education, I'm going to read it. You're not going to believe it. ED's mission is to promote student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness by fostering educational excellence. I tell you, it has failed.
Literally, having an issue with that description of the education department either means you are a demon, a liar, or an idiot. It's not fair for people to start out life 100,000 in the hole. You are correct. However, you won't need to, because you're not going to have college. No more student debt. You might have student debt for like school though. I don't know if you guys like listened to his education policy or watched me talk about it when I did, but it's bad. If any of you are school age, minus like art, because you're 17 and you'll be fine, they're gonna make your kids do labor in schools for profit. Like legitimately, for corporate profit, your kids will be doing labor. Oh, also, here's the fear-mongering on immigration. It's already started, by the way. Keep in mind while we watch this, this is a dramatic dramatization of what the reality is. This isn't like a massive problem. There's probably one instance of what's actually being shown on screen, and they're almost certainly going to tie this into the fucking Venezuelan gangs in Colorado that don't exist because, you know, Venezuelan gang, every city in Tennessee, every major city in Tennessee is infiltrated with Venezuelan gangs. P.S. they're in your city too. This is why real Tom Homan, the literal like border czar, has to round them up. I wouldn't expect them to go peacefully. I expect we're in for some turbulent times. This is literal Nazi rhetoric. They're already in your towns. They're hiding. They're going to do violence. We have to arrest them and force them out. That's what this is. So, you know, this is getting people ready for the door-to-door fucking arrests.
The TBI says not only is a dangerous gang growing nationwide,
I try my best,
but it's impacting every major city across Tennessee.
Gotta get better at being a propagandist.
To more violence.
The TBI director David Roush warning Governor Bill Lee in a budget hearing Tuesday about the rising threat of a violent criminal group.
Look, exactly. It's the single instance of the Venezuelan gang that even the owner of the building and the mayor of the town that this took place in said doesn't exist. This was a single instance.
They're back in all of our major cities. They are running.
Remember how when October 7th happened and the Republicans believed that Hamas was trying to come up through the southern border to do terrorist attacks in like big major cities? But this is exactly the same as they're already in all of our cities. I guess I better throw away that red hoodie. Yeah, you might want to buy yourself a MAGA hat to blend in, honestly.
Nicaragua.
They're back in all of our major cities. They are running human trafficking operations.
Rausch says the Venezuelan gang does not hesitate to attack their opponents in public.
Recently, there was a video that they shot where they shot an individual, a cartel member, 31 times.
Are you going to talk about how the fact that, like, the FBI classifies the largest risk of terrorism and extremism in the United States as right-wing white Christian nationalists? How about the people that do the most terrorism in the United States? Also, white Christian nationalists that are right-wing. How about the people who do the most school shootings? Well, they're right-wing, Christian, white, and mentally ill boys. So, any of this have anything to do with Venezuela, Mr. Holman?
Broad daylight on video and posted it to social media.
Rausch says they'll next engage in more retail theft before taking on the drug trade. The TBI said...
Yeah, they're getting ready to go full on. They're going to go door to door. They're going to do the purges. They're going to grab you. They're going to bring you to the camps. And if you're weak, they'll try and deport you. If you're a woman or a child, they'll probably rape you and then try and deport you. And if you are a man and you're strong, they'll make you do labor until you either die or until they feel like you can be deported now. I'm a white Christian mentally ill boy. You are the demographic that's most likely to do school shootings. Not to say that you will, because, you know, you're A, smarter than the other ones, considering you can do critical thinking and you're here, and B, because you have empathy and you're mentally ill in a different way. You're mentally ill and the life has been hard for you, and you have internalized it kind of way. They're mentally ill and the life has been hard for them, and they externalized it and blamed others that are not at fault. You likely blame yourself for things that you're not at fault for either. It's the condition of a lack of, it's the dialectic of human mental health. We're either far too much to one end or far too much to the other. Very often we're not in the middle. There is no gray area. It's either my fault or their fault. Very little, oh, well, I mean, I did this wrong, but they did this wrong. You know what I mean? And not to say that, like, you've done anything wrong for your mental illness. I'm not saying that you have, but it's this dialectic that you can really apply, especially to young people with mental illness. They are either empathetic and kind, or they're Nazis. They go one way or the other. Well, exactly. I know you do, because I've been where you are, Art. You shouldn't hate yourself, and you're not a piece of shit. I promise you that. The way to get past that feeling is to keep doing exactly what you're doing. Socialize and engage with good people around you. You probably feel this way because you've either been taught to feel this way by people around you or by the reactions people have had to things you have done or said. Whether willingly, whether knowingly, whether unconsciously, you have been... your external environment incentivized this type of personal thought process in your developing mind. And remember, you are 17. Your brain is still, like, not finished growing. Your brain isn't done cooking until 25. You got years until your brain's done cooking. Yes, you can alter your programming, especially now. Now is the easiest time to do it. I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. A year ago, just 1 year ago, I could not have done this. I could not have sat here and, like, let alone for 7 hours, but I couldn't have done this for 10 minutes to sit live to other people, to God knows how many, because I have the view count off, and just talk, to interact. I could not do it. I'd be terrified. I also used to really dislike myself. I have had lots of issues with depression. I've had lots of issues with anxiety. Obviously, we talked about, like, earlier when we were talking about mental health issues. I've had, like, CPTSD. I mean, I guess I still have CPTSD, but I'm much better at managing my symptoms now. But the way that all of this, like, affects your personality and your behavior is through your thought processes. So changing how you think will change how you behave. And not to say that that's easy, and I'm sure you've heard this like a billion times, and the cliche of fake it till you make it. And I'm not saying quite fake it till you make it. I'm saying every time, try and remember, at first it'll be hard, but it'll get easier every time you do it. Anytime you blame yourself for something, anytime you say something negative about yourself, if you keep trying to remember to counter it with something nice afterward, the first few times you'll forget, and then you'll be like, oh, God damn it, I didn't do it. But then one day you'll be like, oh, God damn it, I'm such a fucking idiot. And then you'll remember, you're like, oh, wait, I was gonna counter that. And then you'll say something nice about yourself. And then that'll build, and then that'll build. And then eventually you'll just say nice things about yourself instead of mean things about yourself. Your self-talk really does shape your reality, your perception of yourself and the world around you. Don't blame yourself for anything, because that would assume you have control of everything around you. Since we know we have almost no control over anything, it's okay to be what we are and what we've done, and knowing what we had no other options, I suppose. That's exactly correct. I mean, look, like, I'm not saying you can't be blamed for literally any of your actions. You can, but those are actions that you do knowingly and willingly. If you do something that you think is dumb after the fact, and you didn't think it was dumb before the fact, then you didn't think it was dumb. You weren't doing something dumb. But also, we all make mistakes. We're all, like, humans aren't perfect by any means. There is literally nothing that would define you to be a piece of shit other than the type of shit that we've been covering today. Are you like any of the people that we've talked about on stream today, Art? You're not based on my experience, and therefore you're not a piece of shit. You're in fact better than all of these people. I agree. A kiss and go, and also pre-breakfast banana. You guys are true. Like, this is true. As long as you try, as long as you care, as long as you have empathy, you're already better off than half the country. And we already know that all of you are smarter than half the country, because 3/4 of the country can't read past the 6th grade level. So I feel like that should be a win, right? I feel like take that a bit of like a compliment to yourself. I mean, I hold ill will towards a guy who grabbed my ass in the 8th grade. Okay, you can hold ill will against him. He's dickhead. Asshole. Like, literally, like, that's sexual assault. So, you should hold ill will towards that guy. I can't advocate for violence, and I don't support any violence, but, you know, reporting an action like that, or maybe, you know, telling that guy's girlfriend, or maybe like other people around, who knows, it depends on how much you care and how much you want to cause them some revenge. I'm not generally in favor of revenge. Revenge is usually a bad thing, but if it's something like small like that, it's fine. It's fine. Live your life. And again, no, you've done nothing wrong to earn hatred, whether it's from yourself or from anybody else. You have not lived long enough to earn hatred, period, actually. Like, genuinely, you're not even 18. You cannot be hated for anything that you've done. You're a child. And I mean that in, like, the nicest way possible. To me, anyone under 25 is a child. But, like, no one knows me well enough to hate me, to be candid. That's also probably not a good thing, Kiss and Go. Kissing Gonzo. I keep calling you Kiss and Go, but not Kissing Gonzo. And I need to get better at that. But, like, again, a lot of you have told me today, just like several of you in this stream have talked about your antisocial behaviors and your tendency to want to stay away and to stay to yourself and to not engage with others as often. And I think that that's not healthy. I think antisocial behavior is part of what's leading us down this road, is part of what's led us here. And I think go outside, touch some grass. I think you should talk to your neighbors. I really do. I really think that that should be a priority right now. Make friends with your neighbors. Go walk around town. Touch some grass. Go make friends with the types of people that you wouldn't even like. Like, go make friends with your local police. First of all, if you're an at-risk group, that will probably help you if the jackboots come marching into your town. The police might actually, if you've made friends with them, might help you out, like not pointing you out specifically, or whatever you can. But at the very least, you should be able to feel like you can rely on any person around you if in case of an emergency. Again, fire, earthquake, hurricane, tornado. You want to be able to call a neighbor and ask for help. You want to be able to know someone will help you. and try and like snuggle at least one person per week, but if not, at least hug a person per week. Get a cat if you live alone and you don't have like friends. Get an animal. Get used to the idea of being social. Like, being solo is fine. I'm not saying you need to be extroverted. I'm not even saying stop enjoying staying alone. I like being alone. I don't go outside very much. However, it is good to do so even if you don't want to, is a practice, and B, the benefits of it. The benefits of other people around you being able to be called on in case of necessity. And also, what if they call to you for help? You know, you might get the chance to help your neighbor. What if someone breaks into their house and you get to go and like help them? Name your plants. I don't have any. My cat eats them. I'm touch starved. I don't feel comfortable hugging either of my parents. Well, that's because from what you've explained from your parents, Art, I can understand why. If you feel touch starved, go find a friend. Like a friend that you know in real life, and tell them this and ask them for a hug. Ideally a girl, because, you know, guys are probably not going to be as nice to you about that. Fuck, man, I would give you a hug. Am I all of your mother now? Jesus Christ. I only become lonely when I see something incredible and I want to share it with them in the moment. Well, that's a pretty, like, common feeling. And this is why you should have friends. Make friends. If you want real life friends, not internet friends, go to your local library. Go hang out at the library for like an hour. Go pick up a book and just start reading it. They have computers at the library. Go sit at one. And then wait until you see someone whose vibe that you like fit with, and then go say hi. Again, like, it's not difficult to strike up a conversation with a stranger. All you do is just say, hey, you compliment them on something nice, you know, like, oh, hey, I like your shoes. Hey, I like your shirt. Hey, your hair is really cool. And then you ask a question. And pay attention to their body language. If they don't want to talk to you, they'll either not be looking at you, they'll be turning their body away from you, they'll be giving you indications that they're not, like, interested. And then if you get that, then just go on to the next person. No one's, like, gonna scream at you, no one's gonna be mean to you, it's just that. And, God, fucking hell, I hate AI so much. I don't think we're gonna have to compete with robots, actually. I think they'll just mainly use those as, like, sex toys for the time being, which might actually be a good thing. It might get a few less women raped per year. Although we do know that, actually, no, I take that back. It's not gonna help at all, because based on my experience, the men on the right, specifically the, like, pro-rape crowd, which does exist, you know, there's the crowd that's like, oh, I want to legalize rape and all of that. That side, they don't like submissive women. You know, like women who are into kink and want to just be submissive off the bat, they don't like those types of women. They call them whores and easy. What they want is they want to take a strong woman, an independent woman who doesn't feel like they need a man, and break them. They want to break them. And a submissive woman just isn't fun for the horrible conservative. The rape rate is going to go up after they ban porn. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Except we're not going to know, because there's not going to be any agency that's going around counting. We're not going to get any numbers on the rate of rape. They'll definitely keep like statistics on other crimes, but that one, no. They like that crime, remember? Oh, I broke my pen. Oh, it's my good pen. And it's getting out of control. Fascist, sadists getting out of hand. Well, I mean, that is kind of what they are. I've been saying it for a long time. These people hate you. They want you to suffer, and they enjoy it. They exist specifically because not only do they want to make you suffer, but they want to siphon every piece of wealth and joy from your life and leave you with nothing. That's it. I'm worried for my family members who came here illegally. To be honest, as a side note, Freaky Crab, they should leave now. Because if they leave now, they might not get stuck in the camps. Like, I know how difficult that is. And trust me, like, I know a lot of people in that situation as well. If you feel like, if you live in a blue state and you feel like maybe there's a chance that they could managed to get through a few years of it, like, okay, but like realistically, especially if they live in a red state, I would highly recommend them leaving the country. So yeah. Hypothetically, let's say, I'm not gonna, no specifics, first of all. From this point forward, I want no specifics from you. Do not admit anything. But let's say hypothetically, if your parents were undocumented immigrants and you were born here in the United States, then you will get deported along with them. So if something like that is the case, if you live in the same household as undocumented immigrants, you will all get deported based on what they said. So I highly recommend moving to a blue state if you can. There are organizations that exist who help people move from red states to blue states, specifically for immigrants, and there's ones for queer people. If you need help finding an organization like that, just join the Discord and hit me up with a DM there, and I'll see if I can find some groups for you, or if I can reach out to some people. I've been trying to like reach out to a couple different organizations and find out things that I can offer you guys, but that is the level of severity that we're dealing with, and I need you to understand that, Freaky Crab, and I'm not exaggerating. This is like straight from their mouth. So talk to said family members, and yeah. And also, by the way, if any of the rest of you know an undocumented immigrant, no, you don't. They've lived there for their entire lives. They were never an immigrant. They were born in this country, as far as you know. If you know a trans person that passes well, same thing. If you know a queer person, same thing. You don't know that these people are anything but exactly what they want these people to be. You're welcome, Freaky Crab. I'm really sorry too. Like that I feel for you. I think Texas had a rat your neighbor clause for abortions. Yes, actually. And they're doing that everywhere too now. They're going to have this rat out your neighbor behavior being incentivized. Again, it's literal Nazi stuff, and they're doing it they're sitting there looking at like the history books of like, okay, this is what Hitler did, and this is next, and this is next, and this is next. So yeah, that will happen with undocumented people too, but it will also happen with queer people too. They will ask you to report family members and neighbors. In fact, we already had a case of a, what was it? Was it a nurse or a teacher? It was a teacher. It was a teacher who got reported by a student in a red state because their parents were told to tell their kids by like whatever fucking Republican org, that probably Turning Point, to pay attention to what the teachers are saying. And this teacher was talking about like democracy and how Donald Trump was a risk to democracy, and got fired. Covered that last stream too. Look, one more thing before I'm done for the day, which, by the way, like, thank you guys for the 7.5 hours. This was a good stream. But I'm going to show this one more time. One more time. And this is, again, not the full fucking document. But this is from, anyway, it doesn't matter. We don't need the full document. Nikolai Patrushev. Nikolai Patrushev is a former FSB officer, high-ranking, essentially, the Russian CIA, the people that came after the KGB, and a close aide to Vladimir Putin put this out on November the 11th. So in his future policies, including those on the Russia track, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump will rely on the commitments to the forces that brought him to power rather than on election pledges, Russian presidential aide Nikolai Patrushev told the Daily Kommersant in an interview. The election campaign is over, Patrushev noted. To achieve success in the election, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. As a responsible person, he will be obliged to fulfill them. They literally own us, and they're not hiding it in any way, like openly talking about it. This is the day after Russian state media aired nudes of Melania Trump. I can't play the video, of course, because, you know, TOS, but yeah, the entirety of Russia saw the president's wife fully naked, and their Russian state media put out this saying, like, oh yeah, Donald Trump owes us and we'll do exactly what we said. And then you add Tulsi Gabbard being the the Director of National Intelligence on top of this, and then you add the CIA director also being a Russian agent on top of this. It's just a lot. Like, it's so much that it would require an amount of mental gymnastics to say that Russia did not buy the election than anything else. Like, it really is Occam's razor at this point. It is an insane amount of rationalization that would be required to come to any other conclusion. Maybe the only other conclusion that you could rationally come to is actually that China bought the election because China owns Russia. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in today. And remember, if you guys were watching on Twitch, please jump over to YouTube and like the stream on there too. Maybe leave a comment. I am trying to grow on YouTube as well. Would really like to be monetized on there. And so that would definitely help. At first, I thought Russia had sex tape to blackmail Trump with. No, that was fake. That was from the Steele document. I don't know how fake it was, but it was not verified to be real at the time, and everyone ignored the Steele document afterward. That was the one about him getting peed on by the prostitute in a Russian hotel. But if it was a blackmail about a sex tape, that would have been fine. Are you kidding me? Like, Donald Trump got 34 felonies for paying a sex worker with like business funds, not even just like, because obviously like paying the sex worker is not illegal. Having sex with Stormy Daniels and then paying her was not illegal. But doing so illegally using business funds and calling it a business expense, well, that was illegal. That came out. And you know what? Every single Republican that I've ever asked, what are the actual charges that he was charged with after they say the investigations are fake, not a single one of them ever has the answer. So, does it matter? No. Again, reality does not matter. All right, well, I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time as usual.